Good day, my friends. I hope you're ready to geek out and do a bit of a deep dive on templates and how to set them up and how to use templates within AFRAME. Now, we have four amazing small business owners that happen to provide transaction management as a service that have agreed to go ahead and open up the back end of their AFRAME and share that with us and share it with the community. So they're going to go through from left to right. If you go into AFRAME, go into your admin, get into templates. If you notice in templates, if you go left to right, there are 5 separate template sections, and they're going to walk you through how they set up each of those 5 sections. So we're going to go through and you'll see that Nicole is with us again. She's done multiple A-frame videos with us. We also have Allyson, which you'll also notice that Allyson was the first person that was interviewed by Burton on his A-frame series. So you want to go back and watch that video as well. Then we've got Miranda. Miranda has also already done an A-frame video with us. And then we've got Lauren. And now Lauren, I'm going to point out very specifically. A lot of people in the TC community believe that California is just kind of its own little world, its own little beast. And Lauren is going to take care of that California side of things. It's probably anywhere from 2.5 to 3 hours of California specific templates, and so you're going to love that. The last thing that I would share is this. If this video is 7 hours long, I want to share with you, if you go into the description on YouTube, go down into the description, and what you will notice is that we have each one of the speakers broken out with each one of the 5 sections or 5 templates actually timestamped. So if you are in a position where what you're really looking for is you're now wanting to just deal with just say email templates or just tasks, you can actually jump from speaker to speaker and just go to the timestamp for tasks for Allyson and Lauren and Nicole and Miranda or anything like that. So we have tried to make this as easy to navigate as possible. And without any further ado, let's get into our first speaker and guest, which is Nicole. And then we'll go through with Allyson, then Miranda, and then Lauren. You guys have a great day. Take care. Let's go. Is with A-frame, you know what we're going to be looking for is more of how you are setting things up in the back end, and it's going to be working from left to right in the template section. So I'm going to allow you to kind of take it away and share your screen, but you know the one question that I'm going to ask you because I think it's relevant to everyone out there. Some people are going to be using this tool, at least when they get started, for them and themselves. Okay. Fine, fantastic. But some are using it with a small team of maybe 1, 2, 3 other team members, and others are using this maybe with a dozen team members. Where do you stand, and does that affect how you are setting this up, or at least your thought process going into this?
Yeah, definitely. So we have 8 people in A-frame right now, and that absolutely affects how we set everything up because being as thorough as possible, but also setting it up with the idea of growth, future growth in mind. When we hire a new team member, how do we make it as simple as possible for them to get integrated? Because when we hire, we make sure they already have TC experience, but we want to make sure that when they're introduced to our system, that it's kind of as plug and play as possible, and that the system kind of tells you what you need to do. So that's kind of a big way you'll see in kind of how we've approached stuff, is like trying to break everything down as much as possible and let the system tell you what to do, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, but then I'm going to ask for one level of clarity on that.
Sure.
Is if you were building this out again for a team that was maybe 2, 3 people, is there a different thought process than if you're building it out for 8, 10, or 12? Or is it anytime you're growing past 1, your thought process is pretty similar recommendations that you would make for someone going from 1 to 3 or 1 to 2, already start thinking of 1 to 8?
Yes, if it's more than one person, if I ever plan on it being more than one person, then I'm going to have the same thought process of, I need anybody to be able to come in and kind of have an idea of figuring out how this works. Because even if, like, say it is just me and I get hit by a bus and my husband has to step in for
Yeah.
whatever reason, right? Life happens
Yeah.
without notice. We know that.
Yeah.
So I think having that ability to plug and play as much as possible to the extent that it's reasonable is really important in this. So yeah, I personally think that it should be as kind of broken down as much as possible. And part of the challenge that I think a lot of people have is they keep so much of how their systems work in their head.
Yeah.
And so when it's in your head, you can't scale. Again, obviously, maybe your goal isn't to scale, but who knows what's going to happen down the road? You might have to have some help at some point, and this will just ease that transition if and when that happens.
Okay. So scalability, basically being able to be scalable, duplicatable, freakishly predictable, all those types of
Yeah,
things that we talk about.
absolutely,
Absolutely. Well,
100%.
you take us on a journey, however you
Okay.
want to
All right.
go with this. I'll let you do the screen share
Sure.
here, and we'll start
Yep.
going through kind of how you have things set up. But I appreciate you sharing that.
Awesome. Absolutely. All right. I'm going to share my screen here. And okay.
Perfect.
Make sure that that is working. Okay, awesome. So I'm in my on my admin side, I'm just in the templates here. We're just going to go from left to right, and I'm kind of just going to walk through
Mhm.
how we have it set up and what our thought process is. But David, please stop me if you have any questions or if I don't make sense. And we'll go from there. So going
So,
from
and
left to
we have
right.
not really
Yeah,
talked about this ahead of time. So, one thing I am going to ask you to do on each one of these sections, just so people can see either how basic you keep something or how extensive, once we get into each section, if you could also just kind of scroll all the way from top to bottom, just so they can see how extensive or how
absolutely.
small, how big, whatever it is. Okay,
Yeah,
so most people's
absolutely.
head will explode right about now. Because I've seen the
Absolutely.
back end of a number of people's. They do not have this many folders. So I'll let you kind of dive into that. But I think that's relevant as you go from section to section. Please give me a little scroll if you may, if
Yeah,
you.
absolutely, absolutely. So for our attachments, first of all, we have our attachments broken down by state. So
Okay.
basically, these are the documents that are going to apply to that state, and you'll see a couple of different things. So sometimes depending on the agent and also depending on the brokerage, if we have a counter offer, sometimes the counter offer will be attached to the purchase and sale agreement. And that's how compliance wants it, is they want one PDF with all of your documents together. And sometimes they want your counter offers separate from the purchase and sale agreement. So for the sake of, again, ease, efficiency, and again, that scalability, what if you have a random person or somebody that is not fully trained yet submitting your compliance? We just set up our attachments so that we have counters combined where it's one document where we have our counter offers separate. So these are
Okay.
exactly the same. It just one has a slot for a purchase and sale agreement with the counter offer, and one has a separate spot for the counter offer. So that's kind of the idea behind that. And then we have our listing compliance. We have again, this is broken down by state. So that's kind of
Yeah.
the first thought is when you're a new TC, you're always going to have one of these. You're going to have one. You have to think, what state am I working in? Do I have a counter offer that's separate from the purchase and sale agreement? And you know which one to go for.
Okay, so you just brought up another thing. We might as well just mention it
Yeah.
because I do think it's relevant to not to every TC, but to some that work across multiple states. So we did mention you have 8 people currently working within the A-frame, but we did not mention you are working across multiple states here as well.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so I
Yes.
think
And
that's
that is
relevant.
It is, and it's also worth mentioning. So Kentucky is very new. We haven't fully launched it yet. We are, kind of in the process of getting it set up, and so this is something that is very much a work in progress. Part of my, I've actually run into my own issues of trying to set it up the way I want to within A-frame, and so I've kind of had to find my own workarounds
Yep.
to have it looking the way that I want it to do, which is part of why we haven't fully launched yet. That's entirely on me. It's doable. I just haven't decided how I want it to look yet. But anyway,
Okay.
we'll get to that.
One more question.
Oh,
One more
cool.
question, and then I'll stop interrupting. The top one that we opened up there, that what is it? Counters combined. If you can scroll down, was there another folder below that? Oh, I
Yes,
see what you're doing there.
absolutely.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely. So we have our contract files. These are applied whether you're on the buyer side or on the seller side. And then if
Mhm.
you're on the buyer side, we have buyer document, seller side, seller document. So depending on which side you're representing, only one of these will be visible on the transaction
Yep.
unless it's a dual transaction. One thing to note too, we do not use this to track signatures. Like if we're putting the document in A-frame, it's fully executed. So we don't track like, oh, still need seller signature. Like if we have the slot in A-frame with no document in there, we know something is needed, like a signature is needed on it.
Okay.
But
Great point.
I don't upload a document that is not fully executed into A-frame.
Great point.
It just, yeah, that's just something that we do. So that is our basic, again, basic template for the state of Tennessee. Underneath that, we have our inspection contingency documents.
Okay.
So again, if, part of my approach to stuff is if it does not apply to every single transaction regardless, then it needs to be separate so you know to add it in when you need it, because you'll find stuff, people will be like, oh, that doesn't apply. And yes, you can omit or you can delete, but I don't like that philosophy. I'd rather if it applies, then it should be, if it applies to every transaction, then it should be part of the main template. If there's any situation in which it does not apply, it needs to be split out so that you have the option to add it in or not.
Okay.
So our inspection contingency documents, we've got our report, repair proposal, repair amendment, et cetera. And this is just based on the jargon for our state. And again, you can see what applies to buyer, seller, pretty straightforward. And then beyond that, this is the brokerage specific.
Okay.
So you're always going to have your state document, and then you're going to have your brokerage specific document. So let's say I'm talking about KW, for example. You're going to see there's very little things in here, right? Like it's
Sure.
just what are the special documents that apply to this brokerage. So this KW office has a disclosure of business relationships, and they require the closed MLS page upon close, right? So these will only have one, maybe two documents. Some brokerages that we work with don't have an attachment template because they don't require anything beyond what's in this folder, right?
Okay.
So this is just going to entirely depend on your location. But this way, we don't have to, again, when we're training somebody new, remember that, okay, EXP has their special ABA notice and, all of these special things that this office requires, right? They have their own attachment template. And so when you're going to set up your file, to look for that. So that is kind of our thought process. So all of the brokerages that you see in here is not indicative of every brokerage that we work with. It's just every brokerage that has their own special document. And there is another fee down here too for new construction, because Tennessee, we have some special new construction documents as well. And then there's also one for referral agreement. If you have a referral agreement on the transaction, just to prompt to make sure you have that referral agreement on the file and the W-9 as well.
Okay.
So that's kind of how.
If you can go back, not the one you just showed, but the previous one, I think it was the new construction. So I'm just trying to be aware of what I'm seeing on your screen here, from one folder to another folder. So a couple things I'm noticing that are a little bit different than what I've seen with other people. Some people are using colors, some are not. So I notice on yours, maybe you do in tasks or some other areas, but on documents, I'm noticing that you don't. Second thing is, if I look at those top two tasks, or I'm sorry, documents, copy of builder's warranty and impact fees. You have something checked off right next to colors, just to the right of it, versus all the documents below that you don't. So what is that all about? Because I notice on most of yours, they're not. They don't exist.
Yeah.
But on this one, I noticed that there were.
That should be disabled.
Okay. You just wanted to check.
Our housekeeping.
All right, fantastic.
Yep,
So
that
I'm
is
just
called
noticing the
housekeeping.
differences every time you open a
Yeah,
screen. I'm trying to
yeah.
notice
Thank you for
everything
that.
here.
I appreciate that.
All
Yeah.
right, all right. Just checking.
The reality too is, the stuff that you use the most often is obviously going to be the cleanest, right?
Yeah.
The stuff that you don't use nearly as often is where you're going to have stuff like this. Part of the reason why we don't use colors is because when we set this up, colors weren't available. And so since then, since colors have been added, we just haven't gone back and figured out how exactly we want to implement them.
Okay.
I find I use colors on a more of a contract to contract basis. If I need something to flag myself, it can be faster than a note. If I'm like, red, I know there's something wrong with this document and I need to go back and get it, right? But not something that we've implemented within the templates just yet.
Okay, perfect.
So that is our attachment templates. Again, we only upload fully executed documents, and you always will have your state. If you have an inspection contingency, you'll have one of these, and then you'll always have a brokerage, and then new construction referral. It obviously depends on the situation if you have those.
Excellent.
So next on the list is our date templates. So this is kind of set up similarly. So you'll see you have, first of all, our standard deadlines. These will apply. On every transaction, you're either going to have Tennessee or Kentucky. Those are the two states we're set up for right now in AFRAME. So our Tennessee standard deadlines is what is going to apply on every single purchase and sale agreement, right?
Okay.
That's, you're always going to have a trust money deadline. You're always going to have a final walkthrough. Even if it's a land lot, they will often do, oops, I did not mean to do that. Sorry. Hold on one second. I got a little click happy there. You'll always have a final walkthrough. Even if they decide not to, you can always omit that one if it is a land lot. But generally speaking, there's always going to be a final walkthrough. And then we're always going to have a possession date, whether it's on closing or not. So these are going to apply on every single transaction. And then you'll see that we have this date for trust money received. The reason for this is because, oftentimes buyers will deposit their trust money before the actual deadline.
Yep.
So when we find out that it has been deposited, if it was before the deadline, we enter the date. It's a manual date. So that date plugs in, say it was today, trust money was received. This is what triggers the follow-up task to the trust money deadline, not the actual deadline itself. So we do that again because if it happens ahead of time, or sometimes it happens after the deadline, right? We want to have the actual date it was received and then the date that it had to have been received by. So this is what triggers those tasks to upload a copy to AFRAME, to make sure the lender has a copy, to make sure the other agent has a copy, et cetera. All of that good stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm going to go back.
And I'm going to ask you to just do your little scroll down to the bottom here on
Yes.
this screen, just so they can see what is the full capacity of this.
So we are broken down by contingency for the most part. So we break down our dates if there's a financing contingency. Sometimes in Tennessee, we will have a financing contingency, but it's not actually contingent. I know that doesn't make sense, but so
I get it.
It's just there. And then we have our appraisal contingency. Well, if it's a cash appraisal contingency, that's different deadlines than if it's financing, or if it's a financed appraisal contingency, but it's not actually contingent. Anyway, if an appraisal comes in low, that has a separate date template for after that. Our cash date is just for when proof of funds are due by. And then we have our inspection contingencies, deadlines, whether it's a pass fail, standard, septic, pool, home sale contingency, new construction deadlines, possession, and then Georgia. This is also currently obviously not in use at the moment. We're considering expanding to Georgia, but that's another conversation for another day.
We'll record that video right after this one. No, just kidding.
So just to give you an idea,
Okay.
generally speaking, as you're going through and you're looking at your date, you're looking side by side. You have your purchase and sale. I like to have it on one side of the screen, my purchase and sale agreement, and
Yep.
my A-frame on the other, so I can look through and be like, okay, I need financing, I need appraisal, I need a standard inspection contingency. I don't have an occupancy agreement. It's not new construction. I have my standard template, and I know I've got everything in place. When we get to the tasks, too, you'll see that we do have tasks to prompt you to look
Mhm.
for these things as you're setting up your files, but nothing crazy here. It's the same kind of thing. Again, we have the date that the closing disclosure was actually signed versus the date that it's due. And same thing with the inspection contingency. You'll see as well, we have the repair proposal deadline and then the date that the repair proposal was actually sent. This deadline is based off of this deadline. And we like to break stuff down into folders. So folder for the appointment, for
Mhm.
the inspections, and then a folder for the actual deadlines as well. Um, so yeah, pretty
Excellent.
pretty straightforward.
Okay, so I am going to ask a question.
Yes.
'Cause it sounds like you may be bringing this up in a different area. Maybe it's in tasks or other ways. You
Yep.
actually used the word prompt.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think of it as cheats, prompts, guides. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, use whatever word anybody wants to. So on transaction dates, if you could just open up any one of the dates that you think would have a few that are pretty common for you.
Sure.
Okay.
Back to
So on
inspections.
something like this, what I'm
Mm-hmm.
noticing is, and unless I'm missing it, um, do you have any cheats and prompts within something like this? And I'm going to use one example here is in ours, what we are doing, if there is, I don't know, whatever the date would be, that is usually, they're going to find that date on some document, on some page, on some line. And so what we do is after every single one of these titles, it'll be dash, and then what we do is we create whatever initial how we want to abbreviate. So for purchase agreement, it would just be PA. So it might be PA1 underscore 32, which just means that's on the purchase agreement, page one, line 32. Or in other areas, we don't put that, and then we'll just put dash C notes, and then that's where the cheat is because there's too much information that we have to share to put it in a title. So
Right.
when you mentioned prompts, are prompts more for you related to the task areas, but are you also using prompts for documents, or where's your thought process on prompts, almost
Totally.
making your system and your back end here almost like an operations manual built right inside?
Right. Yes, exactly. Yes. So our prompts for the most part are pretty much in the tasks themselves, and also in field definitions.
Okay.
So that's where we have a lot of prompt stuff. And yeah, that's where you're pretty much going to see. The only stuff we kind of have here is like the stuff to kind of clarify some stuff, like why is this repair proposal sent? Like you can see, it's like, and to the day the repair proposal was actually sent,
I
right?
love
That's
that
just
you
for the
mentioned that
TC
because I noticed
to
that
know.
earlier and I forgot to
Yeah,
mention that you've got the
yeah,
title and some of them you
yeah,
are using the description below,
yeah.
which I think is fantastic as
Because
well.
it can definitely be confusing if you're not a new TC but you're new to to our system. It's like, okay,
Yep.
well, why do you have both? What is the reason for that? So
Yeah.
anyway, and you'll see too that when we have these dates do not go to the portal because this is an internal, right? This is
Yep.
just internal for the TC, and that's why you'll see that it's not on the portals and there's no reminder set for it
I love
because
it.
it's just for our use. So, so yeah, when we get to tasks are going to have a lot more of the
Prompts
kind of
and
prompts and stuff. So,
okay, perfect. Thank you for
okay,
sharing that.
absolutely. So for starters, just to kind of again give you a scroll down here of
Hmm.
how we have everything set up, and then this is for our folders, and then we have a lot of checklists within the folders
Okay.
as well.
I just laughed
Um,
because someone's head is hurting right now. They're just looking at this going, "Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me."
so
Okay, but let's just call it what it is. This is also years of doing business and developing systems and processes and everything else like
yeah,
that. So this is not as
absolutely.
if this existed day one when you started. You got
No,
into
definitely
this.
not. Yeah, definitely not. Yeah, this is years of refinement and sometimes in some ways completely redoing stuff and just trying to break stuff down even more. But and also too, again, as the system you're using, as the tool that you're using changes and new features and stuff roll out, we're having to go back and adapt and update stuff, which is great. Again, it forces us to do that housekeeping, and the goal is for us to be more efficient once it's completed. So,
Okay.
so I'm going to start with setup checklist. So again, generally speaking, everybody knows you're going to have a setup checklist. So we've got setup checklist for just a new contract, whether it's in Middle Tennessee. We do have differences between Middle Tennessee and Memphis. Compliance only, which is pretty self-explanatory, and then Kentucky as well. One of our TCs also has her own personal setup checklist because she likes to do things just a little bit different. So that's, they're independent contractors, they're able to do that.
Yep.
And then for new clients as well, this is kind of more of a retention kind of thing. If they're a new dotted and crossed agent, new to us, working with us, then we have a checklist for the TCs to pull on for that as well. But I want to go into kind of the new contract, because this is a version of this is on every single transaction, and this is where those prompts and things are all kind of set up. So for starters, we do categorize our tasks. So the first word of the task kind of gives you a category of like what it is. So we have input, we have input, open, compliance, lead generation, maintenance, date, which is related to the contract date, pre-closing, closing. I think that's pretty much it. So a lot of the stuff is very open heavy. A lot of it is very much related to inputting the transaction into AFRAME just to make sure you didn't miss anything, and then opening up the file. So inputting, again, this can apply to anybody that's inputting a file, and oftentimes somebody will be inputting a file for somebody else on the team. So this kind of, again, just make sure everything is getting done. So this is where we're talking about those prompts. Is this your agent's first transaction in AFRAME? Go to their contact record and import the agent client onboarding checklist. So this is to make sure that this was more for when we actually first transitioned into AFRAME, to make sure that all of our existing clients, as they were submitting files, once we made that transition, that everything was getting updated appropriately, that they were getting their calendar sync, that they were getting their portal link, all of that stuff. So that's kind of what that prompt was for.
Okay.
Is this your agent's first transaction with dotted and crossed? Are they a new client? Basically, import the new agent checklist. So that's more of a retention piece. And so then we kind of get into just basic prompts of actually setting up the file, review the submission form, enter the contract data. And again, you can see obviously on all of these internal stuff, this is not for anybody to necessarily see, other than the stuff that we want our agent to know that we're doing. We check the contract against the terms of the submission sheet, because sometimes what the agent submits to us and what's on the contract don't match. So this is kind of, again, the prompt for that. You see some compliance stuff here. And then you'll see that we do have some notes on some of this as well, which some of we're kind of getting into those prompts or those cheats of who the participants are that they need to be looking for. And then we also have, because this was in some ways such a dramatic change from the last software that we came from, we added some other obvious cheats as well. For example, add trust money holder to participants. That is not something we ever used to do. That was kind of a new thing, even though we would add the buyer's title company and the seller's title company, and 90% of the time, the trust money is held by one of those title companies. Having a separate contact to have the trust money in, that meant that it meant we only needed one email template, because it would always go to the trust money holder for asking for copies of that. It just simplified that whole process of tracking all of that down, and removed the brain power of needing to think like, okay, I need to go back and check, is it on the buyer side or the seller side, to make sure I pull the buyer side template, that kind of a thing. So that's just another additional cheat. And then we get into the cheats for making sure you get all of your checklists in. So import applicable templates on dates tab, uh, verify. Oh, this is actually, no, sorry, we're not into that yet. So this is for your verifying that your dates are accurate. When you pull in your date template, you need to just double check that the trust money and the inspection and possession dates match the contract. We have it set up to be what it is 98% of the time in the contract, what we see 98% of the time, but there's 2% of the time that an agent will deviate from 10 days and put 12 days or 7 days or 5 business days or, whatever. So this is the note to make sure that you're checking and making sure that it is 10-3-3, right? That's what we see most often. So again, we kind of break stuff down step by step by step. So when you've been doing this for a while in our system, on our team, you can usually just kind of go through and be like, yep, I did that, I did that, I did that, I did that. But when you're brand new and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed, this is what it's for, is to really kind of make sure that you're not missing anything and kind of give you guidance on what the next thing to do is that you should be looking for. Or if you're like me and you came back from maternity leave and you're a little bit rusty and you're like, oh my gosh, right? So, just kind of helps keep you on track. Let's see here. I'm gonna look at stuff that I want to. We always, if there is an email template, like if it's not a to-do item, it should have an email template attached.
Okay.
So there are some things that you'll see that will be duplicate, right? So send binding contract to title. This applies to buyer. So this is the buyer title company intro that pulls the buyer's title company information in the merge field. So then you'll see the same task that applies to the seller side with the seller's title company intro. So if you're working a buyer side transaction, goes without saying, you're not going to see these seller side tasks. That's why they're duplicate in here, right? It's only when you have a dual transaction, because if you're on both sides, you have to send it to both sides anyway. So you'll see it in there twice. So same thing goes with the co-op agent. We have a buyer side co-op agent intro, a seller side co-op agent intro. Okay. Same thing with intros to the client. But you'll see whether or not it applies. Obviously, if it's something that happens on both transactions, but it's an email template, it's going to be broken down into 2 tasks so that we can have the buyer side and the seller side both correspond correctly.
Okay, now that you're scrolling to this point, this is the first time I'm noticing that you have some parent-child tasks.
Yes.
Happening here.
And we don't actually use the parent-child tasks nearly as much as I thought we would. Stuff that we definitely use it for are recurring tasks, which for us is phone check-ins. So part of our service is we do an intro call to the client on the first day, and then we check in weekly and just see if they need anything, and that's update our agent. So this is a recurring parent-child task. So this one is 7 days after this one. This one starts the day we open the file. As you can see, it starts on the template start date, so the day we imported the checklist. And then it's every 7 days. From there, you have a client phone check-in for a total of 4 check-ins. So this repeats 3 times because we typically have a 30-day close. So yeah, if it goes longer than that, then it's honestly kind of an issue. It's something that we've had to think about. If it's a longer transaction, sometimes if it's a longer transaction, we don't need to check in with them as often. This is one of those holes that we're kind of trying to figure out, because it's like, well, if it's we don't want to have like 10 phone check-ins for the one transaction that happens to go 90 days or whatever. So we just kind of keep it at 4. And the idea is if you realize that it's going to be really long, you can add additional ones or add another one the week of closing. But the reality is we're calling the client anyway to schedule the closing. We're calling the client to, do other things as well. And so that kind of covers those phone check-ins if it does extend past that 30 days.
Now, can I ask on those phone check-ins? Because I have seen that some people, it's just a very relaxed thing and it's a phone check-in. Fine. There are other teams that would go ahead, and we talked about prompts. So in there, they would have in the notes section, what are the bullet points of what you need to cover on that particular phone call, any of those types of sheets, if you want to call them scripts or whatever it is.
We do. We have and it's actually not linked in here, which is something that I should do, but we do have a separate document with scripts for new people for phone check-ins. to give them prompts and stuff, and what kinds of things to talk about. At this point, by the time we moved into A-Frame, everybody on our team was so used to it that it got forgotten. But that is a housekeeping thing that I would like to link and kind of have that in those so that they can pull up the scripts and stuff. That's a good point. Let's see if there's anything else in here. There's a couple of things that you'll see in here too that like I kind of just played with that. Like, for example, the milestone star. I'm not really sure how I'm using those. I've kind of played with it on like, oh, well, that's important. It's a date, so I'll star it. Yep. I don't know. I don't really have a rhyme or reason for that. This is also before we had colors. Same thing with like verifying the final compliance, right? Like, well, that's really important because the file has to be compliant before closing. But I'm not necessarily super consistent in how I'm doing this. Okay. It's kind of just seeing how we want it to work. So that's kind of, there's not really a dedicated thought process on that just yet.
And whether it's towards the end of our conversation today or even throughout, if there are parts that you know that the system is capable of, and you say, this is an area that we want to get more focused on and actually elaborate on. So one thing that you mentioned, that would be an example, is things such as, how do we want to start using milestones, or how do we want to color code things, or all of these types of things? Yep,
definitely. Yeah, okay. and that is absolutely the case. All like both of those milestones, color coding. Also even using some of these prospecting tasks and stuff. I would like to be using that as well. So yeah, there's definitely some things that I know it can do that we haven't really dug into yet. Just
and I think that's encouraging to people too, when they look at how extensive you've built things out already. It doesn't matter how extensive it is. There's always things that we can take a look at it and go, I'd like to put some focus here now.
Always. It's never done. It's never done. It's just, if you think it's done, you're wrong. Like you should always be having to go back and tweak and stuff.
Yeah, we're all in process.
Absolutely. So that is kind of the basic setup checklist. And then I will go back and just kind of show you some contingency checklists as well. So again, you'll see it's broken down by type of contingency. So inspection, pass fail, appraisal, financing, new construction appraisal. This is housekeeping. This is from before the checklists were able to be merged. We had to break everything out for buyer or for seller. Okay. I think Burton added the merging of the checklist sometime last year, and these just got missed, so these need to be merged. Pretend that that's one checklist. And then we get into our terms. So these are not contingencies, but terms that you might see on the contract. Yep. Again, if there's an HOA, so there's no HOA tasks in any of the main checklists. You have to pull in the HOA checklist if you have an HOA on the property. VA financing if it's a cash transaction. So we again like to break everything out, even if there's something like a pool inspection, because it has specific things that have to happen. Okay. And then the amendment checklist, this is purely for convenience. This is 100% convenience. Because sometimes you have that transaction that has like 9 amendments on it. Yep. These are all the same checklists. The idea behind here is to help the TC easily track how many amendments that they have, in addition to putting the attachment in. But this way, because it's all labeled, they know like, okay, I've pulled in Amendment 3. I can see Amendment 3 folder, and so they know that they're on which amendment they're on. But this again is pure convenience. So generate the amendment, a task to send it to the cooperating agent, verifying that you've received it or asking for it back if needed, sending it to the title company, whether it's buyer or seller, sending it to the lender if you are on the buyer side, making sure the co-op agent has a copy of it. So this is identical checklist, just duplicated so that you have one that you can pull in as many times as you need to. And it goes for closing date amendment as well. And then we have some teams have their own specific things as far as MPG only. Some teams have, this allows us to kind of customize, like this team, if there's an amendment to the file, then this additional admin person on their team also needs to be updated, and they have their email address and everything. So this allows us to accommodate that. Okay. But AFRAME makes it really easy to do this because you can just duplicate the checklist, change the number, and you're done, right? It
Yep.
doesn't take very long. And then we have our brokerage checklist. So this is the compliance, specific compliance for each individual brokerage, because every brokerage has their own fancy tool and their own timeline and their own way of doing stuff. And also, this also dictates the billing checklist for how we get paid, because we bill based on how the brokerage is willing to pay us, whether we are paid on the Alta as a deduction of the commission, whether the brokerage pays us directly, whether the agent has to pay us directly through a credit card or Venmo or something. This gives us the directions for all of that. So again, we use KW Franklin, adding it to command, all of the steps for that. And like there's the billing task, because with KW, we are billed we're billed through command, right? So, but every office is so different, right? So Compass, for example, Compass will direct you to import the Alta billing checklist. So instead of having the tasks to be paid on the Alta, having those in every single brokerage checklist, we have a separate checklist for that then within the brokerage, if it's like, okay, for Compass or for Parks, we'll build on the Alta, we just pull that in, and it kind of reduces that back end work, especially if one thing changes in the process, right? So like if the process for how we're billed on the Alta changes because I changed softwares or something, I'm not saying this has happened, I'm just giving an example. Instead of having to update the tasks in every single brokerage checklist that bills us on Alta, I just have to do it on one checklist, because the task to import those, is separate on every individual brokerage. I hope that makes sense.
If you can remind me, or us that are watching. So I'm assuming, but I just don't remember seeing it off the top of my head, is on your task list, your master task list, then there would be a task that tells them to import the appropriate.
Yes, there is. Yep. Let me show you that. It would be an input task. It would be that's the date. So we have verify you have all appropriate contingency checklists, verify you have all appropriate terms checklists with some examples, and then verify you have appropriate agent and brokerage checklists, brokerage, team name, agent name. So these are the prompts to make sure that you've got all of those in there. And I think I glossed over those earlier. So
no, perfect. I just wanted people to see how these tie together. So
totally, absolutely.
Perfect.
So those are the brokerage. And then, as you know, sometimes teams have their own special way of doing things that they like to have customized. So we have our team checklist as well. And then we have our specific agent checklist for if the agents have, and these often will only have like a couple of tasks on them. It's not like they're not super intense. So the agent checklists are usually the shortest. Sometimes they only have one task on them. This is a reminder to do one specific thing. But this is another way that we can kind of level up our service, because it's like, oh, you have your special email template that you want to send on this day within the transaction. Well, AFRAME makes that really easy to do, because we can create a checklist for them, make a task to send the email template on whatever day in the process it is, have the template added, to autofill everything as needed, and then boom, so it makes us look really good, and it's really stupid easy to do.
And I have gotten the question from people, if I've got an agent who wants something customized, where do you store that information and everything? Do I just put it in their contact record in the notes? And you're saying actually that you're doing it as a task list. Like I noticed one of them says he does this for a broker retainer fee or a admin compliance fee or whatever, whatever the frick they're doing. Okay. But rather than having to go to their contact and hoping that they go to their contact, go to the notes and figure out what's special about them, they may actually have an additional task list that you can import. And that task list may only have one thing on it.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So that's a different approach that I've heard from a few other people. So thank you.
Absolutely. Then we have our billing checklist for whether we're paid on the Alta, whether it's self-pay, whether it's Venmo specifically. That's for if it's a 60+ day close, we charge a deposit fee. whether we ACH them, whether the agent doesn't give us the credit card and they just pay it when we send them, or whether we have the credit card on file. So we have a lot of different processes there. And then we get into terminations, how to handle
actually,
those.
we don't do terminations anymore in this industry. We're all done with that. So.
I would love that.
Everything just closes, Nicole.
Admin services. This is something we're kind of just playing with right now. It's not. We toyed with adding an additional service because a couple of our agents, I guess, got really tired of tracking their referrals from out of state. So we created a service where for like $100, we'll track your referrals for you because we were asked for it. So kind of just playing with that. And then this is more the lead generation stuff, prospecting and retention tasks. These are for contacts, not for transactions. So these would be specifically to import onto new contacts that I make and then prompts to follow up with them and stuff, et cetera. They're very much a work in progress, but it's way more built out than it used to be. So, but it's always a work in progress. So those are our task lists.
Okay, so before you move on then to emails.
Yeah.
I wrote down a couple questions, so they might have gotten answered. So let me just see here, but I've got, okay, so one of the very first things that came up when you moved to task lists that I do want to touch base with people that have team members. I've seen it fairly common that a team, now there is a difference between having independent contractors versus having a W-2. So, I mean, people can, I won't go into that on this video, or we won't, but think about from the point of view is your master idea is that you have master checklists, but your team members then can take that, copy it, duplicate it, or whatever, and then from there customize that for themselves. So if you had 8 team members, you may have some folders with all of your masters. They can create another folder with their customized version of what you've got, or what's your approach on that?
Sure. So as independent contractors, at the end of the day, they just have to meet my minimum standards, right? Like the minimum standards that we have for them to work for us.
Yep.
And the idea that we have is we make it as stupid, simple, and efficient and as, streamlined as possible that they don't want to change it.
Okay.
That's kind of and that's worked, and that works really, really well. We have one TC that has, made her own because she has just a couple of additional things that she says it's for her brain, to remind her to check things that are within the system. She's like, it's not like she's even taken this and edited it. It's just additional things that she wants to remember to do so that she doesn't forget.
Okay.
And so that's kind of our approach is like, yes, you can do that, but why would you want to? And if whatever those ideas are that you do want to change or add, can you share them with us? Because maybe it's something that we all need to be doing. Yeah. So then we can edit the master checklist. And again, there's no real need for you to have your own separate one. That's kind of our approach is, if there's something that they want to change, I want to know what it is that they want to change or what it is that they want to add and see if that's something that makes sense to add across the board. Or is it something that is covered within another checklist or another process somewhere else and they're just not thinking about that? Because that often happens too. But yeah, my goal is to just kind of encompass everything. Okay. But again, they're independent contractors, so technically they can. Like, I'm not going to stop them. They just have to meet my minimum standards. So.
Yep. Okay, so the next thing was, and you did hit it right at the end there, which was there are task lists for transactions and there are task lists for contacts. So you are using the task list for contacts, which I'm big on as well. I'm a big proponent of that. One thing that while you're going through the task list, there are a couple items that may or may not apply on a task. Do you prefer your team on those items to use delete or omit or something else?
Typically, omit is usually the way that we prefer to use. Now that we have the omit button, I don't like to delete things unless it's something that was maybe imported by mistake, right? And should never have been there in the first place. But having omit is like, it's like gives you a record that it was there and they made the conscious decision to omit it for whatever reason, as opposed to it was never there in the first place.
Okay. The last one that I'll ask, 'cause I think the rest of them kind of got answered through your process, was if we look at your task list, what would you say on average is going to be how long does it take someone with that level of a task list to process a new file?
30 minutes or less.
Okay, excellent. And
Yeah.
I think that's important for people to hear too, because
Yeah.
when they sit in their own little world, they have no idea. And the answer that I get when I say 30 minutes or less is I've heard this for years. You just must not be doing as much as we are.
Well,
It's
and I do think it's worth noting that everyone you will get the transaction from the hot mess agent, right? Like
sure.
if you get 16 copies of the purchase and sale agreement and you have to wade through all of them and one's sideways and one's upside down and you have
Yep.
to pull different pages apart and you're trying to put it together
Yeah.
and you're going to have those hot mess transactions that are absolutely going to take longer than 30 minutes. Those should be the exception, not the rule.
Yeah, yeah. But the rule is that you're building systems that are scalable and duplicatable and both effective and basically efficient within 30 minutes or less.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
perfect. That's
Yeah,
just good for people to know.
absolutely.
What you got going on emails? I'm
We
sure
have a lot of
nothing.
emails.
You've probably got
We have a
nothing
lot of
in here.
emails. Okay. So yeah, okay. So first we have our contract summary, which is a letter template, and then I need to actually archive some of these old ones because we only use one now.
Can you scroll
But
down? Just give us a view of the
yeah,
screen real
yes,
quick. Okay.
absolutely. So these are
Okay.
broken down for the most part. They're broken down by the email recipient, who the email is to, and that's kind of how we have them organized for the most part.
Okay.
But I'll kind of get into it. So
Sure.
this is our letter template um, specifically. So this might look familiar to some people, and depending on which system you came from previously.
Sure.
This was designed to replace the contract summary from that. And again, we built this before the summary was updated in AFRAME and stuff. So
Okay.
I haven't gone back and decided if we're going to use the AFRAME one now or all of that. This is kind of what we had just done initially. But that is what that letter template is. So there's a task prompted for you to pull that. Everything autofills. You save it as a PDF, and then you send it out when you're sending out your intro emails.
Okay.
But most of these, again, are kind of broken down by the recipient. So we buyer templates. The blank template, this is just to make it easy when we have to make a new buyer template. So you can just duplicate this because it's set up
Sure.
for all of your email, your salutation. This just makes it really, really easy when you
Beautiful.
have to add a new template that you don't forget anybody on your
Yep.
CCs, right? Um, but we have templates for everything. I mean, if you're writing an email more than once, you should probably have a template for it. It's kind of the way that we like to approach it. Where it can get challenging is because you can only attach one template to a task within AFRAME. That's where
Hmm.
you have to make decisions whether if you add another task or do you just attach the template that you use most often. And that is something that just kind of does come with experience, especially when it comes to the intro templates, because we have we'll get to that. We have a whole separate folder of intro templates. So for example, buyer, we have for every different type of scenario, whether it's
Okay.
a specific agent, whether it's cash, whether inspection, do we have the inspection scheduled? Do we know when they're happening or are they still TBD? Is it an unrepresented buyer? Is it, pass fail? Is it pass fail inspection scheduled? Is it, new construction? I mean, we have a lot. Are the home and the termite inspection at the same time or are they separate? So, you'll have to, when you're pulling in your intro, there's one that is attached to each task, but then the TC knows that if they need, they're like, oh, this one's pass fail. I need the pass fail template. So they kind of scroll through. And that's why the way you have your templates labeled is so, so important. So you
Yep.
have a formula, B is it, are you on the buyer or the seller side? Is it intro, and then like what it is. So we try to be consistent in how we are labeling all of our
Okay, so
labeling all of our
you
emails.
used a word I really do want to pull out because I'm in complete agreement with you. We don't just label things or name things. We have
Yeah,
a formula,
yeah,
and I think that that is just a missed. I don't want to call it secret, but win. It's a win. It really
yeah,
does help when you get this many templates and everything.
yeah.
What's the
It's necessary.
formula? The name, I'm going to call it naming convention or
Yeah,
naming formula. So it's even easier for things to be organized, easier for things to not only
yeah,
find the right thing, but choose the right thing. Um,
absolutely.
those types of things. So I love that
Yeah,
you actually do have some type of formula and naming
yeah,
convention for this.
absolutely, absolutely. So you'll see what, and there again, we have some things that are kind of inconsistent, like this is B/S versus B and S. That should be consistent across the board, but I'm rarely in this folder, so I don't necessarily see all of these. But yeah, we have a lot of templates.
Okay.
So whether they are to, buyer templates to the buyer, this is specific just closing and walkthrough stuff for a lot of different scenarios that happen. Home warranty reminders, buyer intros, I went through that. Testimonial requests, this is currently for each agent because some agents have their own specific template that they like to send. And then this is also, I think, before the agent like client within AFRAME was updated from being separate from contacts.
Yep.
Now we have it where we could put their testimonial link within their contact record, and so we could probably have a generic one. This was before
Read
that
that.
was available.
Yep. Yep.
Um, and then we have to the cooperating agent, all of the templates that could possibly go to the cooperating agent. And again, almost all of these you can see. What I love about AFRAME too is you can see which templates are linked within
Yeah.
tasks and stuff. And if they're not linked within a task, it's because there's a similar template, a different category of that template that is linked to the task. But you can see a lot of them are all linked to tasks. This is to our client, emails to our client, emails to the home inspector. This is internal just for within our own company. So like if there's a specific thing internally, templates to the lender. Again, kind of the same thing. And we also too, like everything is set up. I mean, it goes without saying, like in all of your templates, they're set up so that they're copying the right people, they're BCCing the right people. All of this is all set up. We use every merge field available for, if it makes sense, we're using full use of all of the merge fields. So let's see.
And for those that just heard her mention merge fields, I will say at the time of this recording, not when you're listening to it, but at the time of this recording, AFRAME or Burton with AFRAME has not done this yet, but he is scheduled next week to do a full teaching session just on how the merge fields work, how to set them up and everything. So if you're watching this video more than a week after it was recorded, Burton's video is probably up on that. So that would be something worth taking a look at for training as well. He's going to be doing a great job on basically getting the most out of the merge fields.
Awesome. That's very cool. Yeah, so that's kind of our templates. You can see, again, we have a lot. I think the most important thing in templates is to have a naming convention or a formula to make sure that there is a template attached to the task. Like if you're writing a template, it needs to be either attached to a task or there's another category of that same template that is attached to a task. And make sure you're using all of the merge fields. So
awesome.
Okay.
Okay, field definitions. Is this an area of strength and importance for you, or a thing that you're? The most people that I'm hearing is they're like, this is something that I've got to do a little bit more work with, and I know could bring more value to me. Where are you at with this?
With Tennessee, we're fully set up. With Kentucky, where I am struggling is the state by state breakdown of trying to figure out how I want to do it, because I did it for Tennessee in one specific way, and I can't do that same thing for other states necessarily. So but when it comes to our bread and butter, which is Tennessee, it's I feel like it's not perfect. It's never perfect, but it's great. It works really well.
Good.
So we have our field definitions are broken up again by how you receive a contract. So we have a submission form on our website, which is how we receive new incoming contracts. And so on the submission form, like we don't ask for everything that's on the contract. We have very specific questions that we ask that are not in the contract. And so our field definitions are broken down by the order of which you're inputting a file to, again, make it as efficient as possible. So the first is the submission details. Is this matches our submission form? So you just go down and enter in, on the submission form in your inbox, any of these things. You can copy paste any notes or if there's a referral. And then the next section, the property details, this is the MLS. The details from the MLS that we put into AFRAME specifically. We don't necessarily put all of these fields in on every contract. If it's a listing, we often will. But I don't necessarily care about beds and baths on a buyer contract, and I usually skip over those. They're just there if you need them, if it was a listing input, if it was a listing service that we did.
Okay.
But this just follows through the MLS, the stuff that we often need. We always need square footage, year built, foundation. If there's a pool, that helps with inspections and stuff like that. Same with septic and sewer, county, subdivision, etc. Then we have HOA. This will be, sometimes it's on the MLS, sometimes it's in the property disclosure, sometimes it's in the purchase and sale agreement. Sometimes we have no idea. So, but places to put all of our HOA. So this is kind of just the inputting of like the house, right? The house, we have the submission form, and this is the information about the house. Then we have our next group is the contract. So this is the purchase and sale agreement. We have another section here for private notes. This doesn't go anywhere. This is just internal within the company. And then this goes line by line down our purchase and sale agreement. So every blank field from the purchase and sale agreement goes down in order for what to be inputted. And this is when I'm talking about cheating with field definitions, to me, this is a huge cheat code, because if you got your purchase and sale agreement and you have your A-frame set up, it's just like, it can't really get any easier than this, in my opinion.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a quick question. Is when you said that it takes you about a half an hour, or your average TC about a half an hour to process a file, does that include entering all these fields?
Yes, that includes going through the contract, entering all of these fields, sending out all of the intro emails, and reaching out to the client.
Okay. The only other thing I didn't hear you mention there, because it may not be included in that half hour, save documents to compliance.
We usually do not do compliance on day one. Our state, it's usually 48 hours is when compliance has to be done. So typically that first day we're getting documents or asking for documents. Yep. We're sending them out for signature, but we are not uploading them into compliance on that first day, unless it's like a 2-week closing.
Okay. Okay. Good
So
information.
this is, absolutely. So all these, we have merge fields for them. This all populates on that summary that I showed you.
Yep.
But this just goes down line by line down the contract. So this is the purchase and sale agreement. And then we have our commission.
Because you also, if we go left to right, you've got collections there. I think the way A-frame comes, I'm going by memory right now, is I think they only have 2 fields, don't they? Or 2 collections. So you've added these collections.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've added all. Yeah.
All right.
And so, so the next one is commission. And I try to add them in the order of how you're processing the contract again. That's kind of my thought process, is what are you logically going to be looking at first?
Perfect.
So we have commission, broker fee, TC fee, any notes regarding the commission, and then we have referral details if this is applicable. Obviously, if it's not applicable, you leave it blank and it doesn't populate anywhere, because we have our merge field set up where if there's not something in the field, it just doesn't populate. Yep. So referral is like, if there is a referral, it will populate. If there's not a referral, it's not going to populate, and there's not going to be, missing merge fields everywhere.
Okay.
So, and then we get into repairs. This is something that I was really excited about, because I missed this so much from the system that we came from. I didn't have any ability to track repairs or what was happening. So without having to go back and like look at the repair amendment and see like this just actually gives a place to put that information. Were repairs negotiated? This is a choice. Yes, no, or like I have it set to
I
be yes,
love this.
credit in lieu of.
I have not seen anybody do this. I love this.
So credit plus repairs, credit in lieu of, or as is, you choose whatever. So then like, okay, repair receipts received. And then we'll just text, like, okay, plumbing receipt, electrical receipt. You just you just type out what you've received. You remove them from outstanding to received, just swap them back and forth. But this just gives you a place to put all of that stuff without having to go back and check. And then also the amount for repair credit or escrow amount. There's honestly probably more stuff that I could add in here to build it out even more. I should, I just haven't spent the time to do that yet. But this was a game changer, in my opinion, just because
that's fantastic.
I felt like it was just so inefficient to have to go back and look at the addendum and then like look at the attachments and be like, what receipts do we have? It was just a mess. So this is really nice. Yep. And then the next one is Kentucky, which is not built out. This is where I'm stuck currently. Trying to figure out, because I have all this set up for Tennessee, I'm trying to figure out how I want to do it for Kentucky, because this is built out in the order of the Tennessee purchase and sale agreement, not in order of the Kentucky purchase and sale agreement. But because I can't currently select, like what I would love, Burton, if you're watching us, what I would love is when you're setting up a transaction, I want a group of collections to apply to a transaction. So if I could assign these to Tennessee and then assign these collections to Kentucky, so that if the address is Kentucky, these are going to be available versus these. And then I could build out Kentucky in the same way. Otherwise, it's got all of these for them to scroll through if they're trying to find the repair negotiations, or they're trying to find the commission. It's just too much on a transaction. So
now you got me thinking about, could we do parent-child in collections where we can just check the state and then it drops down all of them? Hello?
Yes. I'd like that. There you go.
That would work. If you're working in 5 states, I just check the one that applies. There's my
that would be a game changer for us.
Come on, Burton. Bring it.
So yeah.
Excellent.
Anything else on here that you wanted me to touch on?
No, I think this is great. I think this is absolutely great. Something that we talked about before we started recording. So you've mentioned at least a half a dozen times here in today's call about moving from, I was in one tool and then we moved into this tool. And I don't know anybody that if we take a TC or an agent for that matter that's been in the business, say for 5 years or more, there's no way anybody has been in one tool and never had to move everything over to another tool. Can you talk to me just a little bit about what you'd want to share about what you think might be some good suggestions as far as a process to move from one tool to another? Yeah. What's a mindset? What's an actual process? However you want to approach that.
Yeah. So for us, I'm still in files and Samantha's also still in files, my business partner. And so for us, when we're making the decision to swap into a different tool, it was it was kind of a no-brainer for me of like, well, I'll just get in there and start testing it out before we kind of move and kind of do everything. So I started with just setting it up to the bare bones enough that I could at least run fake transactions or run a transaction with an agent who doesn't really care what I do. So if it's not full, that they're not going to mind, they're just like, oh, whatever, Nicole, I trust you. Yeah. So getting it set up to that point so that I could just get in and see if it was even going to work for the rest of the team. Mm-hmm. And then once we established that, it became a matter of starting to move everything over. And, that's very much, how do you eat an elephant kind of thing, one bite at a time, right? So it took a lot longer for us to move and get set up in AFRAME than I would have liked. But what worked in the end was we actually took a dedicated 2 days of working just on the business. Like we booked an Airbnb out in the mountains. It was just me and Samantha. The team covered us and we just worked, from like 8 to 6 p.m., 2 days in a row, and just knocked it all out. doing that for 2 days, we got it like 90 to 95% set up. And then we were able to fill in the missing pieces and stuff. And then we set a hard date for the team of like, okay, all new transactions need to start being entered in AFRAME by this date.
Yep.
All of your transactions, like we're cutting off the old tool, we're cutting off the old tool by this date. So we gave them a wide range of like, we weren't going to have them just, if you have a closing tomorrow, like we gave them a range so that they could figure out what was going to work in terms of moving it. But I will say it's very messy. It's messy moving into a new tool. I don't recommend doing it during the busy season. Try to do it over winter, if possible, if that happens to work. And try to have as much grace for your team as possible. Like, even though that meant I was paying for two tools, for a span of a few months overlapping, it's absolutely worth it just to prevent that absolute madness, because it's chaos no matter how much you try to do it. But it is so worth it once it's done.
Yeah, I think it's cute that you and your partner decided to get an Airbnb. The fact that you also own one, but that's another issue. I did hear another team member that was not as I'll call lucky and blessed as you are to have someone to go to an Airbnb with, and actually you had someone there that was kind of a running mate that could do this. They did it all themselves. They're well over 1,000 transactions per year and everything, so it's a decent sized team, and she had to do it herself. But I'll just say the reason why that resonated when you said that is she had to do it all herself, but she took the same approach. She said, you know what? I can keep playing with this for the next 6 months, and this is going to be painful. And what she did, she just got a hotel room for 3 days.
Yeah.
And that's all she focused on for 3 days was just, you know what? It's got to get done.
Yep. That's
And
the way to do it. I really think
she's a very focused person, so she could just sit there by herself, and that's what she did. So very, very similar approach. So
awesome.
Excellent. Anything else that you would like to share? Because you're going to have people in here that they are their entire team versus other people have 2, 3 people, 8 people. Anything else that you'd like to share? I think what you shared is awesome.
I think just the only thing I would say is, like, even if you are solo, don't keep everything in your head. Yeah. Like, break it out in your system, put a task, even if you don't need it. Just because you don't need it right now doesn't mean it's not going to be needed at some point in the future of your business. Get it out of your brain and put it in your system. Even if you have no plans on hiring, just do it. I promise you will not regret it at some point in the future of your business.
100%. And the simple phrase that people have heard from me before is, I know that you're crazy smart. I know you're crazy talented, but if your system in any way, shape, or form is based on your knowledge, your smarts, or your intuition of what needs to be done, that's not scalable and duplicatable. Yeah. And so now, rather than you owning the business really owns you, because without you and your knowledge and your experience and your intuition, nothing works. So I love when you said, get it out of your head, get it out of your spirit, get it out of your soul, get it into something that is scalable and duplicatable, and anybody could plug into that. And the level of service for your client would be identical whether you were doing it or someone on your team was doing it.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, good. We're going to say goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much, Nicole, for doing another video with me. Pleasure. And last shout out to Nicole is, as soon as I posted that I wanted to do this video and ask people to show us what they're doing with their templates and everything, first person who reached out to me, she said, and I think the phrase was, I'm all in for this. So anyways.
Happy to help. Awesome. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Everybody have a great day.
You too.
All right, well, we're going to get started. Allyson, crazy grateful that you're willing to do this. And from there, those that didn't see it, I do want to also mention, you'll be the only one on this video so far that I'll be able to say this about, is Allyson is, of all of our guests, she's the only one so far that has actually been interviewed by the owner of AFRAME they have their own series out. So I would definitely highly recommend, and I'll also put a link to her interview with BURTON from AFRAME. I'll put a link of that in the video description. It's a great interview. You get to hear her background, a lot of her history, and quite frankly, what's most interesting to me is just her journey into this business. So welcome.
Thank you. I'm crazy grateful to be here, and I'm excited to share kind of how the insides of our business and my brain work with A-Frame today.
I love it. So, Allison already knows what I'm about to say. And first of all, I'm just happy to be in a geek out session with you. So, I'm excited about that. You'll be doing 90% of the talking in this video. But just to walk everybody else through, what we are going to do is we're going to go through more of the back end, how all four of these small business owners or independent TCs how they actually set up their A-frame from the back end templates section. So I'm going to quick show for those that are unfamiliar with how to access that. Basically, what you're going to do is top right-hand corner, you're just going to click on the admin section, and then you're going to have on the left-hand side, you're going to see team info, team members, billing, so on and so forth. We are going to focus today on templates, and our entire format for today is to go left to right. This is about a second grade level philosophy here. We're going to keep it really simple, which is this. We're going to go left, start with attachments, go to transaction dates, go to tasks, emails, letters, field definitions. Once we get into tasks, and I'm just going to use this as an example. Now, the demo that I'm using right now is not fully built out, so I wouldn't take any screenshots of this because this won't have a lot of purpose for most of you. But once we go left to right across the top here, some of our guests are going to go through tasks as example, or any of these, and then they're going to show you what their task list might look like, but then also go kind of left to right. How are they titling? Is there anything significant there? Do they apply it? Is there significance for them on applying sides? The due date formulas, who they assign it to, any of these categories. Some are going to hit some of these much harder than other of our guests. And that just is the point. How does everybody use and set this up to hopefully benefit their business model, and the systems? Remember, systems are not tools. Tools are not systems. You design your system, and this is just a tool to help implement the systems that you have designed that will help you run the business that you so desire. So with that said, I am going to stop screen sharing, and Allison, wherever you want to take us from here, I promised I would share one last thing. Once you get started, you're going to hit those 5 different categories going left to right. Those that would like to, let's just say, focus on tasks, if you go into the video description, we're going to have everything timestamped. So if you just want to focus on tasks for a little bit, you could go right into the description, see all 4 of the guests, and see the timestamp of when they actually get to tasks and just jump from one to the other. So other than that, it's your show, my friend.
Okay, perfect. Let's do it. Okay.
And while you're pulling this up, I am going to ask one question because I think it's relevant
Absolutely.
because it'll be a little different for everybody. How long have you been using A-Frame?
I have been using A-Frame for probably right around the year and a half mark right now.
Okay. Okay. So this is not a new program to you. You've got it well built out. Are there still quite a few things that you are working on refining, or generally speaking, you kind of have it where you want, and you're just kind of fine tuning it as you see fit?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I think A-Frame continues to make updates, which is great to make our businesses better. So there's always, Burton and the team, like always new things we can be refining and adding from that aspect.
Yep.
I will say there's always like annually or even sometimes things come up throughout the year of, just little changes to templates or things we could do better.
Sure.
2 things I haven't implemented really strongly, it would be like parent-child task.
Okay.
So I'm actually excited to hear if anyone else on the call talks about those. And then not really heavily in the field definitions, which is the last thing we'll cover today.
Okay.
But those are 2 things that I think we could implement further or kind of just re-strategize and look at too.
Perfect. I love knowing that. So parent-child tasks and field definitions is an area of interest for you as well as we go through the other videos. That's awesome.
Yeah. Okay. How's the screen share working?
Perfect. Perfect. So you're on attachments right now.
Yes, absolutely. And just a little bit more background because I think this is important as we describe how this is set up.
Hmm.
So, we are a relatively small team. So, it's myself as the owner and then 2 other TCs and a part-time admin. So, we also work all over the state of Texas, but only Texas specifically. So, maybe compared to some other people you'll see on this call, with larger teams or different states, that may be set up differently.
Yep.
But if you're someone watching who specializes in one state, or you're an individual or a small team, I think you may find value in this. Basically, just give some background on we keep things pretty simple is also my philosophy, and I'll kind of do that as I talk through each of these. But yes, how to take a scaling system from, whatever you're using to A-frame, but also maybe from yourself to a small team and things I've learned along the way there. But yes, that's the gist of it. So we are a 3 to 4 person team and we work in Texas, so one state.
Okay, perfect. That's really good information.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so starting on the attachments. So you'll see we have 3 attachment templates only, and this kind of mirrors our also our services and our task templates. So we have a task template for we have an attachment template for buyers, a new listing, and then once a listing goes under contract.
Okay.
And so my philosophy on all of this is if needed, the team can take these and personalize them. And you'll see this a lot as I go through. But I really want to have a plug and play, but also things can be personalized. So our whole team has real estate background and have been agents. So I think that's important too. So some of this stuff comes a little more intuitive to them just after years of experience working in Texas. So when I created these attachment templates, so my main focus, so I'll go into our buyer under contract template here. My main focus was really creating opportunity for organization versus focusing on every single paperwork item that might be needed throughout the transaction. And part of that is because so obviously every deal is different, right? So you'll see on here we have HOA, even though it may not require an HOA. Or, brokerages all require different compliance paperwork in terms of repensation, things like that. And so I wanted to focus on having folders set up so they had places to plug and play with their documents. That way it wasn't just one long list of documents stuck in there, but then they have the freedom to kind of name things however they want and customize this for the client they're working with, etc.
Okay.
So I wanted to focus on just having main paperworks that kind of have groups of where they can put stuff, and then a couple of the items we typically see on every single transaction. And that's something I've worked through as I've, created a team, was what are things I might think of are intuitive that a team needs to be reminded of, but also it's a fine line of making sure you're not overwhelming them with stuff that's not required. And then they're like, maybe reaching out to an agent or something, hey, I need this document because my A-frame says so when it's not applicable to the transaction.
Yep.
So that's something I still continue to refine is, how do we give them a good baseline so they don't miss things, so they can be easily organized, but also so they're not, and you'll see this on the dates I go into next too, that they're not asking for things or confused or thinking they're missing things just because they aren't applicable. So
Okay.
on this one, I basically focused on having these folders so that they could easily organize and add things as they wish, and then adding some key items as like examples of things that would go in these folders, and then having the slot for them to pull certain things in automatically just to help keep things organized.
Okay. So one thing I am going to ask is, so I do see some people using the folder system and some people it's just a list of documents. Okay. So one thing I'm noticing here is that you are getting real value from using folders. Next thing, if I kind of go left to right within this screen here, are you using a lot of what you're seeing is that just kind of presets of what A-Frame has set up, or have you customized the right-hand side of the screen with any of these features?
Yeah, the right-hand side is mostly the A-frame default.
Okay.
And then the one thing I'll say about the folders, one feature I like of A-frame is the ability to zip all the documents.
Yes.
We have some agents who want us to upload that somewhere or email it to them after the closing. And I think it's really valuable to have it folder separated. So when you zip it, it does still create the folders for them. And I think that just helps come across as more organized, and it's easier for them or us to access later. So that's kind of just like a bonus value to the folders that I found.
It is a bonus value, but I will say I think it's a great one. I love
Yeah.
that. I absolutely love that and agree with that 100%.
Perfect. But yeah, not too much customization over here besides the defaults. So like
Okay.
I've said, that's things I try to get more. Something, especially with the field definitions, I would like to grow and improve on.
Okay.
And then in terms of like sharing and things, we're really just keeping most of our stuff internal. We do have a couple agents who utilize the portal, I would
Okay.
say. And so we just make sure everything's accessible to them there. Um, I'll go into the listing template just because it's a little more not once again, it's a pretty baseline of documents, but this is just taking things that we have seen over and over time that are applicable, most likely to be required for compliance, kind of bare minimum, and things that the team can kind of track. So these, and then you'll see on the dates too, we keep those pretty simple. Like I said, we work in one state and so we really try to focus on just keeping it simple and then adding as we go. But yeah, the folders is probably the biggest thing I've implemented there. And then having I'm not sure what the word is when you have like the preset file for it to go into. But I like that too, just in terms of, making sure our baseline's covered and keeping things organized. Because you will notice they pop up as orange in the transaction or in the file section if nothing is there. So that's kind of an easy way to glance at some of these main required items and see what's missing too.
I love that. So one other thing I'm noticing that just didn't get mentioned out loud, so I'll just say it, is some people are going to be setting up their A-frame and setting up all their templates, attachments, transactions, so on, and dates, tasks, and everything based on obviously what levels of service they provide. So what I'm seeing in here is you actually are providing more than just contract post-close. You're actually also providing listing services as well.
Yes, that's correct. So we
Okay.
have three main services, buyer or contract to close on both sides of the transaction. So buyer side and seller side,
Yep.
which would pull up for those two templates for under
Yep.
contract. And
Okay.
then we do have a pre-listing service. That would be our new listing. Our last service is compliance. So this service is just paperwork management. We don't communicate with any third parties to the transaction or anything like that. So it's for agents or brokerages or people who just looking for help with the paperwork organization.
Okay.
And you'll see that maybe a little later on in the task, but for the attachments, it's typically the same documents. So we don't feel like we need a different template for that. But yeah, so these essentially cover our services.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll move on to dates unless there's anything else to discuss
No,
on this.
that's great.
Perfect. Okay, and same thing on this. We actually only have one template, which is
Mhm.
for our contract dates. So on the listing agreement, one thing I like about A-frame is not one thing I said, there's lots of things I'm on this call, right? But there is the section at the top where you put in your listing date,
Mhm.
expiration date, effective date, on market date. So that's all really already covered, I've found. There's not, at least in Texas, any other really key dates on our listing documents that we would need. So we really just focus on the under contract. And so this is same for both sides, but you might see a little bit more when I get into the task too.
Okay.
So once again, keeping it pretty simple. But this is something I actually have elaborated on. So when I first started and you're working independently or even first starting the team, I had just the absolute bare bones, like earnest money due, closing date, inspection period, like, really
Yep.
the basics. And then I would kind of go through and review the documents and add extras. And that's, it was intuitive for me. That was my process. But when you start to scale, I would maybe not have someone miss something, but I learned from conversations of, mentoring people, having the team, that they'd rather have more options and just
Mhm.
omit it
Yep.
at a key date than to potentially miss something. So this actually encompasses almost all of the key dates that could come up for us here in Texas.
Yep.
There are occasionally very rarely used addendums or a really unique situation that may come up. And in that case, I'm okay to manually add because that could be something that just gets confusing. But even small things like the seller's disclosure notice, that's something we typically see already provided, but there's a handful of contracts where there is a deadline for that. And so that's an example of something I've added that just to make sure it's not being missed. And I like the omit feature of A-frame instead of just deleting it or checking it off because checking it off, that means did it happen, but omitting it clearly shows like this is a cash contract. There's no third-party financing deadline. And then in terms of the date calculator, I think is the right term.
Yep.
I love the date calculator. So almost all of these are set up off date calculators, but then there's a couple that are manual dates. And that's purely just based off how the contract's written, because there will be not a number of days, it's a date on the form. And so you just plug and play there. The rest of them, if it is set up as so many days past XYZ date, then we have it in there that way.
Okay.
And one thing I will do and there may be a solution to this, when I go through each deal, let's say the HOA deadline, when I'm creating the date, I will input the number of dates from the effective date, and then I will also put a note next to the name of the task that states who's responsible. And you'll kind of see that on my task template as well, but I like to do it on my key dates. And the reason for that is purely for doing a quick glance of, okay, my Google Calendar. So the first thing I check every morning is my Google Calendar. So I have it fully integrated with the key dates for all the transactions. We also have several agents who like us to share the calendar invites with them from AFRAME. And I think it makes it really easy to, especially them, they're out on the go. It says HOA due today. They might panic, but if we're not the responsible party, it's less of a freak out and more of a, okay, let's make sure we got that in.
Yeah.
So that's kind of just a practical version of how I'm actually using it. But yes, so we will set up any dates we can based off their key date. So effective date is typically most common for the transaction deadlines. And anything that can be anything that's always the same, we also have pre-set up. So for example, our earnest and option money always do 3 days after effective date. So I'm able to have that pre-populated. And same with our title commitment. But everything else is typically a plug and play as it goes. And then if anything does have a time deadline, I absolutely love that feature as well. So you can have that on there too.
Yeah. Now, something I will mention for those that are watching and just loving the way that she sets these all up. So I look at all the people that we're interviewing and they're showing theirs, and some of them are just so ridiculously elaborate, and some of them really like to keep it as simple as possible. And then there's some that are like, what's a happy medium? So what I might see on something like this, where I love the simplicity of this, they also are doing 2 additional things that I would see in here. I'm noticing that most of your dates, if they are calculated using by the way, AFRAME's just got an awesome calendar calculator, or however
Oh,
you.
totally.
It's
Yes, love
awesome. I
it.
absolutely love it. I think it's so effective and so easy to use. I notice a lot of yours, if they are being calculated a certain number of days or a certain number of days after the effective date. The other one that I'm also seeing very common is number of days prior to closing. So you can, when you go into the calculator, plus number of days from something is, say, 20 days after effective date. Minus number of days, I could go closing and go minus 5 days, that type of thing. So that calculator would work both directions. So that's one thing I would point out. The second thing is that I am seeing more and more people do, such as, and I'll just use one of them here. Let's just say an earnest money. On earnest money, a lot of people then will, I love that she had said that you can kind of customize these titles. So say it says earnest money and option money due. So they may have that dash, and then what they're doing is putting a little cheat in there for their team members, is it might say PA 1_37, which just tells their team members, where would you find this date? So that date would be on the purchase agreement, page 1, line 36 or 37 or whatever it is. So it's just amazing how you can customize these things to this level. Love what you've done here. It's good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you. And I totally agree. There's just more even ways you can customize and take it. And the team, what's something else just about any of these templates, whether it's the attachments, the tasks, the emails, it's so easy in A-Frame to copy them and
Yes.
then make changes. And so having a team being able to be like, this is all we provide you as a baseline, and
Yep.
then feel free to take this and customize it to your liking. That's just way easier than them having to start from scratch or something like that. So they can totally just copy and paste what we already have set up in here, or they can customize it. And then just to talk on the right side of the screen a little bit more.
Yeah.
So we do use these field definitions frequently in our email templates. So these are ones that are pretty much auto-populated by AFRAME, but then we integrate them into our email templates. So one thing we do whenever we have a deadline is we do send out reminders. So first thing that morning at 9 a.m. or whatever, the agent will get an email that just says what the reminder is manually from us. And I know there's some ways to do some auto like text and reminders in A-frame too. This is like one of my old habits that dies hard. I've looked into that too. But it's nice to be able to plug and play. Like this morning, I was scheduling a closing, just putting the closing date, field definition in my emails, time like that. And then we do mostly calendar days just because that's how our contract reads. But I do love all the options in A-frame. So for example, this is always going to be next business day. So it's calendar day, next business, but you do have the option for business days and everything like that. So really just depending on how your documents are written and your deadlines work, there's a lot of flexibility there as well.
Perfect.
Mhm.
Nope, that's excellent. Excellent.
Okay, great. And then, like I said, we haven't utilized too much of these other items. And so I'm going to probably go ahead and jump into the task, which is probably going to be the next two, probably to be the meatiest of ours. Okay, great. So similar to how our attachment template was set up, we have 4 base templates for the team to use, and anything on top of that is customized.
Okay.
So we have a buyer under contract task template, a compliance only task template, listing coordination, and seller under contract.
Okay.
So all of these are built out. They're still built out pretty thorough, but they are basic in the ways that they are not customized to an agent or a brokerage or a team. And then anything on top of that is copied essentially from this and edited. So, sometimes be small things we take away, but typically it's normally adding or just tweaking the task, adding notes, things like that. So you'll see I have my 4 core up here. And then like for me personally down here, I have a folder that has all of our different clients, teams, brokerages, and any templates that are unique to them. Yeah, so this is really where most of our customization comes in.
Okay.
And then one other thing we've started implementing in the past year, some like contact-based templates, which I love. And so we have a new lead follow-up template that we can apply to a contact once we get them in our system. And within that, we have some email templates or manual touches and things like that. So that's something I'd like to move more over. And I think I may have talked about this in another call, but like our onboarding for our clients, that could easily be another task template example. But yeah, so I have it organized just in terms of this is the base up here for the team to reference. And then I have all of my specific ones. And so most of these are client specific, but I also have ones just for myself. So if a client doesn't have a specific template, I still have my own version of template, which I put my initials by just because things I do differently than the base of our team or things I do as the owner. But so that's how we have our core set up is let's have the 4 basic templates and then everything on that's customized. And there's a lot of customization, but a lot of it's minor, right? One task is tweaked, one task is added, one task is taken away. Notes are added as reminders. This is this agent's compliance system started in, things like that. This is their, splits or, there's different things that you may have noted there. So a lot of the customization, and that's actually one of our like motto is, we want to fit into how they work. We don't want to add extra work for ourselves, but we want to make sure we're not going to deny a request that's really simple or, how we could just change an email template if they like we're very open on that kind of stuff. So that's why there's probably a lot of customization. Maybe it looks like a lot, I guess, when I'm scrolling. So
yeah. And I will say, I think that this page is going to speak to a lot of people because there's definitely different business models. One business model being where everything is the same from customer to customer to customer. And that is one of their value propositions that they've really just dialed their systems in. If you're looking for customization, that's not our business model. We're just may not be the right team. And then it's their job to convince them why their business model still could make sense to them. versus someone like yourself, you are willing to be a little bit more open, a little more customization, and a little bit more boutique. And this is one way that you could do that. You're setting up, at least the way I'm seeing that, you're setting up your 4 base templates as you onboard a new client, determining what may need to be customized. And then you're using those base templates to go ahead and create what we're seeing down below. I think it's fantastic.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, every one of these is copied from one of the base. We never start one from scratch.
Okay.
And so that's what's nice of having the core templates built out. It's really quick and easy to customize if you need to. And I think you bring up a great point of, this is even if you have no customization offered to the client, you can still copy and make little notes for yourself, internal things, So maybe your service isn't customized, but do we need to remember that this agent uses this system or that this agent has XYZ? Like you can still keep things internally customized, which is really nice. So in terms of how the templates are set up, I'll go into our first one here.
Go for it.
Alrighty, so this is our base buyer under contract template. And the way I set up the templates, which I think if you're inputting from a previous spreadsheet or task list, is going to most likely end up being relatively chronological in terms of events of the transaction. So that's how these are set up. And let's see, just scroll. So yeah, basically we set it up chronologically. And then anything that can, just looking at the first task here, anything that can have an email template tied to it, that is something we want to. And there's a couple things where there might be a different version of an email template. And in that case, we leave it blank. So like for sellers, there's 2 different versions of our under contract template, depending on next steps they need to take. Some sellers did everything pre-listing because they're working with the TC, some of them, we got a lot of work to do within the next couple days. And so that's something I would like to see if I could narrow down to have into one, because I have had feedback from team members before of it's confusing if there's not an email template. And love the simplicity of just, the task will have the email pop up next to it and you can just click on it, open it, and it'll auto-populate and be good to go. You can still add a blank email, but I found it's much easier for them and myself when it auto-populates. So in terms of task naming, so most of our tasks are named like pretty simple. If there's a note that needs to be applied, we will add it. And maybe I'll go into a custom template next, or at least my personal one, because that may be just a little more detailed. But so anything that is going to be pulled in with an email template, we're going to add, and we're going to name the task, however applicable. In terms of due date, so I do a lot of business days because our model, we work Monday to Friday. And so I will do a lot of business days or end on next business days because most of these are not contract deadlines. Like on the contract deadlines, we have a lot of calendar dates, but on this, I don't want to have a bunch of stuff that lands on Saturday and Sunday, and then I have to do it all on Monday or look ahead on Friday. And a long time ago, I've worked in different systems that, maybe I couldn't do business days. And then that has, made a big improvement because sometimes I would come in on Monday and not realize I missed a bunch of stuff on Saturday and Sunday. And now you've got 150, 200 tasks to do that you weren't prepared for.
Yeah.
And so I think this just really helps. I still do always go through at the end of the week and look ahead to make sure there is nothing that accidentally fell on a Saturday, Sunday, and I'll move it accordingly. But then we base this off whatever key date is applicable. So this is where we see some more differentiators here. So based off the effective date. And so a good example on this is just sending out that intro. If something executes on Saturday, I don't want it to tell me all my tasks are automatically overdue because I should have sent the email out on Saturday. So that's why we'll just do 0, but a business day and skipping the federal holiday too.
Perfect.
So a lot of these will be calendar in on next business or just business. Or for example, this one is going to be calendar days, should probably be end on next business. And then we work through a lot of the effective date, which is going to be that positive number in a date formula. But like you mentioned, we also do a lot of negatives. So once we start to get closer to closing, that's when we're going to see more of those negative pre-closing tasks come in.
Perfect.
So for example, we just send out a generic status check email to all the parties, just to kind of get any feedback that may be outstanding. And we do that 10 calendar days before the business day or before the closing date.
Excellent.
And so as we get down here, we start to see a lot more of those pre-closing tasks. And then I will say just other miscellaneous tasks that, so for example, an HOA we may have a specific date for that, but I may want to follow up before. So this is something where I could edit this to show, minus 2 days before the HOA deadline instead of 14 days after the effective date, if that's applicable. So that would be like an improvement on this template. But most things on here are based off effective date or closing date or the option period. So in Texas, basically slow, and then everything happens like within 1 to 2 days after the option period, typically once we know we're moving forward. So that's how we base off all of our dates, and then just making sure we're applying the task template or the email template as well. And something I mentioned is the dates on the deadlines. I also still add all of these as actual task. I know one thing about AFRAME that would make this easier for me is how you do get to check them off on the side of the transaction so I could see. But this is another like old habit that dies hard, is having the deadlines as actual tasks so I see them. And this is something where we have to update it at the time of contract pre-written in. And this is basically to say who's responsible, or any other notes that need to be added to the task name. And there's a lot of features of adding notes. So you'll see here, like to change the status in AFRAME once we're complete to close. And then there's a note that we want to update the coordinator payout on the commission page to make sure that's update and accurate. And so I will add notes like that for anything that's additional context, but something where I want to be able to do quick glance, that's in how we're actually naming the task itself.
Okay, so I do have a question.
Yeah, I know that was probably a lot.
And you can stay right on that view right there. So most of yours, I think all that I saw other than one, they're all listed as being assigned to the TC Assistant 1 and no color. Now you have one that's assigned to you with a color. So I know that different teams will do that, such as myself, my team members, my TCs do not handle invoicing clients. We do not, based on the different states that we work, we're not getting it on the settlement and all this other kind of stuff. It's not going to happen. So we work directly with our client. So I do all the invoicing. So one of the tasks towards the end, once it has been confirmed closed, I have a task that's assigned to me confirming that it is closed and I can invoice them. So what are you using that for, that you've got TC is assigned to everything, but then there's one task that's assigned to you and it's a color. So what's your thought process on that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's very aligned with what you just said. So we
Okay.
handle all the payments as well in terms of collecting and paying out. So this is on the one that the team can use. So there's just the one task assigned to myself, and I'll go into my own next to give some more context. But
Okay.
it's basically to confirm that our payment was received. So we
Okay.
receive a lot of payments by wire, so that's why it states that. And it's blue because so the team doesn't need to be involved in that. I want it to be on each transaction so that I'm getting a notification to check on it and we're keeping on top of all of that. The team. Yeah, so they don't have anything involved in the payment. So for us, it's just
Okay.
following up that the payment was confirmed. And I have it blue. So I love color coding, but
Yep.
not pre-color coding. So I've always used color coding mostly for sense of urgency. So yeah, I think you said earlier we're doing like second grade level work left to right. I'm
Yep.
second grade level red and yellow. Okay, red has to be done immediately.
Okay.
Yellow is relatively important. Blue is an admin style task. So either it's something that the part-time admin's going to handle or that I need to handle as an administrative business owner task. And so this falls into that for me is blue. So this is easy for me to see something like this when I'm checking on it, but also sometimes there are blue things that could kind of fall to the bottom of the list because they're administrative. So if you don't have time to get something done that day, it's easier for me to time block a separate time to get those things done. So yeah, really, I mainly use red, yellow, and blue. And I use it per deal or per task. So it's kind of something I'm updating as I go along because every single deal is different. There's sometimes where something completely random is urgent on a deal. There's sometimes where something that's typically urgent isn't urgent at all. And so I really like to be able to do that just on my daily focus tab and filter. So like before we got on this call this morning, I was like, let me check on all my reds. That's the one thing I want to make sure is done first in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I really do that on a per transaction, per task basis. But the one exception is these admin style tasks, which are blue. And on the team one, it's assigned to myself.
Okay, so then I'm just going to go up one task from your blue, and it's the only one that I see where you actually have the little money bag assigned. So can you explain to people what that's all about?
Yeah, absolutely. So the money bag is prospecting. Oh, well, now I took it off. Okay, there we go. The money bag stands for a prospecting task.
Okay.
There's lots of options on how you can get, you can do include in calendar feed, milestone tasks. There's so much customization.
Yep.
But it means prospecting task. And so for us, this is going to be a post-closing marketing task that we do at the end of the transaction. And it already has the email template attached, which is to start marketing ourselves to the co-agent. So yeah, that's the only one on there that's going to be categorized as, not a transaction task, but prospecting.
Yeah. And I wanted to bring that up because I think that one of the other values is people seeing that when people are building out their task lists, you've mentioned two things that I wouldn't say are just givens for everybody. So I think it brings value. Number one, there are more than just transaction-based task lists. We can also do contact-based task lists, which is huge for me. But another one is you actually can integrate your lead generation process and system into your actual task list as well from contract to post close. So that would just be one example that I just wanted to point out to people is that's one area that you can obviously customize your systems and your processes for growing your business as well. So, okay.
Yeah, totally. And like I said, I think just having a couple items on the task list, we don't want to drag down transaction task with too much. At least that would be my opinion. But
Mhm.
having something, we don't have to remember to separately do something after the transaction. It's just already in there to at least send that initial email. And then for me to be able to track the payments as the
Yep.
business owner. So
Perfect. Perfect. So that was what your buy side list?
yes. And
Yes.
so I can go into seller, but I'll go into my own template here just so you can kind of see some of my customization. Alrighty, so a couple reasons I have my own template versus the team.
Hmm.
So you'll see there's going to be a couple potentially more blues on here, not
Yep.
very many, but this is something that I may outsource to the team or an admin. So example, starting a transaction. So the very creating of a transaction, initially uploading documents, stuff like that, that may be something that a team member is helping me with on my
Sure.
deals. And so that's also how I can outsource by blue. So if my admin logs in, they're looking for blue task assigned to myself and seeing what can be done. So that was actually really why we started color coordinating, was so that they could, if they need to, log into my account and check on the blue task or log in and see what's blue and assigned to myself. So that's just kind of a small thing. I think there might be a few more things on the pre-list side. Um, Also something I do as the owner. So obviously, once again, confirming about the payment, which is assigned to myself,
Hmm.
and then also just assigned to me as the current user or the admin, is to like connect with our third-party vendors on LinkedIn or socials after the closing. So that's another kind of prospecting task. So I could update that to look like prospecting as well. But those are kind of things that basically could be done by myself or done by the admins, just a couple little more on this. And then like we have a message that we like to include. So that's like in the notes here. So it can just be like copy and pasted
Okay.
like that for them to make it simple. So that's just a couple more customizations I have on there. Also, we talked about this prospecting email earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I've created one for the team that's really easy for them to plug and play, advertise that they're part of the team, but then I have a separate one for myself. So if I'm connecting, it says more like reach out to us, here's to connect with our team, I'm the owner of the company, etc. So that's just like some small ways that I have some customization on there.
Mm-hmm.
But most of it is typically going to be pretty similar for like my base template. But that's a couple small ways that I've just taken. Okay, this is still our base template. So if I bring on a new client, I'm copying this template and then customizing it to them.
Okay, that makes total sense.
Mhm. Okay, let's see if there's anything else on here. Mhm.
So I
Hold
am
on.
going to ask at least a quick view of, because I don't know that everybody even knows what a contact task list is.
Yeah,
I
for
notice you have
sure.
one down at the bottom. Could I ask you just to take a look at that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is our new lead follow-up template. And
Okay.
this is a very specific template that we made because this is, I've had a good conversation with someone. So this is not just someone who fills out the form online and never to be heard from again, right?
Yep.
This is someone that we've at least had a conversation with,
Yep.
or they've, said they want to move forward, and we're really just focusing on following up. You'll also see that these are green. So this is one thing where blues and greens may be done at the same time, and they're all marked as prospecting task.
There you go.
And what people might not understand about contact task is you can apply this to a contact.
Yep.
So you are able to, I input a new lead in the system as a contact, and then I can apply this task template for them that is going to automatically tell me what to do. So I like keeping these a little more manual than a typical email drip or something like that, since we've had a positive conversation with this person. So we will have a 1 week follow-up email,
Yep.
2 week to a reminder to call the person personally,
Yep.
and then we have a 6 week email and a 10 week email. And those are all reflected on the due dates from the template start date. So if I had a good conversation with someone and they said they follow up in 2 days and I still haven't heard anything, then maybe I'll add them on this follow-up template and then it'll pull off those dates. And those are just on there that way. And then if there's an email associated, they are all tied to it.
Perfect. So I
Mhm.
think two things that you said there that may be new information to some people, or they just assume that because I've had this conversation with people before, or TCs before, is they really are assuming when they are doing lead generation that the goal is to set up as for their lead generation and their email follow-ups. It's all based on automation and drip campaigns. And you said something that I resonate with. I am much less about automation and drip campaigns when it comes to lead generation. It's about providing freakish levels of value before they become customers and developing real relationships. And I very much agree with you. I do that very manually. I'm not looking to contact 1,000 people and hopefully three of them choose to work with me. I'd rather talk to four people and have great conversations and have three people work with me. I'm not looking to just automate everything. So, and I think that's a new concept for some people. We just got into a conversation in a recent TC group where it was almost asinine to think that you would actually do anything manually for lead generation. They wanted to automate all of it. And I just come from a different school, and both ways can be successful. But I did want to point that out that you said that kind of in passing, but I think that that's a real concept. And if that's your concept, either way, you would set your tools up differently. So I just thought
Totally.
I'd mention that because you brought it up there.
Yeah, and I think a mix ideally for us works well. But sometimes at the end of the day, it's a relationship, it's a partnership. You're trying to build
Yep.
trust. I think
Yep.
people having four good conversations turns into better clients than three people who randomly responded to your email.
Yeah.
And so, but figuring out a way to systemize it. So I don't have to remember or do anything like that. It's automatically going to pop up for me in AFRAME that I need to call this person today or manually send this email. And while we have base email templates for these, it also gives you an opportunity by doing it manually to be like, hey, I had a great conversation talking about this, to make some tweaks before you send it. So
100%. 100%. So thank you so much for showing us what you got there.
yeah, absolutely. Okay, should we go on to some of the email templates?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, perfect. So email templates, I think this is the A-frame automated. But email templates we have categorized kind of similarly to how we've done everything else. So I think that's kind of a theme is, simplicity, straightforward, plug and play for the team, but also, just organized the same way so it's clear. So
Yep. Yep.
we've
Love
just
that.
divided into a couple main categories. So we have buyer-specific templates, seller-specific templates. We have miscellaneous templates. I have my own client templates that are customized, and then like this example of a team members templates.
Okay.
So start here. So basically, and I like that you can see all the different task templates this is tied into as well. I tried to make a copy of one the other day, and then I realized I have to update all the task templates, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do that later. But we basically, anything that is really streamlined, we will put into the buyer and seller templates. So we have base templates of, introducing ourselves to all the parties. We have base templates of post-closing, generic, home warranty, preparing for closing, and then we specify some things by, like possession, utilities, reminders, things like that. So a lot of these, once again, are base so that then they can be created more or copied and elaborated on for team members. So that is the example of the base. I try to keep the names pretty straightforward, except just like when we're being clear about like the possession of the property or something like that.
Okay.
And then obviously within our email templates, we're using as many of the field definition merge fields as possible. This was, I mean, when I first started doing this in 2020, I
Mhm.
didn't have anything like this, and I was manually typing every single detail into the email. I had like the template, but no merge fields.
Yep.
And this is what it used to take me about an hour to process a new contract. And as soon as I got merge fields, I cut it down to like 30 minutes. And then now if I'm on a roll, like 20 minutes to, input to get everything sent out. So I always tell people that they might underestimate the value of a merge field, but it
Yep.
literally cut my processing time for a new contract in half. Like that's what it can do for you.
And I think that's an important thing for people to hear. How long is it taking you on average to process a file from start to finish? And you're talking what, average 20 to 30 minutes, depending?
Yeah, so from it gets into my email inbox or the intake form
Yep.
to I've got it set up and I've got emails out to everyone. I've done all my initial steps for everyone else to start moving forward. Yeah, I would say between 20 and 30 minutes.
Okay, perfect.
Mhm.
Perfect. Okay. So if you scroll down in the actual template, um, you're showing the information that you want to make available. You're using the merge fields or the codes there. But you also, which I don't know that everybody is doing as well, is you're also using it for your subject line as well.
Yes, absolutely. So for the people, the participants to
Hmm.
auto-populate, and then also for the subject line, just another time saver. But yeah,
Yep.
I
Yep.
that's huge. And then I love the just the transaction participants and users. And if
Hmm.
you haven't done anything, I encourage you to send at least a test email out and see how that looks.
Yes.
Because all you have to do is put that one merge field and then A-frame populates all the information really nicely. And I've actually gotten positive feedback from someone before, like replying to my email and being like, I love how you included everyone's contact information. So that's a really easy way to incorporate that as well.
Okay, fantastic.
Mhm.
Just the way part of how you're setting all of this stuff up, a lot of it is based on just how you're thinking and what's allowed in your area and things like that. So I just kind of wanted to have you speak through that just a little bit so they could see that your mindset aligns with the way that you have your templates set up.
Totally. And just a couple more things to touch on. So under
Hmm.
this miscellaneous category, you'll also see we have some contact-based email templates. So these are going to pull in those ones from what we did earlier on that contact task template so that you have access to those here. And you
Okay.
can see they're differentiated by the person versus the home. And then we have a referral program or an introduction to a new lead. So, like you said, pulling in more things that you're doing into this tool. And then For the team, they have a post-closing invoice email that they send me, and that's how I know to, or our admin email, they know how to process that. We have options for them to request a review from their agent. We have the post-closing marketing email, and then we have a couple miscellaneous that apply to buyer or seller. And so that's something I was actually going through. Maybe I'd make copies of those and just have those within the buyer and seller folders, but within working the transactions, it hasn't really come up. Not that many people come here and look at my organization besides myself. But so those are kind of some examples of miscellaneous emails. And then for myself personally, I will take, like, I have my own version of the marketing email. I will also take anything that the client, needs to specify based off something from over here. So we have like a review email. If you want a specific link in there, that's something where it's really easy for me to customize for them, but not add an extra step to my checklist. So that's kind of what we try to focus on, is customizing, but consolidating. So we're not doing a bunch of extra work for everyone, but we're making sure what we're doing works with how they like to work in their systems.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then I know we're getting towards the end of our time together. As I mentioned, field definitions is something I would like to continue to improve on, just because I think I preach so much about, the merge fields and the codes and all of that. So most of ours are still mostly relative to the default.
Yep.
I think there's definitely some things that we could go in and add here. I love just on the contract, all the options that are already added, and how you can use those and customize your templates. So I think there's some really great things there. So I'd say one thing for us in Texas, you submit, it's two different payments due up front, but you can submit them as one lump sum.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure there's a way we could integrate that more instead of, in a better way, instead of, like, I guess we myself do some math, but yeah, making that a little more automated is something I've been looking for. But all of our email templates are pretty well rounded with the merge codes. But that's something I would like to look into more, is just the different field definitions that are available within the contract page for everyone to be able to access.
So one area that I'll just mention, for example, based on this page, is for people that are unfamiliar with it, where would you customize this? So one area on ours that we have customized in Florida, I'll just say the last 3 transactions that we've done, I think the least expensive property is, I don't know, close to 700,000, but most of them are well over $1 million. And with that, it's pretty common in that price range that we will not have one earnest money, but we will have multiple earnest money. So what we've done is we've customized that and added another field. So there's earnest money, and then there's second earnest money. And so that we have multiple fields just because it's that common. So that might be just one example of how you kind of customize these things, or why you might customize these types of things. So just for those that are looking for an example.
Totally.
Excellent. Excellent. Okay, so we are definitely running towards the end of our time. I love that you went from left to right. I am going to ask a couple little follow-up questions that don't deal with any of this left to right. It's just more general purpose.
Okay.
When you got into A-frame, I would assume, and if I'm assuming wrong, just flat out correct me on this, but I would assume you didn't just jump into A-frame and start building things out. You really had, before you even walk into A-frame, you knew what your systems were, what your processes were, how you wanted your workflow to work. And then it was more about using A-frame to implement the system that you had designed. Now, if that's wrong, you can definitely let me know. But moving from whatever your system or thought process and flow was into A-frame, if you look at all of these attachments, which one was the biggest commitment for you, took you the longest time to build out and get it to where you wanted it to be?
Ooh, I would say probably between the emails and the task.
Okay.
I would say we moved almost everything over from stuff we had existing. So in that way, it wasn't too much of a time commitment. But applying all the email templates, adding all the merge fields into the emails, then seeing what new things A-frame offers, because there were, different merge fields than maybe systems we'd used in the past. So making sure we're using it to the best of our ability, and that's something that continues to evolve. But It does take a little bit of time, but maybe someone take from me, set up your 3 to 4 core task templates
Yep.
and then make sure those look really good. That's not too much of a time commitment. And then from there, you can just copy and tweak and everything like that. But that was just a little bit of a change. We obviously had how we've done it before,
Yep.
some improvements we wanted to make, but then also making sure we're utilizing A-Frame, like any extra tools they have, some really great things they have in there. So that took a little time just to make sure we're refining it to
Yep.
how we like to work, but also what's available.
Okay, so I'm going to ask your opinion on this next one, because there's probably multiple ways to approach this. Is if you were, and I apologize to anybody who is brand new TC and this is their first tool that they've ever used. So right now I'm more addressing someone who has been in the business for a couple of years, already has their systems processes in another tool. I don't care if it's spreadsheets, I don't care if it's another transaction management tool, and they're moving over to A-Frame. If they were going to move over, would you recommend that instead of moving everything over, one big, huge workload, that you do what you did from, and I don't know that this was your process, but that you use your 4 base models and run a month, 2 months of transactions based on that before adding all the other custom ones in there, just so that you can get to know the tool, get to know, how to best set it up so that you're not bringing so much stuff over and realize that it was not set up properly because you didn't know the system well enough? Or what would you say is a good transition, a way to transition into a new tool such as this?
Yeah, I would totally recommend probably about exactly what you just mentioned. And the reason for that
Good, because I
is
just made that up. So go ahead and tell me
great,
what
we're
you're
doing great.
thinking.
Um, the reasoning for that is that there's a lot of things you may notice as you work through these task templates where I need to reapply an email template, or if you
Mhm.
tweak an email template, make a new version, adding it to the task, changing the dates on the task, maybe some color coding.
Yep.
The copies are great, but once the copies are done, they're done from the original template. So if you set up your templates and then make 50 copies, like I probably have almost 50 different task templates,
Yep.
I would have to go back and edit all of those to
Yes.
my, unless Burton or someone wants to do it that for us. But so I would work through, a month or maybe a set number of transactions on
Yep.
different sides, things like that. Make sure you use all of them. Then make sure you feel pretty confident in your base templates so that if you do start copying and customizing, you don't have to go back and change all of those because that kind of becomes more of a time commitment. Even just like one little tweak. Like I remember when I started adding the payments in, going through and
Mhm.
adding that to like all of the templates was a
Yep.
little bit time consuming. Whereas if that's something I had noticed as a bottleneck earlier, I could have done it to the base and then anything on there. So yeah, I definitely think that's a great model as long as it's, obviously encompassing the majority of your services and what clients need and everything like that. But yeah, I think that would be good because you want to make sure those bases on all of these are strong so that if you do customize, you're not having to edit a ton later.
Okay. So I'm going to give one more scenario like that. And I'm okay
Okay.
if you go, yep, disagree, or, and I would handle it a different way, or, yeah, maybe that would work. Is because I have seen this, is you have a team that has multiple team members. Okay. So you've got 2 or 3 team members. So whether it's 2 or 3, or it's 8 to 12 or 12 to 18, I mean, I work with a lot of different size teams here, is with that, what I've also seen some people do is not only just bring over their base, but they've only had that one person out of 12 or out of 3 or out of 4 run their actual transactions for 30, 60, or 90 days in the tool. So you've got one person who's doing fairly high volume, covers all the different services, or if it's got 12 people in it, it's only being used by 1, 2, or 3 people to work that out rather than opening it up to the whole team right away. What is your thought process? Or actually, what did you actually do? I don't know if you had a team of 2 or 3 a year and a half ago when you jumped into this, but what would you recommend on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we had just started the team, but my actually reason to transition to A-Frame was because I wanted to be completely set up as much as possible in a system that then I felt confident to train the team on. I wanted it to be ready to go for them. And that may be different. If you already have a team in your transitioning systems, then that's a different kind of workflow you're going to think of. But I had not, we had just started other training, onboarding, things like that while I was doing all this in the background because
Yeah.
I wanted a system that was team friendly and I thought it'd be much more more difficult to move a whole team versus moving just yourself, which is also difficult. So I want it to be as set up as possible. So I think that's great. I would say another suggestion, depending on the size of your team or even an individual, maybe move over one of your top producing agents or teams. Maybe
Yeah.
start working through with just one client or group or brokerage that uses a lot of the services or does a high volume. Because when I transitioned, there was time when I was still doing some files over here and some files over here.
Yeah.
And that kind of definitely helps you learn. But especially if it's just one client, I just have to log in and do that this day, or one team member. So I think that's a great place to start because, even me going through all the templates, there's going to be some kinks that I don't really realize need to be worked out.
Yeah.
And so I think having someone else do it, or if you're individual or small, maybe just bringing over one or two high producers, and that way you're able to see how it works quickly as well. So yeah, I think those are great ideas. For me, it was more let me get to know as much as possible, set it up as best as possible, and then I'll do tweaks on the back end for them. But I wanted to be able to, train them and speak on how it worked. So that was how I did it.
Perfect. Thank you for geeking out with us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. I
Truly
hope.
appreciate it. And I know both you and I are excited to watch the other three videos as well, because we all learn from each other. So thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, everybody, have a great day. Know and remember that you can go right down to the description and everything will be time-stamped and you can jump from speaker to speaker or even specific speaker topics like task lists or email templates. And you can timestamp those and just jump wherever you need to go to get the value that you need. Have an awesome day, everyone. Thanks. Take care. All right, good day, my friends. We are going to have an amazing conversation with an amazing small business owner today. You'll have already heard our introduction that we've done and everything, so we're not going to dive back into that. But I did ask a little favor. We are going to go through, just as we are with all of our panelists. They are going to share with us the template section from left to right, go through what they do for attachments, what the transaction dates, tasks, emails, fields, definitions look like. But there are multiple people on this call that also use ZAPIER to go ahead and integrate some other tools that actually inform what goes into AFRAME. And so this happens to be one of our guests that loves to geek out with a little ZAPIER. So I'm just going to ask you this. I don't care if it's 1 to 3 minutes, if it's 3 to 5 minutes, but give me your thought process on what are you using and how does that possibly inform the way you want to think about how you're setting up any of these templates. And first of all, thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you for having me, for the invite.
100%. It's not your first video with us.
No?
Hopefully it won't be the last, but geek out with me a little bit. Talk to me about what we just mentioned here.
Sure. So I think using forms to help kickstart or inform members of a team, or even just do some of that back end operations, that's one of those monotonous tasks to go from copy paste from a contract or something that you see on the contract to putting it in 2, 3, 4, maybe 5 different places. However you're in business, that's up to you, obviously. I wanted to spend as little time as possible doing the copy paste to 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on places. So my team, Miranda Co., we actually use JotForm. So we do have a system where if an agent would like to get a new listing started with us, that pre-MLS form, they fill out that form. And then through JotForm, we have ZAPIER set up then to where each member of the team is notified of that form being filled out. Their respective tasks are then sent to them via email. Filling out that form, ZAPIER then sets up that whole listing in our A-frame. Obviously, there's some things that we have to go in and manually add, manually edit, but for the most part, we have going from a form, whether it's a new listing or a new contract, ZAPIER sets up our entire transaction, creates the contact for the buyer and or seller when that information is provided. It will pull in the correct attachments, basically using the true false coding. So we'll pull in the attachment template folders. We'll pull in the correct dates. There's still a little bug on that one, but we're trying to pull in the correct pre-listing and or under contract dates.
Okay.
Pulls in our intake task forms. So under tasks, obviously we have our intake. That's the first one that comes in. It's just our back end. How are we intaking, processing based off of the form, what's already been completed in A-frame, and the other additional information we need to add. And then many of the field definitions are actually set up, pre-filled, pulled from a variety of different jot form fields that are filled out. So we probably went from, just because I'm a data nerd, like you mentioned, and
Oh,
we do geek out on this stuff quite a bit together. I went from spending about 30 to maybe 40 minutes processing a file, between getting the documents, reviewing everything, getting it into A-frame, double checking things. We've gone from about 30 to 40 minutes to around 8 to 12 minutes processing one file. Yeah.
Okay, so
Huge.
there's a few people that, well, right now, probably a couple of them are just wiping off the drool just a little bit because they're so fired up about what you did. And from time to time, you are also going to see the mute symbol for Miranda because we were supposed to we were supposed to record this a couple days ago. She was sick. She's going to try not to hack all over us today, but we feel just crazy grateful that she's feeling better today. But if she's coughing, understandable. Not a big deal. So here's the deal is, you mentioned a couple things that I do want to touch on is when we're setting up templates, we have to take into consideration multiple things. Number one, what is your levels of service? So I'm getting from what you just said, you do both listings and transactions, not one or the other, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're using these intake forms to really, I'm going to say, really launch both of your listings and your transactions within A-frame. And it's taken you from about 30 minutes down to 8 to 12 minutes because of how much that it does. Not only does it set up your initial listings and your initial transactions, but it also pulls the correct attachment
Template, yeah.
templates. I lost my train of thought there, but attachment templates. I thought I heard you say task templates as well. Does it pull your date templates?
We're trying to figure out exactly how to code that. So
Okay,
that's
okay,
one caveat.
okay, fantastic.
Mhm.
And then email templates, I'm assuming not because that's going to be attached to your task template, so that's kind of already taken care of for you. So a lot of your initial setup really is based on, and the way you're thinking about setting up all of these templates is based on the fact that you already know that you've got something that's triggering these things.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Woo, I can't wait. So,
I know.
those that don't know, the reason why I'm saying I can't wait, it's because it's not about I can't wait to go through this call today. We are talking about possibly doing a follow-up video to this with a couple people that use Zapier to go ahead and sync whatever it is. Some people are using Cognito forms, some people are using Jot forms. There's a number of things out there, Google Forms. So there may be a follow-up video to this, but we'll see. All right, but for right now, I'm going to let you kind of take it away. There won't be a lot of talking on my part per se, other than maybe some questions that I see what you're doing or ask you just to elaborate on a few things here. But if we start from attachments, how are you thinking about attachments and how are you dividing up folders, those types of things?
Sure. So our attachments, we've kind of kept it really simple.
Okay.
We service from mid-state Nebraska to about mid-state Iowa. So we probably have, what would be probably a full state, but since we're like we sit right on the border between Nebraska and Iowa, I think that's important to mention that we are servicing two states.
Mhm.
That do things very, very different.
Yep.
However, it depends on what city you're in. And anyways,
Okay.
so under attachments, we kind of set it up the universal way for both states.
Okay.
So I can briefly go into some of these. So this one is just like our internal stuff. We have, I do QuickBooks for invoicing. I do have this setups for just agent view, obviously. So in my part of the process, I'm going to mention Zapier probably a lot.
Okay. That's good.
So I have an internal form. I manage all of the bookkeeping for the business. So I have an internal jot form. I fill out, I search, put the dates in, copy paste the address, whatever.
Yep.
And then I submit the form and a QuickBooks PDF is created and in a Google Drive folder, thanks to ZAPIER. So then I just grab that, download it, put it in AFRAME under that so that the agent can view it at any time during the transaction. If there's changes, they ask for a different service, they ask for a la carte. We do a lot of marketing, admin, VA services too on the side. So we add in some things. So we'll just constantly rotate the invoice if it's necessary.
Okay.
Same thing, ZAPIER helps us pull in the new listing form. So every time they fill out the jot form, they receive a PDF copy in here. Again, we are currently trying to work out how to get that from a form filled out to a PDF. Jot form doesn't work great with transforming something from a PDF, from the digital form to a PDF.
Yep.
So I'm kind of working through how to get that. But every time they fill out the form, it's also inputted into AFRAME here so that they can go back and reference it. We can use it when we're doing our tasks all within AFRAME. So it's a double bonus there.
All right, so I'm going to ask one quick question on that one, follow-up question.
Interrupt me. Go ahead.
You keep saying that they're able to access it. So one thing that a lot of people have not mentioned in the videos thus far is the portal. Is that how they're accessing it, is through their portal? So you are actually ensuring that your agents, the tools and resources or any information that they want, invoices and everything, they're accessing through their portal is what I'm getting, right?
So yes and no. So I will explain further.
Yes.
Every quarter, I do an entire agent roster push to remind my agents, hey, you do have this portal. Or if I am seeing that an agent's texting me, hey, do you have this document? Have you checked this? Are we at this stage? I'll kindly go back to them and say, hey, my software actually provides you a really in-depth, super cool, very useful portal. I encourage you to check it out. And I send them the link. So I'm constantly, and I do monitor, because I'm weird. I do monitor how often, when the last time an agent accessed it, because you can view that on the back end admin side. I check in on those things pretty regularly because I'm like, who is using my tool?
Yeah. Okay.
So yes, that's why I kind of set those things up to where an agent can view it, or obviously the client portal, the client can view it. Some of these things I don't want the client to view because I don't want to field those questions, much like.
And I'm specifically asking that for those that are watching this video, because you're going to notice throughout all of these attachments, that is one of the options, is for every task or for everything that that she has in all of these different transaction dates and task lists and emails and I mean, whatever, is you can go ahead and choose what's in the portal, what's not in the portal, who's, is it in there for the buyer, is it in there for the seller, is it in there for the agent or anything else like that. So you're going to notice a few of those things where she's making those things accessible or not accessible to her clients in the portal. So, okay, go for it.
Perfect. Okay, so then just moving on to the new listing attachments, this gets pulled in for whenever that pre-MLS form's filled out, AFRAME is started from ZAPIER, whatever. So we have the property website, that kind of comes system standard. We do not use it 100% of the time. That's something that, internally we're looking at improving to provide those things, because then it does pull in on certain email templates. But a lot of the times, if a client, so a seller, knows that their home's getting listed, I'm like 99% positive that the morning of their listing going live, they're already on Zillow. So we find it redundant, but we are doing it for certain price points. However you run your business, how you run your business. Typically, if the house is 500,000 plus, we'll put we are adamant about putting the link in. If it's not, we don't add it typically. So then listing files, the listing agreement. This is an important document that we always ensure we add. So green, we have completely fixed all of our color coding. I do wish that there could be like color codes with labels. Burton. But I know that that's like maybe a me thing. So I have a little cheat sheet. I run on a Mac, so I have a little note in the bottom right hand corner that's like, okay, when it's in a list, when it's an attachment, this is what the color means.
Yes.
My team, like we're still learning as a team too, but
Yep.
green is always required. So this is a required document because it has an auto attach on an email template,
Yep.
which has saved my behind so many times. So thank you for that upgrade. The escrow cover sheet is, everyone calls it something different. Commission payout, commission disbursement, escrow cover sheet, escrow closing sheet, closing cost. Like there's so many different things that you can
Yep.
call it. We just label it that. It's optional, but we do upload it if agents want to get paid at the table. That way we can send it out with the listing agreement, that sort of thing. So listing attachments, pretty heavy or pretty light, sorry.
Yep.
But this always gets pulled in and this always gets pulled in. So we kind of have double things.
Okay.
Yep. And then the under contract. Here we go.
Here we go, girl. Bring it.
Okay. So we have this. There's a lot of probably additional documents that other states use, but this is pretty like lean, green, just the meat and potatoes of what we need for Nebraska and Iowa. So we did pull in the escrow cover sheet again on the under contract, just in case this was buy side only. So if this wasn't a listing, we still needed that in there.
Okay.
Thanks to the NAR settlement, we have compensation agreements.
Mm-hmm.
Some agents use it. We were grateful to have Nebraska loop it back into the purchase agreement. So they did another update on the purchase agreement.
Okay.
So that's why yellow is optional for us.
Okay.
And the orange is conditional. So that's kind of one of those, if we get it, great. If not, totally fine. Closing statement. That is again an auto attach file. We send out tax season reminders January of the following year. So if you close in 2025, January of 2026, we are auto scheduling, sending out those tax season reminders so that we can add those to that. And then the actual contract file. So we have obviously the executed contract. I do have a signature enabled tracking on this one. And then same with the seller property condition disclosure, just because those are two real big ones that we are like adamant about having in every file. But those top three are obviously required. We get the earnest deposit from the title company, from the builder, from the attorney's office, whatever, have that uploaded. And those top three are the only three that are visible to the client outside of the closing statement and then miscellaneous. So they don't get to see a lot of the other things.
Yep.
Just because past experiences I've learned.
Yeah.
Less is more. And so lead-based paint and the FHA VA addendum, those are both conditional, depending on, age of the home, financing type. Yep. And then optionals are the affiliated business disclosure, whether it's for the list side or the buy side. If it's fully executed, we'll add it.
Okay.
Same thing, authorization to release CD. Not every brokerage does it, but we have it just in case. And then the wire fraud, which is pretty standard and universal across the country, I feel like.
Okay. If I can ask you to do one thing, say the affiliated business disclosure, can you click on that?
Yeah.
Okay. As far as setting anything up per tasks here or per template, I'm going to screw up my terminology all day long. Can you work within this window here and just tell me the way that you're thinking through this when you're setting this up? Because we're seeing this quick view, which is wonderful, but just so they get one example of how you're looking at this.
Sure. So obviously, if you've just gotten into AFRAME, you'll probably have some like system generated. I believe you do get some system generated
there are
entries. So when you get in here and you want to edit something, you want to change something, totally fine. Obviously, you can change the name up here. If you want to enable signature tracking, maybe it's going back to like the commission disbursement. That wouldn't require the seller or buyer to be involved, but if you want to include the selling agent and the buying agent to be included, you can just click it on and off in here.
Okay.
And then you can set up your own folder. So something that I do want to like explain is that you can create your own folders within the folder. And I think a
Mhm.
lot of people don't know that. So you
Yes.
literally just delete it, type not necessary. I'm gonna regret doing this. I'll change it later.
And you can hit cancel when you're done. Just don't hit save.
Okay. Well, I do want to show like why, like,
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
so
yeah.
like back here it says like agent agreement, closing
Yep.
folder, contract, blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna click save real quick. And you scroll down and it says not necessary. Cool,
Yes.
great. I just created a whole new folder.
Yep.
Same thing. If you want to just go back in and fix it, save it, now it's going to be right back up here.
Yep. Yep.
And then same thing with the merge code fields.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, you cannot have two of the same like named merge code because it won't work. So I had to get real creative with like
Yep.
certain things, or like you can see down here, like authorization, release, closing disclosure. That's super long. I'm pretty sure I just put, oh no, I didn't change it. But normally I change it to auth CD.
Yeah.
It's super easy. Or
Yep.
this one, having if applicable. Like, do I really need to have that? No. You can change it at any time. You can change it to just inspection report and then save it. But then I also do, this is really nice, having the applies to. I
Yep.
haven't broken it down so much with attachments as I have like other things later, like we'll show later on. But if there's something where it's, if you want to have, oh, I don't know, because I know every state's different, but it just applies to like the sellers filling it out. Maybe, oh, we have a seller info sheet. Oh, it's right here, which I should have probably changed this. It just applies to the sell side to fill out
Yep.
for tracking,
Yep.
but we give it to the buy side.
Okay.
So, you know, that's something where like if you really want to like hone in on it only applies to the sell side, it'll only like pull in for that. Um, we don't do that much because it applies to both. Like we try to have it universal on our end. But yeah, and then obviously visibility is huge. Like
Yep.
I said, buyer and seller hardly get any of it. Managed agent will receive everything so that they can kind of follow along, especially if, you know, agents work out of so many different signing
Yes.
platforms these days. Dotloop, DocuSign, DigiSign, Real Signature. It's all
Yep.
over, like
It's overwhelming.
and in SkySlope. So this is just easy. It's like instead of logging into their thing, they can just literally click on the bookmark on their phone, pull up the portal, and they can see what we have in there.
Yep.
So
Did you change one of those merge field codes and you want to put it back the way it was? If
that's fine.
applicable, want to make sure it doesn't mess up your system. All right.
I don't think I pulled that in. Oh, so that was the other thing. Because of the auto attach, thank you for
Yep.
reminding me. When we open escrow or open the file, however you want to call it, because I know everyone says it different. When we open escrow, we do pull in the auto attach for all of these.
Okay.
But obviously within the system, it will pull up the nice bright red box at the top saying auto attach cannot pull in these attachments. And that's always a really nice check too of like, was this signed? Are we missing it? Do we
Yep.
need to enable signature tracking? And so most of the time that pings me and my team to go back in and double check that we have signature tracking set up if that document's applicable. So
Okay.
Auto attach feature, real nice. Obviously during inspections, that comes later. We get the termite report. We just put the report in here because we have yet another email that will attach just this. Inspection report, we only put it in if it's applicable. If we're not doing it, like if they've opted to not, I just shut it all off. Same thing with like the tasks that are associated with it. I just omit it.
Okay.
Home information sheet, we try to do a really good job of obtaining seller utilities, things that they love about the house, door codes, garage codes, anything you can think of on a nice little sheet that's branded, and then we send it to the buyers so that pre-closing they can set everything up correctly.
Beautiful.
Warranty, if we order a warranty, we'll include it. If not, shut it off. And then receipts from inspection repairs, appraisal repairs, or warranty receipt or anything that might be applicable. We try and we'll like merge the documents. So it's nice, one big, nice document full of receipts. So it's kind of a download, compile it, and then put it back in. But
Awesome.
It does save people's behinds when they're texting me at 11 p.m. When agents are texting me at 11 p.m. saying, did we get that receipt from the inspector? It's in your portal.
Yep.
And your loop, but whatever. So that's our under contract docs just for like normal escrow.
Yep.
And I have a whole nother one, which
So I do want to, before we go on to transaction dates, but I do want to say is notice how many times she's repeated, it's in your portal, it's in your portal, it's in your portal. And I know that for years, the way that I worked with agents as well, and still currently work with agents is the fact is rather than always answering the question, we just have a templated reply that already has the link to their portal in there going, awesome. Great to hear from you. Just wanted to let you know that everything that we have that's current, up to date, blah, 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 copies of everything is in your portal. Here's the link again. And they know that it is a templated thing. Okay. So sometimes they stop asking me things and they actually send this text. Hey, by the way, can you send me my link to my portal? Okay. It'd be great if they save it in their favorites and everything else like that. But the portal can be a very, very important tool to some. And then there's going to be other businesses. They don't do anything with the portal. They don't share it with their agents. They don't care. They just don't think that their agents will use it. So different businesses, but the tools are there if you choose to. But notice how many times in her templates, she's very conscious about what's being shared in the portal and what's not. So.
yeah, it's huge. Because I always I err on the side of just because this is private and the back end doesn't mean anyone else can't see it.
Mm-hmm.
So I always have that mentality of like, if I was the seller, would I want to see this? Would it raise questions? Would I have concerns being able to see it?
Yeah.
Will this cause me confusion? And then from there, I make this decision of, yeah, maybe not, or yep, this isn't important and this is a milestone. They deserve to know these things.
Yep.
And then anything else they can go to their agent for.
Awesome. Awesome.
One last one is the new construction section.
Okay.
We handle a lot of new construction. We have an agent that has a really good partnership with a builder, so they represent that builder. So we probably run 3 to maybe like 8 or 9 of selling new construction. So this was imperative that we have something specific to new construction.
You bet.
So, this is just kind of the same things, but we do have to receive 2 earnest deposits, 1 at drywall. So it's conditional based off of if it was, a pre-sale, a spec home, certain write-in requirements for financing, or the buyer opts to do 2. So we have everything in here, again, color-coded for my wonderful. And the reason, I will mention, the reason why it's visible everywhere is because we're representing the seller. We're representing the builder. So the builder should be able to see everything all at the same time. So that's why this one looks way different than the other one.
Okay. Awesome.
And I think that's it. So transaction dates.
Transaction dates. Okay.
Go ahead.
For you haven't seen the other videos yet. Okay.
No.
So here's what I'm loving. And not everybody has watched this whole thing yet, is the fact is I'm looking at yours and I'm going to use Nicole as an example. Now, Nicole, I had to constantly say, do you mind scrolling through the screen? Because it would go longer than what I can see on this screen. Versus we've got the way Miranda has set hers up, it's taken up about this much of the screen. So there's so many different approaches to this. And Nicole would laugh because I'd have to pause her and go, do you mind just so that we can see the scope of this? Can you just scroll a little bit? Because it seemed like it was never ending. And both of them are freakishly effective. Okay, so go ahead. But I wanted people to see the contrast of what's going on here. This is why we're having multiple panelists rather than just one. So.
No, and just from my own personal conversations with other AFRAME users, they're like, how do I set this up? And I'm like, I might not be the best person to ask for an example for your business.
Yeah.
And there are even TCs here in my area, in the Nebraska Omaha area, that are
Yep.
like, hey, I know you use A-frame. Can you send me a screenshot of what you do? I'm like, hey, I absolutely will. But I do want to preface that how I run my business might be completely different how you run yours.
Yeah.
And this might be underwhelming. This might be overkill. This might be too detailed. This might be confusing.
Yep.
But I'm willing to share that. But I do need to preface that like we all do it different. And that's the
Yeah.
joy of the software, I think,
Yeah.
is no person's like setup in the back end will ever be the same as someone else's unless you
Yep.
copy paste it from someone.
So I want to ask you one more thing because I think it'll help inform people with you going through these next couple of things, in particular the tasks. But we'll go through the dates first. But I'm going to ask this question is, we have some of our independent TCs, they're small business owners. You know how I feel about that. I don't see you as a TC. I see you as a small business owner who happens to provide transaction management as a service. So some of them, when they have team members, is those team members are W-2 versus 1099. So let's just get this out of the way. How many team members do you have? Are they W-2? Are they 1099? And then I have one more follow-up on that.
Sure. So I currently have two full-time team members, and they are both now W-2 employees.
Okay. I love how she just said, and they are now, because she's done it both ways as well.
Yep.
Okay. The second thing is this is, so we have another person that's going to be on the panel. I think their video is after yours, but it's regardless, is it's going to be in this group. And they are working with 1099 contractors. And so the way that they do it is not all that dissimilar from the way Miranda is doing it, other than this. Everything that they do is to set up master templates that when they have a contractor come in, the contractor starts with the basis of what the company's master template is, and then they copy that, and that becomes their templates. Okay, so that's why hers is fairly simple as well, because she's providing master templates, and then her contractors use that, and then there's a little bit of customization after that. So it's really interesting how many different ways you can look at all of this.
So I'm glad you brought that up
Okay,
because
go for it.
you and I've had conversations, obviously,
Yes.
you know, other people do not know. When I started my business, oh my goodness, when was that? March 2022. So it's been almost 3 years.
Yeah.
I was like, it's always going to be me. I'm never going to hire. I don't need anyone. And then burnout hit probably around the 10-month mark. And when I say burnout, I mean gratefully blessed. I was humbled. I was honored. But my business had tripled, and it
Mm-hmm.
was just me. And I was still in this what I felt like was the startup phase. So I was like, well, I'm just going to get a bunch of 1099 contractors and do the things that I don't want to do, coming from the real estate mind of leverage the things that I don't want to do, leverage
Yep.
my time, my time's precious, all of this. And I'm like, oh, well, I don't really want to hire. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to navigate it. And then I started looking into it, and I was like, I just need an assistant to like do the things that like I tell them to do. And so then it took about 6 months. I transitioned from spreadsheets to A-frame during that time. I reached out and got an assistant. I hired her in October of 2024. So this was kind of like a long process for me.
Yep.
Sorry, 2023 into
I was going to
2020.
say, I think it was the year before.
I don't know what day it is. Bless her sweetheart. She knew nothing about real estate. She got thrown into it. I was like, you're going to be W-2, but I don't really know what the next person's going to be. So when I was setting up A-frame, I was coming from the mindset of I will bring in someone, I'll set things up, and then they just take it and use it as their own, but they're 1099. And I was like, I don't really like that, but I'll run with it because it might be more cost effective. And then, I started adding another person to the team, and I'm like, these people are instrumental to this business. They are this business. They are this company. They have helped create the culture over the last like 18 months in this company of mine. That it is mine, but
Yep.
and when I look at things, when I'm making decisions, it's ours. And so I'm constantly trying to fix things. And I say fix because it's not that it's broken, but I need to improve it. I need
Yeah.
to improve
Yeah.
the efficiency, effectiveness of it. So when I go through and I do my audits of A-frame, I'm like, how does this work if my team was double? If
Yep.
there was, you know, two more additional TCs and an additional admin VA, what does
Yep.
that look like? And so I keep things very streamlined, very simple, because I don't need to overdo it. I don't need to be super complex, but I know that we need to provide the best service for our area, and this is the best way that we know how.
Mhm.
Um, and so, yeah, that was a little tangent. Sorry.
No, it's great though. But I'm gonna summarize one point that you made at the end there, and that is this. When you are setting up your tool, do not set it up based on your current business. What would this tool need to look like if your business was 2 to 3 times this size? Now, when I say this size, I mean number of team members and volume.
Hmm.
Both. Both. And that's what she's getting at. And I've watched her through this progression. We've had lots of talks and it's been great and everything else like that. But I have watched how her mindset has changed at how she looks at how she is setting up her tool. And she knows very well that I don't see tools as systems. Systems are not tools, and tools are not systems. So, what is the system that you need to handle 3 times the amount of volume with 3 times the amount of people? And then you take that system, and your tool is there for one reason only, and that is to apply the system that you have designed.
Hmm.
Okay. So she's done a great job in that, but she's talking about her journey a little bit. But if you guys see what she has right now, this has been a journey to get there. And it's been great.
Absolutely. A hard journey, but we got there.
It's been
Yeah.
good. It's been good.
Yeah.
You're in a good
And
place. You're in a good place
it's
right now.
very good. Yeah, we are having an amazing January.
Yeah.
Like unheard of. We were looking at numbers and I went 9 by myself, 15 with one person last January, and then we're at 40 this. So we went double and then almost triple. And I'm like, if this is how 2025 is going to treat us, bring it because I think we're
Yeah.
ready. So,
Yeah. All right. So
dates.
let's move on to transactions dates. How do you think about it? How do you have it set up? I think all of that was crazy relevant and helpful. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we're gonna go through pre-listing and then under contract because we do a lot of listing coordination, and sometimes that's all we do for an agent, which is
Okay.
totally fine because we're good at it. So pre-listing dates, this is pretty simple. This is the prepare to list.
Okay.
So this is just, if they're doing a pre-inspection, which
Mm-hmm.
it says pre-inspection because otherwise your merge
Keeping it
codes don't
simple.
work. Um, so pre-inspection, we do photo day. We'll organize that. If we went into the contact side of things on A-Frame, I have all of my preferred vendors. I have other agents' preferred vendors. I have a ton of stuff. So we always add this is now outside of it, but we always add the contact. And
Yep.
then we do have merge fields within email templates, which I'll try to show where we're pulling in the contact, we're pulling in the date. Here's like a sheet, or here are things that you can do based off of this photographer. They provide these things, make sure to do them. So it's like a nice seller touch of, hey, photo day's coming up, prepare your house, all that good jazz. Here's the things that you need to remember. And then we do have things for like setting reminders,
Mm-hmm.
more so for the agents and not for like the client. So I have these turned off for certain things
Okay.
just because they change. They're lucrative. They don't need to attend them
Yep.
versus they have to go to those things. And the cleaning appointment, most of the vendors don't have access, so they have to meet that person. Showings begin. Just a reminder, this is what I have. This is what I have on my end. If it's gonna change. And then open house. If you have coverage, we
Okay.
include the coverage of the open house so that people that are going to the open house to do the coverage also has it on theirs. And we send out tons of calendar invites.
Yep.
So, on the back end, obviously you can't see it when you're like building it out, but within the transaction, you can click the little calendar and then send it to whoever. We're always throwing in showing assistants, additional agents. Maybe it's a husband and wife duo, and we need to send the invite to the husband because he's actually going to take it instead of the. So I also have those in mind too, of like there's other people that are going to be doing some of these things.
Okay.
Okay. Which side do you want me to just continue with the list side?
Well, yeah, let's stick with the list since we're kind of already on that.
So again, do a little scroll. Mine's probably not as long as.
Okay, so I want to point out one thing that is different in yours.
Mhm.
Again, I know you haven't seen the other videos, but so you can see we're already diverging a little bit here. Just finished another recording with one of our panelists, and they have one task list so that it is for a buyer and seller is all in one versus a couple other of the interviews that we've done. People are dividing it out to a very specific buyer and seller. So where's your mindset around in that? Why have you chosen one way versus the other? Because we've seen both and both work.
Yeah. Yeah. So I will say that our dates are probably very, very similar
Okay.
when it comes to like what they are.
Yep.
But who can view them? That's what changes.
Okay.
And then just like the pertinence of it. So obviously, like seller applicable dates, we have like the staging pickup reminder, which is not applicable to the buy side. So we don't have it on the buy side. I hope it's not on there. But if we know it's also staged on, the sell side, we're representing the buyers where we're assisting the buyers.
Yep.
I'll also send the staging reminder email to the list agent. Hey, I'm pretty sure this is staged property. I just want to let you know we have appraisal back, blah, blah, blah. So I'll send that email template out. But obviously these are just like seller applicable dates and they're color coded once again. So these are all optional or conditional. Well,
Yep.
the orange is conditional. These are the optional ones. If we get the appraisal appointment confirmation, great.
Yep.
But it's not always, it doesn't always happen. We do have the seller deed set as required for the list side because I also probably do things very different. I mean that with love. I mean that with so much love.
Yep.
I hound the title and lender Monday, Tuesday, every week. And I'm like, hey, I haven't heard from you about the seller deed set signing. Have you contacted the sellers? Have they responded? Have they provided the correct information? Are you scheduling this? Can you confirm that it's scheduled? I ask a lot of them, but because of that, rapport that I build with them over like, hey, we have given you all the things you need. I need some information from you. I look at a lot of the title closers as my friends. I just had a party with 5 of them last week. So it's like I hang out with these people too, even outside of work, which is don't bring your work home. It's fine. They're a hoot. So, that helps me. And then when they get a file from me, they're like, okay, I know this person is going to be working with me. Will be helping me just as much as I'm going to be helping them. And it just builds that rapport too through the process. So, the main contract dates we just store them at the top.
Okay.
Again, earnest money is always required. These are viewable on the portal. And then the rest of them pretty much aren't because we don't know if the inspections are applicable. It's optional. So if it is truly going to happen, we'll send just the ones that pertain to them where they can't be in the house. But we do have them pulled in on different emails so that they can prepare for said inspections. If it's a full home inspection, we'll send the email saying, hey, this is when the home inspection walkthrough is. Please do not be present. Change your HVAC filters, give access to all spaces for the inspector, that's that and the other thing. And if it's a termite inspection, we receive notice of it. We'll send hey, termite inspector needs access to literally everything. outside sheds, unlock them, don't have locks on things, make sure that things are away from the walls so that the termite inspector can do their job. And then just preparing for the radon. It's going to be multiple days, don't open doors, whatever. So we have all of those kind of included with those dates. Sorry, my mouse is giving me a hard time today.
Okay, so the last thing that I'm going to ask, because I think this is very helpful to a lot of people, everything that you've gone through. The last thing is the column where it's showing calendar days versus 5 business days, all those types of things. Just
I'll show you.
Yep. Because I will say that one thing that I just think that A-Frame does a great job with, their date calculator is just fantastic. It really does an amazing job.
And I will point out, I'll come back to it.
And it might be more appropriate to show it under tasks, but just so that you can know,
Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah, the guide there. Yep.
Yep. So like always double check these things, like, because it's gotten me into a bind too when it's like I have it set up for just calendar days. Like that's what we've done,
Yep.
just based off of verbiage within our contracts. However, all contracts are based off of how you interpret them. So sometimes I will argue that how things are written in like a catch-all section, that the agent actually meant business days. And so if we have a compliance return, because I'll also do that, I will fight that. I will say, no, the agent intended business days. That's how I interpreted it. So we're actually still within our reasonable window of time.
Okay.
Therefore, this is compliant. And I'll fight that for my agents so they never have to get into that conversation. Anyways, that's a side note. So looking into this, obviously you can change to enter a date manually for a different date. Or period, whatever, or you can use the date formula. So just switching to enter manual date,
Yep.
it is exactly what it is. Like you're going to enter the date manually once the
Yep.
template starts, or thank goodness for this formula,
Right?
you can set it up to where it's counting the days for you.
Yep. Perfect.
All right, let me get a cough drop.
No, that's good. That's good. So all of
So-
these things that she's showing right now are going to apply when we get into tasks and everything else like that. So that's part of why I wanted to, as long as we're talking about dates, let's just talk about the date formula calculator. So
Yeah, it is huge. So our standard in our area is 72 hours. Now again, it doesn't tell you exactly like, is it business hours? No, but then agents will write in 3 business days, which is the same as 72 hours, but it's technically business hours. So then,
Yep.
Okay, so we always have it set to end on next business days for earnest money. It's always 3 days after the effective date. Here's
Yes.
where it gets really fun. So, and I'll pick another one later on so that I can show it too. But like you can pick from all of the dates you create, the
Mhm.
dates with the fields that you have. Like you've set it up so like well septic inspection, I can have it parent conditional on this date, this, that, and the other thing. Most of the time it's all kicked off of off of our effective or contract date.
Yep.
We don't assign a time to most of this stuff, but we will in the transaction if it is clearly written in by 3 p.m.,
Yep.
by 5 p.m. And then we just have a gentle reminder. Again, it's needed. It applies to both sides, all 3 sides. They just updated this, didn't they? Because
I don't know.
sneaky. I noticed it yesterday when I was cleaning something up. I was like, location's in here now. But I don't know. Does it work for? Nah, it doesn't work. Wait, does it? Darn it. That's the biggest thing because like, I wish we could get it because our closing date always is at the title company or
Yep.
like the closer, and the address is always associated with the closer. So we just want it to connect. Anyways, or like the final walkthrough, it's always at the house. I just want it at the property. Anywho, we turn.
So
Again,
those that aren't getting it, she loves a shortcut to anything. And I love it. I love it. And she is, when she says that this has been a growing experience for her, that's part of the growth. She is always finding more shortcuts and ways to, she didn't go from intake of 30 minutes to 8 to 12 minutes by accident. Okay. It is constantly looking at every little field and seeing how she can milk the most out of it. That's her MO as far as I'm concerned. And it's great.
it almost makes me sound lazy, but it doesn't. It's
It's
like,
great. It's great. I love it. I
I
love
just
it.
don't want to click into other things. I don't want to have to retype. I don't want to have to
Yep.
type the property address, come copy it from the closer and then put it on the calendar date. I just want it to auto-populate.
Yep. Yep. Nope. It's
Fix
perfect.
it.
I love it. I love it.
Anyways, same thing, default folder.
Yep.
Or you can enter a new one and you just create one, which is why I have contract date. I have so many other ones.
Yep.
Again, it's visible by the agent and the buyer and or seller because it's important. And again, I have email templates that will auto pull it in if we need it. Like the actual attachment, sorry. And then let me see. I think this one. Here's what I was wanting to show. So
Yep.
the system before it said after here, and the number of the days was different. So if you're new to AFRAME, this is a godsend. So
Yep.
if you have things where you want to check on them, but it's in the contract where it's like you have to do the final walkthrough within 3 days of the calendar closing date. Obviously that's lucrative. You can change it whenever, or this one, staging pickup reminder. If a list agent is staging their property, I try to send them a reminder 2 weeks before the close date. Hey, appraisal's in or it's expected to be on an XYZ date. Pick up your stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just a real gentle reminder, and then the agent can see it. And again, most of them opt to have a reminder.
Yep.
Which is great because I have a team of quite a few agents who has an admin assistant, and she gets the email. That the agent and the admin get the email, the templated email, but then the agent gets an additional reminder the same day, like to their phone. She gets the text that says staging pickup reminder, property address. Oh shoot! And then she normally screenshots it, send it. Admin's always like, I already got the email. I'm on it. It's the whole thing. So that's great. Termite inspection. Oh, so these are the inspections. So all of these are manual. I don't know them. They're not auto-populated. Again, they're optional. If I hear from the buyer's agent that they've scheduled it, and it's different on the other side, for like the buy side. And then again, manual dates. But I have set this one, which is different than most of the other ones because most of them are based off of effective or closing date.
Yep.
This one is based off of, it's like the parent almost.
Yep.
It shows in the bottom part of the folder when you're in the A-frame, like in the actual property. It shows at the bottom because it hasn't been assigned yet. So it's waiting. It says waiting on the other one. So once I receive an update from the lender, hopefully after my Monday or Tuesday check-in, they'll say, yeah, appraisal was ordered last Thursday. Here's the expected return date. Great, cool. So I'll go in, add the date. I double check to see if my system is pretty accurate. Kind of try and make a mental note of, okay, the lender's saying that we're going to get the report back in 12 days instead of the standard 16.
Yep.
And so then I just adjust and then I convert this one to either a manual or I use the date formula and I just go, okay, we're down to 12.
Okay.
And so this is also really helpful because I can change this at any time.
Yep.
So normally it's 16 days. Actually, right now we're seeing 12 days. So I'm just going to go ahead and save that. And now it says 12 days after the appraisal order date. So that's how ingenious the system is because now any file that I open will have the 12 days. And then in 3 months, if the appraisals, because it's, spring market, it's busy, it's back to that 16 days, I'll just go change it back. Great.
Yep.
And
Yep.
then it's one less thing that I have to change on every single file.
Yeah. Love it. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. So contract dates, love what you've done there. Love what the templates are doing. Again, when you initially set up the file, you have a form, and with Zapier, some of these things are being attached to your new files automatically. So now, if we're taking a look at tasks,
Okay.
now if we look at tasks, scroll all the way down just so we can get a scope of everything here. Closing some folders. Okay, so let's just look at the total scope of what we've got for folders here. Walk us through why you've broken them up this way. What are you thinking?
So this was, I would say this is probably final after 12 changes. So I used to do it all by, like where it was by, the by was the main folder, and then it was broken out by services. And then, so I do things different. I invoice based off of level of involvement of your TC that you're hiring.
Yep. Different
Instead
levels
of,
of service.
yeah, instead, which I'm opening the door, so you'll be able to see that. But it kind of starts with most used or
Mhm.
like required, like we will always use it. So that Murado file intake, those are the templates that are getting pulled in
Yep.
once the form's filled out and like it's started in A-frame. That's the very first thing that's pulled in, and it's expected to be done before you add the next, which is dependent on a selection on the form.
Okay.
And the coding doesn't work quite yet with Zapier to pull in that correct template because it's dependent. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But I'm almost there. I'm getting there. And then it just kind of gets broken down by brokerage specific. We service, I think, 11 different brokerages at this time. So
Okay.
all of them have different compliance, commission requirements, like commission payout requirements, who you have to talk to for certain things, how you navigate that system, like all those in that.
Okay.
And some of them are so simple that it's like just submit on dot loop. So we're like, no, we'll just put that on a field definition instead of pulling in an extra task.
Yep.
So there's we do things a little different.
Okay.
And then we do, except for one of our services, we always offer post-close follow-up.
Okay.
As just a nice additional touch. And it's not very many things within there, but it's buy side and sell side. Now, there are agents that have been with me from the very beginning.
Yep.
They get specific post-close things. If you're in a certain region and you have a team, you get specific tasks. So that's also the great thing about A-frame. We have teams and we have personalized everything to those teams.
Okay.
And then same thing, we have a partnership with Real Broker. I also hang my license there. I am licensed. No one else on the team is. I should add that I am licensed. We have a partnership with Real where I hang my license for specific like service or
Yep.
discounted service. So that's all of those specific tasks based off
Okay.
of the discounted rate. And then we have a team down in Lincoln, which is, and I'm sure other people feel this, Lincoln is southwest of Omaha. They run things way different
Okay.
than Omaha, which is 45 minutes. It is completely different. So we have to have specific things for the team down in Lincoln. And then the new construction. And then
Okay.
these are all just randoms that I just don't want to delete.
All right. So next question, and then grab whatever you think is the best thing to go on next is, are any of these, a lot of people are even still mildly unaware of the fact that you can have task lists for transactions and contacts. So do you have any that are specific to contracts? If you can kind of start with that.
Contracts.
I mean contacts.
Okay.
So that is just, if you just want to talk about that for a moment, because I think that that's still just an unknown thing and an unused thing for a lot of people. I'm big on that, but I know a lot of people they basically got the software for one reason only, transaction management or listing management. Okay. Not even thinking about it as their CRM, not even thinking about doing tasks for contacts. So where are you with that?
I think okay, this is going to be a very blanket statement,
Okay.
but using AFRAME just for your file management you're doing yourself a disservice.
Amen. Preach.
An absolute painful disservice.
Yeah.
Because I have Zaps also set up to where, David, I
Of course
hate
you do.
wasting my time. I hate wasting my
Yeah,
time.
of course you do.
If I have an agent that wants to onboard, I send them an email. Like
Yeah.
most of the time, I probably already have their contact in A-frame. So I will go in. Okay.
You keep talking. I'm going to reach over here and shut this door real quick.
Okay.
You go.
Here I have so Murado, new AP prospecting, which means me, Murado, I am the lead generator for my team. I do not require my team to lead generate. If they want to lead generate, that is their choice.
Yeah.
And if they lead generate and they bring an agent and they
Mhm.
bring an agent under them, their split is different per file. That's just okay. So AP is our agent partners. It's who is on our roster. We love them. Cool. If I am prospecting someone, I've had Instagram, Facebook, text message, call, great co-op meeting with whatever, they get this assigned to their contact. And I wish I could pull it up, but I want to keep information sensitive, whatever.
Yep.
So these are the things that I will do. I will run a sales search. I will add them to our monthly newsletter in Flowdesk because we use Flowdesk for our cutesies. That's what I call them. Send a birthday card. I will scour Facebook to figure out when their birthday is and then add the manual date to the system.
You're
And
just
I
a
will
total creeper.
Oh, I don't care.
100%.
Don't care. I do not care. And then I will have it reoccur for 3 years. If they're not on my roster within 3 years of sending them a happy birthday card, fine. But I'm trying.
Yeah.
I will check in. There should be an email template. I just never connected it. Oops. But I will check in every quarter. So then I'll set the date of the first email that I send, and then I will set it to reoccur 4 times and end on or within a day or whatever. Like I don't know how to do it. I don't know how to do it without showing you, but you can do it this way. Reoccur.
Yep.
And monthly, every 3 months on the 10th day of the month, do it 4 times. And there's your year reminders. And you get those reminders up here, which before we started this call, I had over 450. And Dave's like, you want to clear those? Sure, remove. So I'm gonna have things that I have to go back and figure out now. But if I meet with them in person, I have a great phone call with them.
Yep.
I jump on a Zoom or a Google Meet. I will send them a handwritten thank you card.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be great, that's $1 of my money that I just sent them. Don't care. But then it's a requirement that from my business accounts, I follow them on Instagram and I like or follow the agent on their business page from my business account.
Yeah.
And if they don't have a business account, I just friend them, which I typically already do. So this is assigned to a contact. They don't see any of it.
Right.
These should all be green or these should all be my dark purple. But again, contact tasks are now different.
Yes.
This is imperative I do this. Do it. Like it's important. Or this is like quiet touches. Like I'm visible. I'm in their world, but I'm not like, come work with us, you know?
Yep.
And then this is just work that I have to do on the back end. Like if you can't find the birthday, fine, we'll move on. So
So thank you for sharing that with us because I just think that there's a lot of people that obviously you know me and you know I'm on a lot of calls with a lot of TCs and we look at their task lists and stuff like that and I notice they haven't even haven't even gotten their first task set up for contacts. And I'm like, dude, you're just wasting your money with this software. Get every penny out of this software you can. So I love that you have that. So thank you.
Yep. And then when I onboard, I do it
Onboarded.
from the
You
system.
bet.
I don't, so I'll send, once they've like told me, yep, I want to hire you, great. I then
Yep.
change a relationship tag
Yep.
in their contacts. I add a very specific tag, or like, isn't it called a tag? I think it's called a tag.
I don't
I'm
remember.
calling it a tag to them. So then I put, I change to Murado agent and current AP, and then I add one more. And so then when I'm doing contact searches,
Yep.
I'm pulling my entire roster
Yeah.
and then updating things. Did they move brokerages? I'm doing that monthly. I'm updating things in the system. Did they get a new phone number? God forbid an agent gets a new phone number. But once they get the new tags, I'm adding an onboard list. I
Yep.
just did this yesterday. I sent the agent AP onboarding. They have a link in there that says fill out this form to onboard. This is why I went to this. They fill out the jot form. Jot form then creates their contact with all of the information that they filled out. I know. Do I have two contacts in the system? I do. Search them, merge them, create a managed agent. Now, everything is up to date from what they provided,
Yep.
what they prefer for contact, their brokerage information, their brand colors are now a note. Anything that they filled out that's important, preferred home inspector, preferred photographer, preferred warranty company, what coffee shop they like to go to, where's their favorite lunch spot. Why do I ask those things, David? Oh, so I can send gifts.
Right.
It's so simple. And that's all a note now in their
Yep.
contact. So when you're looking at the contact card at the bottom on the far right, it says notes. And if I have that agent referred to me, there's a whole nother task list. Oh, and then when they do the onboarding form, they get sent the onboarding docs immediately after completing the form. Because I don't want to have to go template things and then send it back to them. Jot form does that for me. Of course it does. But if there's a referral, not a lot of people do this. That's totally fine. So I'm just going to share it. I have a lender who has referred me 4 different agents. Great, refer them to me. If they sign up with me, great. But if they referred someone and they onboarded, I'm sending them a handwritten note with a $5 to $10 gift card. And I'm logging that in the contact. So one specific lender I have has a referral, like you can go to the bottom, there's like a referral section, and I tag the agent that they've referred. So now they just have a like little list. You should talk to this person, referred and referred. And so now they're getting gifts from me of different things.
So this is why I was mentioning is the fact is what is she doing right now? She's being a small business owner. She's doing 2 things as far as I'm concerned. She's not seeing herself as a TC. She's seeing herself as a small business owner. And part of that is lead generation. The second thing that she's doing, she's milking this tool for all it's worth. It has more capabilities than just managing your transactions from contract to post close. Okay. The third thing that she's doing, she's just being lazy as all get out, and she's making her tool do all of her work for her. We'll open the door for Squirrel. But I love every bit of it, and you know it. Go ahead, Squirrel.
I am so lazy, and that's okay.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So go ahead and show us some of your tasks so we can kind of see what that looks like for transactions, listings, or whatever you want to look at.
So we'll start with like the very basic one. We'll just start with the buy side. This is what ZAPIER will pull in. Super simple. You can see my assistant's name.
Yeah.
Does this always work? No, and that's fine. I don't really love the whole assign to. So when I started changing things, I've just reverted it back to TC, an assistant, or current user, just because I don't see the benefit until our team, I think, is at 3, 4, 5 TCs. If I get to that point, that's when I think this becomes way more imperative.
Okay.
Right now, it doesn't really matter to me. So we're uploading contracts, we're adding all the participants that are on the file. We know how to do that. Like, this is very simple because I don't want it to be complex. We know how to do these things. It's the same contracts over and over and over again. And then the contract and transaction info tabs. Well, what does that mean? Because when you're on the thing, it doesn't show up. Oh yeah, it does for the field definition. And then we have the prospecting task. This should be purple. Prospecting's purple in our system. Surprise, I just shared that. Oh, and then this little guy, I went so quickly, is prospecting. So we send an intro to the co-op agent for a prospecting task. And it's just like, hey, co-op, my name is such and such. I'm so excited to work with you on this file. Please let me know if you need anything or any assistance on your end. I'm here to help both of us reach our common goal of closing this file.
And it's said with just that tone as well.
For some of them. For some of them, David.
All right.
And then applying attachment template. Oh, this one should be. Whoopsies. That one should be at the top. So we're applying a template. Now this is where it's like, what are you doing, Miranda? I'm applying an attachment template under attachment tabs. So when you're looking at you're looking at tasks. That's the first thing. To the right of that is attachment tabs. So then the intake coordinator, me and or my assistant, depends on who's working that day, goes to attachments, and then we pull in the pertinent attachment tabs. So is this under contract? Yes. We're pulling that one in, and then we're pulling and agent and TC only so that I can get the invoice into AFRAME. And then uploading the contract docs. This is our compliance check. We're reviewing everything. We're making sure everything's kosher. We're filling in the things at this point. This is the step where we're filling in the field definitions. We're filling in the things that ZAPIER could not fill in and verifying the information that was pulled either from the JOT form, the agent provided, or whatever is correct and accurate. So this is the step that went from 30 minutes to like 8. It's great. Yeah. And then if we're scheduling the home inspection per the JOT form, because it's a required field, we'll schedule that for, that agent's preferred inspector, which is on their contact from onboarding. See how everything's just... Anyways.
It all works.
Yep. So that's the intake. And then we get into our specifics. Most people might just have listing, contract close for buy, contract close for sell. I don't know what some of the other participants have, but I'm excited to see because I'm also nosy. But we have it broken down by level of involvement. So listing management, if it's a listing that we're getting ready, we'll pull in, very simple, but we'll just pull in this task template. Most of the time, if it's not on here, we just know to do it, but this is pretty simple. It doesn't seem like that much.
So one of the reasons why seeing this is relevant to me, okay, is when I look at your service tasks, the way that you have broken them out. I mean, come on, give me a break. We all own small businesses. We all have a website, and that website, generally speaking, will list out all the different services and service levels that we have available. But just because, say, the website shows I have 3 different service levels, just because you have 3 different service levels doesn't mean that that's 3 separate task lists. That might be 10 different task lists. So how we break these things out, this is why I find this interesting to look from this view, because we can be nosy all day long and look at everybody in the industry and look at their website and kind of have a pretty good idea what different levels of service packages that they have. But how they put a system together and use their tool to implement the system that they've built for those specific services may not be one separate task list for one separate type of service. That may be multiple different types of task lists. So this is a great view in a way to see this. So
No, that's actually really cool that you said that because that got me thinking just while you made the comment that let's just say my transaction coordination, like this one right here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for the sell side, that is one, two, three, four different task lists. And I would argue and say that that's probably 55 plus tasks
Yep.
and probably about 25 dates. Um, and I don't know, like 80 emails that sent throughout the duration of the file from pre-MLS introductions,
Mm-hmm.
all of the check-ins
Yep.
to tax season post-close.
Yep.
Like that's a lot. And then when you
Yep.
break it down into like, oh, it's one service, cool. Like I don't think it's when you have the agents then arguing like, well, I don't think it's worth that much. It's like, okay, well, I actually pull in 5 very specific task lists. I send about 80 different emails,
Yeah.
and I probably have 55 plus tasks that I'll do on your behalf.
Yeah.
If I give you that list, how long will it take you to do it?
Yeah.
Well, probably 20 hours. Okay, I'm charging $400 for 20 hours of your time back. And that's, I have had that conversation, to be frank. I have had that conversation with an agent before of if they
Absolutely.
value my time, it's like, well, what is 18 to 20 hours of your time worth?
Yeah.
Okay, well, do you want to pay me that then? And they're like, no. I was like, okay, that's why my rates are what they are.
Yeah.
So just a fun one.
Conversations, value propositions, all of this you can see when you have it broken down like this versus a simple breakdown of what your levels of service are on your website. It looks different once you break the system for all those services down, and then how do you implement that within a tool? So
Yep.
this is great.
So this is our client care with the
Okay.
TC is our bestseller. So I will
Sure.
bear all. So here is once you're doing the listing. So we do have some of the tasks doubled up for the fact that sometimes things come in after we have already intaked. So,
Okay.
and also different people do different things. So the reason why some of these like upload documents,
Yep.
because the forms are 24/7, an
Mhm.
agent can fill out the form at 7 p.m. at night. I'm
Yep.
not working,
Yep.
but someone might be trying to get ahead for the next day,
Yep.
and all of the documents might not be completed.
Yeah.
So then when I go in and I see that this template and it's for one of my agents is pulled in, I'm going to go back through, I'm going to check the attachments tab. Hey, we're still missing like 2 documents that I feel like this agent might need.
Yep.
Now I'll go back into the dot loop and I wish I could show the other side. Oh, I'll show it on field definitions. If someone's processing at night and I'm looking at it the next morning,
Yep.
there's a compliance section where it says documents incomplete, documents missing.
Yeah.
Oh, so now I'm checking next morning. Well, that document's not missing. It's completed. It's fully executed in the loop. It might not have been there when they processed 12 hours earlier.
Yeah.
So that's why we have the second check right here. So that's where that one comes from.
So for a full scope, can you just scroll from top to bottom so they see kind of the scope of the whole thing? Okay. Now, a couple things that I'm noticing without even getting into details. I'm noticing that you're not using a ton of parent-child, a little bit, but not much. And then you are using, though, quite a bit of notes. If for those that are new to A-Frame, if you look at the title next to it, you'll see a little. And so you're using quite a bit of notes, but not as much of the parent-child. You're definitely using your color coding everything. So these are things that I'm noticing that are a little bit different than some of the other people that we interviewed. Some people, they haven't gotten colors yet. They can't wait to, but they haven't. And you're using that as a tool for yourself. Some of them, unbelievable amount of parent-child, you're not using quite as much. So there are multiple ways to do this and still win. You're definitely using notes to kind of prompt people, give cheats, whatever you want to call it. I love it. So go ahead and kind of walk through with me whatever you'd like to show on here. But those are some of the things that when you watch video to video to video, just notice even when they scroll through here, you can just tell at a quick glance that they're set up different than the last video that you just watched. Okay.
So the parent-child situation, I love the
Yeah.
concept, but I think my brain doesn't quite work that way,
Okay.
to where I wouldn't feel comfortable doing it for all of my templates. So I have done it for specific tasks to see if I like it.
Okay.
And if team can like if my team understands and like enjoys using parent child, that we would then convert. So we are doing the seed method.
Okay.
Well, that's what I call it, where we try it with certain tasks. So our prospecting tasks are the first trial or like the seed. If we
Mhm.
like it, then we'll start implementing it more. But it's one of those things where it's like, I have used these templates for 5 years,
Yeah.
and it terrifies me to just completely convert to a parent child when I'm like, I don't know how it operates with my brain.
Okay.
So that's why.
Okay.
Great for other people. Love that for them. Yes, color codes. I'm using them.
I love them. I love them.
For tasks, light purple, intake, prospecting, same thing. Required is the dark green. If
Okay.
it's a system requirement, a system action, like
Yep.
the MLS, it's red.
Okay.
Um, Optional, or yep, this is optional, but it's not really optional. That should be dark green. Sorry.
All right.
Um, and this is if we know, like a conditional if we know, like if we
Mhm.
know of the date to help prepare them for inspection.
Yep.
Like on the other tab where we were talking about dates, where
Mhm.
well, radon, whole home, all of those things, we're sending an email with the details of this is the scheduled date, this is the inspector, this is what's going to be happening, like all of those things, so
Yep.
that the seller is prepared. So that's what we do. Um, if it's in a document, it's a document receipt or send. It is orange, required.
Okay.
Like these could be parents based off of when we open escrow. We're just waiting. Um, Appraisal required. We check on that. Another prospecting, which
Yep.
this is the trial for a parent child, um, where we're now loving on a co-op more. So every
Mhm.
8 to 9 days, about 3 to 4 times during the file, we're just sending an email just to the co-op agent. Hey, Joe, I just want to let you know that I received something from the lender about the appraisal. We should have it back on XYZ date.
Yep.
This is a document that we're still, so it's two parts on that email where it's like, here's status updates of the file, and then below these might be things we're still missing. We're still
Yep.
missing the commission disbursement signed by you and the broker. Can you please get that back to me? It just ensures we're all paid at the closing table, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
And it's just a nice friendly touch that keeps them up to date. I want more agents. So why not just do one extra thing? I already know what's going on in the file. Super simple.
Yep.
Same thing, we're just collecting the things, we're monitoring. Coordination, dark blue, and then we do any utilities, utility reminders, utility requests are the light blue.
Okay.
And then required system, week of closing, request a statement. And then we do, oh, it's like weird because you're probably looking at my task, you're like, wow, you're uploading the statement to compliance. Great. Okay, now like it's just done. You're done. I am for things that are to be happened during the file itself, not post close, which is,
Okay, but if you can go back to that one just real quick.
oh, yes.
So another thing I'm noticing is so you are using milestones. I've seen some people use them and some people not. Where's your mindset around the milestones?
So we have milestones where we have literally a milestone check into a title or lender. And
Hmm.
if it is, we have a little table in that email. And if it's a pertinent line item in that table, it is a milestone on our task list
Okay.
because we utilize those milestones to then input information back into a manual updated email.
Okay.
And then the other is it is a milestone because we have to do an action outside of AFRAME. So like the earnest money, we
Hmm.
receive that to
Yep.
then upload to their, like the agent's file to then upload to their compliance. So
Yes.
it requires extra work outside of our system.
Okay.
Typically.
Okay. Good. I think, and then the only other thing that I would ask about, this is a great shot right here. So if I start at the top of the screen right now, what I'm looking at is 8 calendar days, 18, 20 calendar days. Now I go down a little bit and you're starting to see a lot of negatives, such as negative 12 days, negative 12, negative 10, negative 8, all of those types of things. Again, using that calculator that A-Frame has built in here, she's
Mhm.
fully utilizing that as well.
Oh yeah. Yep. And that they correlate. Some of these will correlate with dates too. That's a good thing to mention. So like receipt of title binder, we have it at 20 days here. I don't remember what I think it's also 20 on the other, but it's prior to the close date.
And what would be the example of like a note that you've got in
Oh,
that?
sure. Required prior to seller deed set signing, and then adding the document for dot loop for record keeping or whatever their signing platform is. We review every single title binder or commitment that comes through, and we use it also as a prospecting task.
Okay.
If something comes up, a lien, whatever, judgment, we'll contact both agents separately. Hey,
Yep.
not sure if you knew, just wanted to give you a heads up. Or, hey, I saw this on the commitment, just letting you know that your client has a judgment. I'll work with title to make sure it's cleared. We do that. So that's, yeah, another thing.
And another thing.
And
All right.
another thing.
That's why I'm asking all these little questions because she's using this tool to fully leverage all of these thought processes that she has and to make sure that they happen. So it's fantastic.
Yep.
Fantastic.
And the QuickBooks thing, like I have, it's a task for me. So like I put people call me Mur. So when I'm looking through something or I'm looking through another TC's file and I see that this is at the very top and it's red and screaming at me,
Mhm.
oh, okay, great. So then that's when I fill out my form. I
Yep.
wait 5 seconds and then there's a PDF of my invoice that I download, add to the file, and then
Yep.
I clear it.
And you'll
And
see the user here, most of these say TC or Assistant 1. That one specifically has her name in it. So,
and that's when we switched everything. Well, this one's gonna change too now for a conversation. Anyway, okay.
excellent.
Yep, brokerage specific. I'm not gonna get into the nitty-gritty because I know every brokerage also does some different,
Yep.
but right here we have a few of them. Some of the brokerages that we assist, it is literally just I have to send a note in dot loop, and I'm like,
Mhm.
I don't need a separate list. So I just remember it.
Yep.
And then post close. So a lot of people don't do, sorry, a lot of TCs or small business owners don't do a lot of post close. That's totally fine. I want to.
Yep.
Why? Because if I'm trying to be very strategic with things, and I
Yep.
don't do things if I feel like it's a waste of my time, as you probably have figured out from watching this so far. If I lose an agent, whatever, and that's totally fine. Happens. Maybe we weren't a great fit anymore. Maybe they decided to go somewhere else. Maybe they hired an internal admin. Maybe
Yep.
they're testing the waters with their child or their niece's boyfriend's mom who wants to help them, and they just aren't sure. Well,
Yep.
when I send a home anniversary email, when I send the tax season reminder, I am now front of mind
Mhm.
for them
Yep.
on top of my nurture tasks in case
Yep.
I lost them or whatever. If I choose to do nurture, sometimes I'm like, maybe this is better. But they're receiving a communication that is directed to their clients on my behalf for them that they've already paid me to do. And so now it's like I'm top of mind still.
Mhm.
So marking the dot loop. So again, this is if most of our agents use dot loop, so it's just easier to gear it towards dot loop. But this doesn't include closing it out on EXP Skyslope, which is in the brokerage specific. This isn't,
Yep.
that's anyways. So we do the schedule home anniversary email, tax season. We update the client in our A-frame, which is clicking the finalize button if they're buying in the top right hand corner when you close it. Because it also sends a calendar reminder to my agents and a text message, home anniversary.
Top of mind.
I've set up the system, so it's helpful. So that's 3 touches technically on a home anniversary. They get a portal notification, a text message, and the email from me.
Yep.
And then we post on social media. It's a no date template. And that should be, we just manually put the date in for the end of the month. So
Okay.
my sweet VA is currently making ours for January because it's the last day of January. Um, and then send an invoice to agent. Again, this is a me task. So I can easily just change it here. But if I want to assign it to a specific person, you go to user. Never mind. I'll do it later. Um, and then this is like a key thing. I should change this. Look at me. I tried to clean up everything and I missed one. We go back in post close internally to our contacts
Yep.
in the transaction and we update the rating. We add private notes because so you click on the contact and you add the little note thing at the top and it comes into a sidebar. Sometimes it's like best agent, leaving them a review, sending the email. Cool, great. Which is this one. Thanks a bunch. So that's also purple. Thanks for that tip and trick. I've gotten quite a few agents actually from leaving a review. And in turn, I leave them a review. Most of the time they leave me a review and it's like, oh, I will gladly accept that. So we just leave notes when we rate the participating parties. Sometimes it's even the title company, like title company was not very communicative, wish we could have better rapport, or closer was amazing, processor was a little flighty, like just so we know. Or if a closer always has a dedicated title processor, we put that note, dedicated processor, here's the contact information, always pull in so that we know when you pull the closer from the purchase agreement, then you go back in and add the processor. So it's just reminder notes. And then some agents, we have many on our roster, want a just sold graphic sent to them. So we just do a little, my marketing does it for me. So that's post close. It's a lot. So for a listing, it's intake, client, like the seller decided one, post close, potential brokerage task.
Yep.
You're pulling in 4 or 5 task lists for one file.
Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. So we're going to get into the email templates now. So yeah, see how are you having these folders broken out? And then if you take a look, guys, some of these folders have 2 emails in them, okay? Versus other ones, I see one that has 26 emails in it, okay? So how are you thinking about this and organizing this?
It kind of goes back to so we try to personalize things. So this is probably the dumbest down version of the template section for us.
Okay.
And I don't mean that in the sense that the emails are dumbed down.
Yeah.
I've spent years perfecting these things, but just how we did them. So it's some of them are copied and then 2 things are changed, but they're supposed to go to a different task list. And then it's so anything buy side is pretty much in here.
Okay.
And then same thing, anything list side. If we have team specific things, that's all there. If we have specific team post close, specific agent post close, specific builder stuff, and then the pre emails.
Okay.
But this also doesn't include the ones that we also do on a whim. So a lot of agent or a lot of TCs I know of, they only use templates. I've talked to a couple of where it's I don't send an email unless it's templated. I'm like, okay. From AFRAME. Sorry, I should preface that.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't send anything unless it's templated from AFRAME, but will use their Outlook or their Gmail to send the other ones. I don't like doing that because I have a team. So to each your own, but I will always also create other emails where it's hey, I'm just checking on the appraisal. I haven't heard from you. Obviously you can't reply yet in AFRAME, which is totally fine for me. You'll monitor for life.
Same here.
But if there's something particular that I need to email someone, maybe it's the listing agent about and this could be a template, but sometimes it's just so specific that I'm like, creating the template's great, and then it's like one sentence in the email template, and then to my mind, it's just like not worth it.
Yeah.
Which maybe this is the one place where I'm not lazy. But I will create an email saying, hey, list agent, I know that we had 3 repairs for the inspection and 1 for the appraisal, and I'm waiting for the receipts. Can you please get those to me? That's
Yeah.
so particular to the transaction. Why would I create a template besides creating a subject line that says receipt request and then the address and then whatever, when I'm like, I'll just do it in A-frame so that I have logged
Yeah.
notion of it and the agent can see that I have asked for it in A-frame.
Yeah. And every, like you said, each to their own, but I had 3 emails that I sent today specific about transactions. And all 3 of them, I just happened to be in my Gmail. I started and I'm like, and the key phrase was one that you mentioned is I was quickly typing. It wasn't necessarily needing a template, but I paused myself, went back over to my A-frame, and I only chose to send them from A-frame, not because I had the template in there, because I wanted that log. I wanted to have that record all in one place. So can I do it from Gmail? Sure, but there's still reasons why people then will just jump right back to their A-frame as well. It's to go ahead and have that log there. What if we have multiple people that are touching that file? You know, those types of things. So it's just trains of thoughts, thinking a couple steps ahead for people.
Yeah, and that's huge too when like when I was on my own, when I didn't have an assistant, when I didn't have an additional team member at all.
Yep.
And I wanted to take a vacation. And I was like, how am I going to get another local TC to sign into my software to
Yeah.
understand what is going on, to just monitor things? It's going to be impossible. And so with that, like, one, I don't know if I'd let another TC into my business unless it's on my team. Anyways,
Another
I'm very
topic, another
protective.
video.
Yeah, I'm very protective, which whatever. But if, my assistant, I'm taking a week-long trip in March.
Mhm.
If I'm not putting everything in A-frame
Yep.
up to the time that I am stepping on a plane, I will not be able to disconnect. And we all know in this business how important it is to disconnect, to rest and relax. Thank God I have them because I can do that now. But if I'm not sending things in A-frame, they don't have access to my personal email. Well, they do, but they don't. They can't get in and reply to things. They're replying from a filtered, forwarded address that is not super professional, but it's a catch-all so that when I'm away, they can see things, but then they can go into A-frame and respond back like it's me.
Yep.
And that has been huge because you can default who the sender is while you're working. So Whitney, my assistant, can toggle between my email and
Yeah.
her email when sending an email to a lender. If I text and be like, hey, I got this voicemail, can you send them an email instead?
Yeah.
She'll take it, send it for that file under me. I get the response, but she can still see the response. It's mind blown. Love it. Okay, sorry.
Nope,
I
that's
do.
good. That's good.
It's
Because
funny.
all of those mindsets are helping you determine how you're setting this up. So that's also why it's relevant.
Oh yeah, and like the forward thinking stuff has, ever since we started having that conversation, it has changed how I'm looking at
Yep.
how we're operating.
Yep.
And I do, this is also interesting. This is also connected. Although I have 15 emails, you're like,
Yep.
oh, that's not very much. It is associated with 11 different task templates.
Yep.
It is associated with 5.
Yep.
Why? Why so little, Miranda? Oh, because it's our level of involvement in the file.
Yep.
This is to the seller, client care package only. It's not going to everyone.
Correct.
Same thing. This is only on KW lists. So we have a ton of Keller Williams agents, brokerage specific tasks, and then certain team tasks
Yep.
is associated with it. Same like here. Wow, it just says 1 because it's specific to a Lincoln team.
Correct. Yep.
So, and then here we have like the specific task templates. This was actually a new email that we just added that I still need to connect on a different task. I think I deleted it and then re-added it, and then system's been funny for me this week. Live listing associated with 6. So like you can see just looking through here, what is the most popular? Here's a Lincoln one. It's in the wrong folder. Ah,
Okay, so one other thing to just take a look at, now that we're looking at these, because I'm seeing
yeah.
this quite a bit on these, is she is using the primary title, but she's also using a sub-descriptor as well for a lot of these. Okay. Again, you've got a primary title, and then you've got an ability to inform, educate, cheat, prompt, whatever you want to use that extra space for to inform you a little bit more information about that list. Okay.
Mhm.
And not everybody is using those. So that is something that you're seeing. That's an absolute, I'm not saying it's on every one of hers, but most of them.
It's on most of them.
Yeah, you're hitting about 98% on those. So just know that that's an extra tool that you can use. It's simple, but it's helpful.
So I'm curious, does that mean that are other people's email names longer?
Some.
Okay. So
So here's the other
what?
thing is, and you know how I feel about this. Miranda and I have known each other for a while, so we've had a lot of these conversations, so it's all good. But the fact is some people they still I believe that we should not set up our tools and our resources based on how much we know, how knowledgeable we are, and anything that deals with intuition. Everything that is you have great knowledge. I don't care. The tool should not be set up based on how smart and how good you are. Assume that at some point you will not be the one using the tool. You'll be adding a team member, you'll be adding assistants or whatever it is. And if you know it, you can't assume that they know it. So, and if you knew how to do something based off of intuition, I'm not impressed. Great. I'm glad for you that you do and that you know your business that well and you know your job that well. But the fact is now you don't own a business. Your business owns you. That's the key. Okay. Is if it's all based on your knowledge, your intuition, and so you do the bare minimum in some of these things, guess what? You're the only one who knows what that means. And when you step away, you're not having a true step away vacation experience. You're doing what I call work travel. Because
Mhm.
while you're traveling, you still have to be checking in, you still have to be answering. Look at her shaking her head on all of these issues. Okay. So that's just where I'm saying is use and abuse the tools and resources, even if there's something as simple as that. Okay. So yeah, that's where I'm seeing the differences with, and I'm not talking about the 4 panelists that we have. Obviously, I get to see the back end of a lot of people doing coaching and stuff like that. And so you just have people that are like, well, right now it's just me. I'm not going to make a hire for a couple months. Okay, well, you got a lot of catch-up work to do then after they start, because you're going to be upset that why can't they think out of the box? You knew it from an intuition standpoint. That's not impressive. It's just
Mhm.
not. So, anyways, that's I love that you asked that because you can tell that's just something that's just not acceptable to me. And you're already at that mental stage, like, why would people not be using that? I don't even get it.
Yeah, well, it's just, I think it's also because I know my brain works probably way different than other people, but you can see here under transaction buyer, the very first one, prospecting email, introduction to a co-op.
Hmm.
I have it here
Yep.
as well, but the numbers are different.
Hmm.
And it's also, I have doubled because of how we add them to software. Because there's agent other side, or you can rename it and put list agent and buyer agent, but that's your choice, however you want to do it. I've always come from the understanding of the buyer owns the borrower owns the lender and they own the closer in a transaction. So I've kept the system default of agent other side or closer other side because if it's the seller and you're associating the closer, it is just the closer for that buy. Like It's just how we've operated. It makes sense. All of our templates are set up that way. But
Yep.
I know some people have also changed it to be list agent or buyer agent or selling agent, whatever you want to call them. And
Yep.
that's how they set up their templates then. It's too much of a shift for me at this point. Maybe eventually. But so there's different also things that we do send something to the co-op agent and we don't. So it's just very interesting now that we're talking about it to go from buy side to the list side and how many
Yep.
different templates it is in different places. But
Excellent.
yeah, I think I asked that question about I'm fine, I don't care. About the like editing the details here because when you're setting up your tasks,
Yep.
this is very important too if you're a new A-frame user. I think don't name all the emails the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you're going in to set up a task and you're pulling in to coordinate that email, I'll show you what I mean. I think it might be
Okay.
easier. Mm,
There's the one you were just on, seller under contract.
let's just do this. So let's change it.
Okay.
Now you're going in. Well, how do I do this? Hold on. I click into it this way. How
Yep.
if this is like if your brain would work to the point where you're like, okay, I want to pick these are all my emails. Surprise. Um, and you're trying to find one email and you've already created it and you want to edit it, or you're in the transaction itself and you need to reassign an email to you're like, oh, I messed this up wrong, but I need to correct it in this template. Happens to me still. This is not perfect. This is not 100%. For me to then go in here's like the team. Okay, great. Now I know who's specific. Same thing. These, I don't know who these are for, but I know they're for a specific agent, but I would know if I went to the task list. So it's like, how am I changing these things, making them different so that I know who is it for? So like this one, update email, under contract with Lincoln. How do I know the difference between these two?
Yep.
That was poor choice on my part. I should have clarified them better. One of these I think is Real Broker. So I know that, but I don't know which one until you click it, you save it, and then you look at it. So
Yeah.
that's a reminder. Utility transfer, they're different. So
Yep.
just peace of mind.
Thinking multiple steps ahead.
It's a pain to go back and try and fix something
Yep.
after it's broken multiple times.
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Just in anything, not just A-frame, in anything.
All of them. All of them. No,
What
this is
else do
super
you
good.
want me to show on this part? Do you want me to like,
No, I think this is actually good. The only thing that I would say is opening up any one of these emails and just how do you, is there anything that you want to share with us? As far as like if you're looking at contract fields, transaction fields, anything across the top, you've got the bottom email reminder notes. I mean,
yeah.
what do you use when you are setting this up? Like if you look at the left-hand side where it says contract fields, transaction fields, any of that.
It's a lot. So like
Yep.
it can be very overwhelming to set up a templated email, especially if you're not used to them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Setting them up in A-frame can be absolutely daunting. And so like transaction fields, this is the top portion of you need to know where things are
Yep.
getting started to be able to pull in things, what the dates are. Like all of this stuff is crazy. Like the portals, like all of the contact thing, like you can just keep scrolling.
Right.
It's very daunting. So I try and keep the email templates simple, concise, but I'm providing enough detail from the purchase agreement so someone could look at and be like this is my new order, new escrow open email. I am auto attaching all the files if it's applicable. And then this is kind of what I was saying was if you started this,
Yep.
it would show up in a big red box saying could not associate compensation agreement, wire fraud, or affiliated business. And it's just like this red little box. And I'm like,
Yep.
okay, great. Well, none of those are applicable, so it doesn't matter. Um, And then you go through and you're pulling in your agent. And so we have it set up where this is the new order for a buy side, being very specific because of this. The selling agent is my agent or
Yep.
Whitney's agent. And that's why this one has the user assistant full name as the TC label. So the TC will always be noted on the new order email so that when later on another agent doesn't say, you need to identify yourself in this transaction. I don't know who you are. Okay. It was also on the other email. Per my last email. Sorry, I had to.
So one thing I have to do, so we can get past your bitterness on that point, but one thing that I do want to mention, for those people watching this video, the week that this video comes out, I do believe that Burton, the owner of AFRAME, he is going to be doing a video that same week, and that is devoted to using the merge codes or the what people call them different things, but whatever, using the merge fields, merge codes, and everything else like that to build email templates. So just know that by the time this video comes out, there'll probably be another video out by Burton that's really going to go through a lot of this. So I don't think we need to go much more in depth because I think he has a whole training he's going to do around this. So if this is an area of struggle for you, or you just like to take this to another level, be sure to see that video. And when it comes out, I will link a direct link in the description of this video to that video training as well. So just know that that's going to be available.
Yay. I love Burton getting out there and showing people.
Right?
That's awesome. So I'll just touch real quickly.
Yep.
For the merge fields for emails.
Yep.
I have a whole bunch of things because it's title other side, or it's agent other side, it's closer, it's lender other side, it's email or lender all emails, lender coordinator. Like I'm catching everything. And this one, it does say lender other side, even though it's a buy, just in case there was a system input error. And then I do want to mention that your date merge field codes, if you have set up custom dates and established your own merge date,
Yep.
it will be in here.
Okay.
So like cleaning appointment, that was something I created and I put in here. Now it's in here. You can put it in a template. So that's really nice. And then same with your field definitions, which we'll get to in 2 seconds. Those are all here too, which is great.
Awesome.
Okay, field templates or field
Let's do it.
Okay.
All right. So if we start from left to right, I notice that we have 3 different fields: Murado, transaction, and contract. Are we only using Murado? You've put everything you want in that, or you are using all 3?
We're using all 3.
All right.
Okay, so this is where that Zapier from my jot form into AFRAME.
Yep.
I don't want to copy paste things.
Yeah.
So Zapier assigns a TC. Zapier assigns the service. This is me. I have to do that. Pertinent notes.
Work?
I know. Pertinent notes, Zapier.
Yep.
This is manual. Our documents, kind of what I was talking about earlier. If like someone's processing maybe on Saturday, Sunday evening, early morning, and then I get in and it's like, well, this isn't incomplete. Well, that's where we house all of this. Specific commission or compliance notes per brokerage. So it's very daunting, obviously, when you're in someone's file that's maybe at KW, but you're seeing everyone else, like you're not visible, but like as the TC or the assistant, like you're seeing all of them. We color code them on the left-hand side because you can do it. You can't do it on the back end, but you can do it in the transaction. You can like change the color and color code it. So if it's KW, we'll change it to green. If it's real broker, we'll change it to green and everything else stays white. And they're all different, as you can see, because choice, text field, text area. Once you pick one, you can't change it.
So that's the one thing I do want you to now populate real quick. Choose one that's choice versus text area.
That's a bad example. So we color code things as well.
There you go.
Inside. You can put the field description.
Yeah. So if you can go in there and just show them just real quick, if you add another choice, what that looks like. Choose a color, boom, right there. And she can click cancel so that she doesn't change her thing. That's fine. Or get rid of that. But that's how simple that is. Now, one that's more of just a text area, what that one might look like. So very simple.
But when you have a text field or a text area, this is in there. When you go, like when you go to do the tippy typey thing,
Yep.
you click into the box and it like pops up. It will
Yep.
say missing docs, approved, etc. So we chose not to do Y on command when like the KW stuff. Why we didn't do that is because KW agents are notorious for missing things. So we have to have a list. Love them dearly.
Yes. Of course we do.
Yeah. And like we're doing a lot of the compliance first and second checks. Whitney checks first, I check second, then we submit. So if we're getting like we're holding a lot of the compliance things before we're ever submitting to a brokerage because we want as little returned as possible. That's just how we've always done things. And then at the bottom we have recommendations because it's nice to know if like Whitney's doing a transaction and she loved the title contact, great. I'll send them a pop by the next month when we're doing them, or I'll send them a handwritten card. Thanks for being awesome. Here's a $10 gift card to Starbucks. Send us agents that you hate working with. We'll work with them. Things like that. And then I'll like stop in and I'll bring like champagne or wine after a really hard closing with that closer just to put a face to the name and build rapport. Why? Because lenders, title, and co-op agents are my 3 pillars of lead generation.
Bam.
Yep, and then co-op, same thing. So if we're recommending the co-op, yes or no. There's no maybe, might be worth it. We are very clear. Is this co-op worth it? No, they're probably getting a D rating. Yeah. So this dictates how we rate. So it's any part of the transaction, I'm like, this agent just called me and told me off. No, I'm sure they might have been having a bad day. They can recoup, but they're probably getting a bad relationship rating once we go to do post-close tasks.
Yeah.
Same thing, text area. Why yes or no to above? I'll explain with dates and phone call records of why this was not a good choice. So that's just Miranda internal. That is a lot. And then we get into the transaction info.
Okay.
You ready?
Yep.
This is filled out by ZAPIER, transaction source, because I know it's just crazy. But I like to monitor those things.
Yep.
Am I weird about it? Probably, but I like to see where agents' transactions are coming from. Is it a lender lead? Is it Sphere? Is it referral? I track those. They might not, but I do. Occupancy, ZAPIER. Remarks, ZAPIER. Instructions, ZAPIER. Listing other info.
Suck.
What?
That does not suck.
There's some I have to fill out, like this whole section.
Don't try to talk to me like you work hard. I mean, I'm kidding. I know.
I know. Listing other info. This is a catch-all in case they send us a note in dot loop after they've had a call, after they've sent a text message, after they've texted our team line. We just dump it in here for whatever reason other than like we had nowhere else to put it and it came after the fact, after the form. ZAPIER. We fill out this. This is all us. So I do preface that this is only filled out if it's a listing.
Okay.
So when we are pulling up the assessors, we're pulling up MLS, we have this little section open and it's property type, single family. It's on the other side of the other admin part. Text field, super simple. County, I have built it out.
Ah, okay.
So these are our top counties that we service, we list in, we buy, sell in. There's more, but I
Yep.
just haven't got whatever. So they're also color coded, most heavily used. So it kind of like goes like this
Mm-hmm.
in a sense as well. These are all surrounding the state. These are absolutely rural. Good luck getting any information. That type of thing. So we have county color coded, text field for beds, bath. Why
Yep.
do I want those things? Because the assessors might be wrong.
Okay.
So if it's coming in on a jot form and they're telling us it's 5 bath and the assessor says it's a 3 bath, we put it in here as like a oops, like pertinent note, like this is right, the assessor's is wrong. Year built, why would we do that? Lead-based paint.
Yeah.
So that we know that lead-based paint is then conditional, but it's also required. Square foot, this is a note from jot form. I have a little section on jot form that says additional square footage in basement if unfinished in assessors. So like assessors can be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like so we get that information, or if it's a new build and there's plans, again, new construction, we have the square footage. And then it like like if it's the source, it comes from like agent, plans, assessors, stuff like that. Schools, it's just a text field, and SID, also just a text field. And then HOA, if it's on the listing agreement or if it's on the ZAPIER, we put it in. So this is manual also. So HOA, yes or no, it's a choice. The fee, how much is it? And then is it monthly, annually, quarterly? Well, I don't know what it is. Yeah, monthly, annual, quarterly. And that's it. So that's just like transaction type
Yep.
info for like about the property. It should be probably labeled property info, but I've kept it transaction for so long that I don't want to change it.
Yeah. Contracts.
This is probably pretty minimal compared to what maybe someone else has.
Okay.
So escrow number, I have to fill that out once the title company establishes it. If they establish it, some title companies here don't care about escrow numbers and they don't do it.
Yep.
Earnest money, ZAPIER, we do it. This is not typically used, but we will include it. Concessions, manual, possession. So this is like, obviously there's a possession date,
Mm-hmm.
but this might be during the process. We have early possession of the garage. We put that note in there, what date that starts on. Maybe they're doing pre-occupancy. When are they, so for utility reminders, it's like right there so
Yep.
that we know, okay, we do have to adjust the dates for this reminder and the task for this reminder, because there's also subsequent things that happen. Contract other info. This could be this is the catch-all spot.
Okay.
Items remaining at the property, personal property, hot tub staying, shed staying, chicken coop staying. This is both. This is ZAPIER pulled in and also manual, obviously. Commission note, ZAPIER. Home sale contingency, that is us, manual. And then we
Okay.
put the address below. So we monitor home sale contingencies if we're doing representing sellers and the buyers have a home sale contingency. We will scout and like monitor all of that. Appraisal required. Nope. That is us inputting. This is manual during the transaction, manual during the transaction. This is from ZAPIER. This is from ZAPIER. Manual during the transaction, manual during the transaction, but also this helps us monitor for the attachment. So
Okay.
if we say not received yet, it shouldn't or if it's received, it should be in attachments, like vice versa. Warranty company, this is manual. Notes is pulled from ZAPIER. So if like an agent wants us to order or an agent wants like is going to order it or it's not applicable, it's waived, whatever, that's gone here. And then warranty paid by is manual. So it's just like an extra like, oh, it does say that there's a warranty. Let's double check the purchase agreement.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it. So I would say 60% of this stuff is from ZAPIER.
Great. Fantastic. Awesome. This was a lot to go through. I love it. I absolutely love it. So I have finished with most people asking just a couple additional questions
Okay.
that won't have you going through any of this, but just based on your experience. Um, it's kind of almost common sense that anybody who's been in the business, I'll call it as a TC, independent TC, for say 3 to 5 years. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but it'd be pretty rare that anybody's been in this business 3 to 5 years and have only been in one tool. So it's fairly common that someone started in something and at some point they move to another tool. And that's a process. Okay. So is there any recommendation that you would have going from one tool to another tool to make that transition easier, to make it smoother, whatever it is, to take your time to just go over, move one team over and just practice that way to see if you got it the way that you want? I've got some people that also said, if we've got 3 to 5 people on our team, we will move it over for one of those 3 to 5 people and they will just run their transactions for 30, 60, or 90. I mean, what is any type of advice that you might give to move from one tool to another? Because I know you have.
Yeah. I will preface by saying I was by myself when I migrated. I chose to migrate towards the end of April.
Okay.
And I was managing about 50 to 60 files on my own at that time. And so looking back, I wish I would have done things different. But again, my situation might be, I had reached my threshold I was using Google spreadsheets to be completely honest. And I think I had about 70 columns. And I was like, I cannot keep doing this. I am losing my mind. My templates in my email were like just an absolute mess. So I had reached the breaking point because I didn't anticipate it fast enough.
So even though you were going into a busy season, you're like, I've still got to do this. This just needs to be done.
Absolutely. It was 70, 80-hour weeks of working files during the day, playing the catch up because I was just so disorganized to learning the system, fixing things, and then slowly importing, just so slowly. Luckily, when I get started, there was a couple of emails like set up so where I was like, okay, I can test. So I used 2 agents as guinea pigs.
Okay.
And I just dumped their stuff in there, which wasn't very many files, probably like less than 8, which was good for me to learn. But I think it's also important that I chose to set benchmarks when I was migrating. So I went through and like 1 week I focused on just contacts. I made a spreadsheet and I fixed the spreadsheet of current closers, title, lender, co-op agents, stuff like that. And I cleaned it all up. And I did it as best as I could. And then I just mass imported. I was like, okay, I'm done with contacts. Great. I'm going to move on to the next thing. The next thing was pulling all my email templates from Gmail, putting it into a document, spell checking, fixing. So I think I spent 2 or 3 weeks going through and like combing through and cleaning and preparing my templates. And then I spent probably another 2 weeks taking the buy templates and putting them into AFRAME, and then the sell templates and putting them into AFRAME. And then I started I didn't have task checklist. So moving into AFRAME, I had to create them. So then I was writing on paper and pen, what is my process? What does that look like? Because it was all up here and this isn't scalable. I quickly learned that. And so I was handwriting at night. Well, this is what I do. This is the next step. This is the thing I need to monitor. And then I started creating a blanket checklist, the big one, the client care one.
Yep.
And then I would take the things out that aren't pertinent for the next level of service. And then after that, I would remove more, and then I would remove more until I weaned it down to the lowest level of service that we have. Um, so I think it took 5 to 6 months to
Yeah.
move to like create, fix, improve, move over
Mm-hmm.
into A-frame, and
Yep.
then migrate all of the current files. So some of them that had just opened, I moved over immediately.
Yep.
Some of the ones that were like halfway through, um, I moved those and I was like, okay, let's omit, complete, delete the tasks, and let's just jump into it. Let's just see what happens. And I think when I started, I also put a note on some of the emails to closers that I like, lenders, and be like, hey, I'm trying out a new system. Please let me know if there's like an error or you don't like something with this
Okay.
template. So that I can improve how I perform my services to you and also the agent and client. And I got good feedback, and it was just became a constant rotation of improvement from there. So give yourself grace. Transitioning is painful. It can be painful. Um, do prep work before you transition. Otherwise, you get into the software and you're like, I have so much to do. Break it up. I will, that is my best piece of advice is break it up into kind of like what we just went through. Emails, tasks, pertinent info, um, just things like that that will help you silo work
Yeah.
because that it's a huge undertaking to do by yourself. And um, I did start with the two agents that I was like, hey, I need to do this. Like, I can't work anymore like this. They gave me so much grace. They're like, yeah, do whatever you need to do. Great. Moved them. And then I didn't tell anyone else. I just moved the rest of the agents and the transactions. And
Mm-hmm.
it was bumpy, but it was good. It was needed, obviously, at the time. So
Okay, so I'm gonna give my summary of 4 points that you just brought up. Number one, which you just finished, which was break things into smaller parts.
Mhm.
This isn't about moving everything over. This might be for a moment just moving over your email templates, but it might not even be that. It might be moving over specific email templates, even breaking down email templates into smaller. I'm just going to do my sell side email templates. Then I'm going to just do my, I mean, how small of parts can you break this in? Make it so it's believable, not overwhelming, whatever it is, but break it down into smaller parts. Okay, so you mentioned that a bunch of different ways, a bunch of different times throughout that, but smaller parts, you kept going to smaller parts. Next thing was, you didn't say this, but your process says that you did this. Take it as an opportunity to audit your own system and process. And you really, really benefited from that. Your clients benefited from that. Your future team benefited from that. But you really audited every aspect. And then you also audited what am I doing just out of basic knowledge and intuition versus what do I actually have written down too. So you actually even audited that part of it. So every aspect. And I love what Nicole said, not on this video, but on the last video that we did with her that you were a part of as well. Thank you. Is she said, I think as small business owners, we all have great intentions of regularly auditing our system. But the fact is good intentions, we don't always follow through on those, and we do not audit our systems probably as often, as regularly, as systematic as we should. When you're going to move from one tool to another, do not miss that opportunity. What you couldn't have a better time to really do an amazing audit, but that audit will be even better if you're breaking it down into smaller parts because then the audit becomes very realistic that you can actually do it. The third one, um, paper to tool, not head to tool, but it's just writing things down, really drawing things out.
Mhm.
You said just got down to paper and pen type of thing, and I usually say draw it out. I cannot overstress how valuable that can be. What it takes for you to think through something, to actually draw something out, really does give you some different insight as to what you're about to put into the tool. I would not say just open up the tool and start working and start building stuff out. I totally agree with you. Draw it out. And then the last one I would say is I wrote it down this way, but however you want to say it, small testing runs. She chose two agents. She also, so those agents knew that they were going to be working with her as she moved into this new tool. But then and so they've got a, proper warning. Also, that you've got some people that just love to be those guinea pigs too. They're like, yeah, let's do it. Okay. But then she also gave proper warning to some of her vendors and stuff like that. The fact is, I am moving to a new tool. If you see anything that seems oddball, missing, whatever it is, seems like I'm dropping the ball or it's confusing, let me know because we are just building this out. So those are the 4 points that I got from what you shared. And those I think are awesome, all of them. Really, really, really helpful. Anything else that you would like to share?
Oh, no, I mean, I think we touched on pretty much everything. Like,
Okay.
I know that. I know we talked a little bit about like the file management and the contacts, and
Yeah.
I know that there's still so much in A-Frame that like I don't even use to the best of my abilities. Like the analytics is great, but you're only going to get amazing analytics with what you put into it.
Yeah.
Um, Prospecting, it is geared a little bit more towards like buyer seller type prospecting,
Yep.
but I have been able to change it and use it for my prospecting for
Yep.
lead generation for agents. I'm now getting reminders in the system, like the contact tasks. Send this email. It's been 3 months. Send your quarterly check-in. Send a
Mhm.
birthday card. I get those. So I'm using this for multiple things. And then I think something that a lot of A-Frame users don't touch on is the team files. And I don't know if you've had those conversations either
Mm.
with a lot of TCs. Um, Team files, thanks to also the auto attach,
Mhm.
I have been building different things out for different teams and utilizing team files. So we have like the new construction, specifically, those new builds are in up and coming neighborhoods where
Yep.
utilities are so you can't figure it out because it's like right on the cusp of two different cities. It
Okay.
might be the city water or whatever. So we're creating very specific utility sheets.
Okay.
And when the subdivision is selected, we can auto attach that specific subdivision utility sheet. So those are some things that I'm storing them in here, but
Yep.
they're constantly used. We review them, we update them.
Yep.
When I'm onboarding, there's two team files that we keep in there that we update every quarter
Yep.
for like service breakdown. Those are
Yep.
auto attached. They're kept in the team file.
I think in a similar fashion, someone else had talked about the fact that they have, how I'm sorry, agents a lot of times have buyer or seller, gosh dang it, I forget what they're even
Roadmaps.
called. Buyer packet. It's got
Yeah.
all the information, blah, 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 blah. Is they are uploading all of those for their different teams and everything else like that. So that actually goes to the buyers, sellers, and everything else like that. So I'm starting to see a lot of that as well, which shows a different level of customization as well for each one and a different value proposition and everything else like that. So some of that type of stuff similar as well. So yeah, I have heard a few people doing that as well. I have not, but I like that idea.
It's a huge time saver because
Yeah.
like you're working with like we do the pre-listing stuff.
Yep.
We work with a lot of photographers. If they have a pre-shoot checklist, I
Yep.
ask them for it and I save it. That way
Yep.
it's like I can just quickly pull it in.
Yep.
We have sheets for rental information.
Oh,
If it's
buyer's guide, seller guide. That's what most of them are
yeah.
calling. Yeah.
We don't do that specific, but we have wiring instructions to the title
Yeah.
company. If I've received it, I save it.
Yeah.
Rental information. So if it's currently rented, I send it to the list agent to send
Yeah.
to the seller. What are units currently renting for? What's included? What's not included?
Yeah.
Like things like that. So that when the buyer of the rental, it's just like things you might not think of, but then
Yep.
you're in that situation one time and you're like, this could be a really great selling point or much bigger piece of like value add that I can give to my agent and the agent on the other side.
Yeah.
Again, I do the extra value things for prospecting.
Yeah.
I want to leave a good impression because I want
Yep.
them to work with me. So
Yep.
take advantage of team files too, because it can save you lots of time.
Yep.
I
I
like
love it.
saving time.
I love it. You stay on because we're going to hang out for about 2 minutes after this. But I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Another video that we got to work on together, and I'll just tell you this is I asked you for a reason. You know, I respect you. You know that I think you have an enormous amount to give to this community, and I love that you're so open with all of it. So very grateful for you, my friend.
Thank you. I'm humbled and honored to be here. Thank you.
Love it. I love it. All right, everyone, have an awesome day. And by the way, all right, are you ready to geek out with me?
I am ready.
Let's do it. We've been planning on doing some type of video together for a little while, and you said you can get geeky, and I said, how about an hour? And I think both you and I could go longer than that and just have a good time with it. So it's all
100%.
all right. So everybody kind of already knows the format here. We're going to only be dealing with the back end of A-frame. We're going to be going through the templates. We're going to go from left to right. And what I should have done before I hit record, but we're going to do it right now. I'm going to make you co-host so that you can share your screen as well. So whenever you are ready, I'll let you jump into the back end of your A-frame. And thanks for doing this.
Yeah, no, it's my pleasure. And again, like I love geeking out about this stuff.
I love it.
It's
You know
my
what?
favorite.
I forgot to give one thing because at the intro of our video, I'm going to tell everybody who you are and everything else like that. But as long as we're right here live right now, if I could just ask you, because I think it's relevant to
Yeah.
everybody, is when you're showing us your tools and your systems, could you tell us
Mhm.
how many people are actually using that? So there is yourself and you've got a team of 1, 2, 3 other people, or how many people
Yeah.
are actually going to be accessing this?
Well, it's two of us right now.
Okay,
And then we have well, as we grow, we're kind of like in flux.
sure.
Um, but max we've had four people. No, I take that back. We've had five people in the system at a time. So
Okay.
in the
So
tool at a
being scalable and duplicatable so it works for everybody on the team is important. So,
time. Yeah,
all right, perfect.
100%.
Now, what we are seeing is a lot of white on this screen is if we,
Okay.
there we go. Perfect.
Okay.
That's
There.
beautiful.
I
Good.
have a giant panoramic screen. So when I open it wide, it doesn't always conform to everybody else's view.
All
So
right.
that's fine.
This is
Um,
perfect.
okay,
So,
good.
so we're in your
So
attachments right now is what we're seeing.
yes, exactly. So in the templates, from the dashboard section or under admin,
Yep.
in the templates section. And as far as the attachments go,
Hmm.
I've broken them out into these folders.
Okay.
And I've numbered the folders because when you apply the templates in A-frame, it does so alphabetically.
Okay.
And so I have numbered these not just in sort of a process way, but in a application way
Excellent.
of like when you're and kind of priorities. So I'll start in the beginning.
Hmm.
Um, and so these are just kind of our general, again, we're talking attachments.
Yeah.
So um, you'll see throughout these similar threads as far as some of the vernacular
Yeah.
used, but the content may vary a little bit based on it being an attachment versus a task versus a date, if that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, and part of what we talk about a lot too is just like people coming up with systems. We always talk about systems, but also
Hmm.
how we name things as a system too. So it's some people call it a naming convention or a naming formula, those types of
Right,
things. So a
right.
couple things that you're doing here is you are
Really.
numbering. You're
So,
also acknowledging how that works within A-frame because it alphabetizes things or puts them in order.
yes, yes.
Okay.
And so I have kind of these are our four, again, we're one state, we're just in California.
Okay.
And these are our main attachment document packages. And so we have our listing documents,
Okay.
our statutory documents, lease documents, and then vacant land. So the way that I set up the listing documents is that it is when we process files when they're a listing. So there are sort of two schools of TCs in California. Some are like contract to close. So when
Okay.
you're in escrow, and that's when they'll process it. When you have the listing, they don't mess with it until you're in escrow.
Yep.
We believe the opposite. We want their paperwork as soon as possible so we can start our paperwork as soon as possible
Okay.
because California is such a beast, and
Yep.
there's so much documentation. It can be really overwhelming for a client, like when you open escrow and you have all this stuff to do.
Yeah.
So when it's a listing, we encourage our agents to give us their not only their listing contracts, but we open title, we order hazard reports, we start preparing the property disclosures, working with the seller to get all the documentation completed.
Hmm.
So the documentation in this listing documents folder is everything that we would utilize during that transaction or during that period, the listing period. So you
Okay.
start with your initial listing documents, and then there's also these other categories that may come into play while it's a listing.
Okay.
We had found in previous tools that we used, ways that I had set things up previously. I've been in a million different tools. I just had just listing documents.
Yeah.
And then we would get like a report, or we would get, all these things that would kind of come in, or sometimes some brokerages would require one disclosure form in with their listing stuff. And I was like, I don't have anywhere to put this because I'm only doing listing contract documents. So that was sort of the reason when we started in this new tool that I was like, okay, well, let's restructure this in a way that better suits how we function. And so these are the documentation. This is the documentation that's in for the listing documents.
Okay.
So a couple of things starting with the listing documents is I have this initial listing package, and I have this double starred so that even if I alphabetize things or whatever, it's always going to be up at the top for me.
Hmm.
This attachment is meant to be one PDF document of all the listing documents that get sent to us.
Okay.
Um, and sometimes agents will have them in weird orders and piecemealed. And so we'll put them together in one attachment so that, um, one, it's something that we upload into AFRAME.
Yeah.
And we do it because in email templates later, we include a copy of the contract to the client, to escrow, to the lender.
Yeah.
That's another thing in California, or Southern California mostly. All of our title companies are escrow, independent escrow companies. So I'll reference the escrow company, but for some others, it may be the title company
Yep.
that you're used to hearing. So it's easier if it's just one attachment. And so that is included in email templates. And it's also something that as we go from left to right here, you'll see that I have it also in the client portal and
Mm.
the agent portal that
Yep.
it shows up in. So the
Beautiful.
client doesn't need to get overwhelmed. This is every document that's typically in this initial listing package.
Yep.
And so the client, I don't want them overwhelmed with all of these like little micro things. I've broken it up this way because as the TC, an agent will miss a document, they'll miss a signature, they'll miss a whatever in this bigger bundle package. And I don't want to have to go in and like, add little notes, or it's easier if it's all already broken down that way.
You bet. You bet.
So, I also prefer to name things by their sort of document code because first and foremost on our team, that's how we reference and refer to things.
Okay.
And then the additional name, what the formal name is of the document, is
Yep.
in parentheses after, more for portal viewers and new team members as they're training and learning what those codes are.
I want to pause you on that one because this has actually come up a couple times in different videos. But we didn't have in some of those videos the example that I got sitting right in front of me.
Okay.
So sometimes what we're talking about is figuring out a document and what your naming convention for that document is for an abbreviation. So here we've got AD1, RLA, SA, BCA, all these things, PRBS. And one
Mm-hmm.
thing that we're starting to see more people do when we get to say something like transaction dates is
Mm-hmm.
we actually will say what we're looking for, whether it's closing date, earnest money, or anything else like that. It would
Mm-hmm.
be earnest money, one of two dash, because a lot of states we have two earnest monies, but
Mm-hmm.
one of two dash, and then we would actually have an abbreviation,
Mm-hmm.
the number underscore another number. What is that naming convention? We're doing exactly what she's doing here, which is find what your abbreviation for any given document is. The first number is what page of that document, underscore. The second number is what line of that document on that page. So those are naming conventions that we're talking about. So this is such a beautiful example of how you look at each document and go, we don't have to write out the whole document name. Come up with just a little abbreviation. That's what we're talking about in some of these other conversations that we just didn't have. This is a beautiful example. We use this for team members to be able to quickly how to find anything. And what your
Mm-hmm.
system becomes is almost a cheat sheet of where to
Oh
find
yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah.
Help your team members cheat.
Right? Yeah.
Okay,
And it's,
so
it's also our
wonderful.
California Association of Realtors, their forms,
Yep.
they utilize the form codes. So I mean, they have obnoxious
Yeah.
names for their forms, and then some of their codes don't match up with the name, and
Hmm.
but yeah, so we kind of you work off of that for
That's great.
kind of quick reference too, but it's kind of it's helpful too.
Oh, great
Um,
example. Great example.
they also have you'll see in the in escrow or the escrow ones, they have like ones that are one is a BIA and a BHIA. And so even for us TCs that are super experienced in those documents, it sometimes helps to have the words written out as you're
Yep.
going quickly to where you're
Yep.
like, oh, that's right. One's inspection, one's homeowners, whatever. Anyway.
Yep. Perfect.
So, okay, so listing documents. Nothing is associated with a buyer transaction when I I don't typically need to apply a buyer escrow or
Sure.
a listing. I don't need to apply a listing document template when
Yep.
we're on the buyer side. So most of these are just seller or dual transaction
Okay.
applied.
Yep.
Um, and they aren't really uh, color coded in here because my tasks are more color coded. The
Okay.
color coding for my team and I comes in once we're in and it's been applied. Then we
Mhm.
apply typically for us, blue will mean that we have it. It's just missing a signature or it's in process or, like but we know where it is.
Yep.
And then red is, hey, it's missing. So we need to get it from someone, and
Okay.
we have methods for that later on as well. But those are the two colors really in attachments that we utilize. Just
Okay.
like we have it, we're working on it, and then or it's totally missing and we need it.
Okay.
Um, the signature tracking, when I initially set up these templates, went through every single document and said who needs to sign what, and quickly realized that clogs up. I mean, all of these documents just for the listing start of things, you can imagine how overwhelming that can be visually. And
Yeah.
um, it wasn't worth it for us, so we don't
Sure.
utilize it.
Yep.
And then mostly everything is associated with a agent portal. The
Okay.
client, again, is only receiving um, um, generalized, less is more for them.
Yep.
For us, this is more in the process access for the
Okay.
portals. We take all of our documentation folders, clean it up, and send links to the clients and to the agents after close of escrow. So they have kind of a prettier, more formal delivery of documents.
Okay.
Okay, so that is
That's good.
for the listing stuff.
Okay.
Let's see here. Okay, so those were listing documents. The statutory documents are now, we have all of the listing stuff and then we open escrow. So then we go back into the system. We now apply the statutory docs templates. And this for me is everything that would apply to every transaction regardless. And so that is just going to be like your most basic, everybody needs to have these in their files list
So the
of
first
items.
thing on a quick view that we're noticing the difference is does this apply to seller, buyer, or dual? And everything before, just about everything was primarily seller. Now we're starting to see that this is where she is assigning it to both.
Right. So regardless of who you're representing, you're going to need the contract. You're going to need, these are the
Yep.
contract documents.
Yep.
So you'll see here, this is another double asterisk document. This is what, we're going to upload that contract. That's going to get dispersed out to everybody,
Yep.
as well as just that one bundled document.
Okay.
And then I also have our client guides. We generate a little PDF document for
Okay.
the clients. We attach them here because again, that the email templates pull it in.
Yep.
So
I love that. I have not seen that on anybody else's. They may have something like that, but I don't see that worked in on their attachments. That's
yeah,
brilliant. I love that.
thank you. So we uh include those kind of main items up at the top. And again, those are for everybody to view at
Yep.
any time.
I love
And then
that.
again, you can see like if we don't represent the buyer, if we don't represent the seller, they don't need to see the
Yep.
buyer's guide. Like that
Yep.
doesn't apply to seller transactions. So
Great.
this element in A-Frame has been so valuable to us and really time saving in that process because it's allowed us to condense everything. Because I used to have a template statutory documents for buyer side, statutory documents for seller side, one for, it doesn't matter now. This makes things so much easier.
Great.
So I
Love it.
love that. And it took a little bit of like, some of the team being like, "Where's this document?" And I would be like, hold on a second. Let me go look." And then it was like, "Oh, okay." Like, to kind of wrap my head around when things would apply and how and so on and so forth. So,
Yeah.
for example, this document of pulling the tax data or the realist property profile report, it's only applicable on the buyer side
Okay.
because in the listing documents, it's already in here, tax data. So it's in here on the seller side. So if we're in a dual transaction
Yep.
and I have it in here already for the seller, and then I add the statutory documents, it's not going to add in a second tax data because I already have it up here and it's not going to drop it in down there.
Okay.
So that is the reason for some of like the more solo items.
Yep.
So the folders that I have them broken down into, these parts aren't collapsible, so I'll kind of scroll through those.
Yeah.
These are the main offer documents. Most commonly, these up here are what are all bundled together in the initial contract that would go up in here. And
Okay.
then these are all documents that are usually supposed to most commonly incorporated in if there's any addenda, proof of funds, pre-qual letter, an extension, those sort of things will be up there. Then I have offer documents other, and this folder is these are statutory in that they are required if applicable. And so, but not they're common enough to leave them in this checklist, not rare enough to have their own checklist that we would
Yep.
manually apply each time,
Yep.
if that makes sense.
Yep.
So this is just kind of its own little grouping that sometimes these come and go. And I don't want my team, sometimes if it's out of sight, out of mind with these things, you might forget that they exist or to go in and apply a template with one document associated with it as you're going through a transaction. So it's easier to have those here
Yep.
and just click omit from the checklist if they don't apply than to have to go in and have them in their own templates.
Sure.
So, and again, a lot of this is formed from the last almost 15 years of just doing it a certain way, not necessarily having all the logic applied to it. It's just how I've always been doing it. So I'm faster doing it that way. So,
Okay.
then the next group is the escrow documents. And so for us, the earnest money, things that come in that are specifically from the escrow company and associated with the escrow company. And for me, anytime I think escrow, I think money. So
Mhm.
the commission disbursements, our invoices, things like that that would go to escrow are
So I
going to.
notice on TC invoice, you don't have that in the agent's portal.
I don't, because the invoice has a hyperlink in it and they would see it
Ah,
and they would get confused and they
yep.
would,
Okay.
less is more.
Yep. Nope. I
Less
just
is
asked
more
it. I
for
was
them.
looking at that going, huh, that's interesting. Okay, great.
Yeah.
Nope, that makes
So,
sense.
and it's also it's a flat fee they know up front too, kind of what they're getting into. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Disclosures.
So then we break it down into all the disclosures. And so then here you'll see a lot of these are buyer side only. Well, that's because they've already been applied in the listing.
Mm-hmm.
So if on the off chance that we open up and we get an escrow where the agent didn't give us the listing while it was still a listing, we didn't get the file while it was still a listing,
Yep.
we will check both listing documents and statutory documents, and then everything will merge together really beautifully, all under, its designated folder. And so anything that's already in that listing documents template, I don't have it apply in here. But again, if we're only representing the buyer, we won't utilize that. So I need it to show up here, if
Okay.
that makes sense.
So,
And then again, these asterisk ones are just kind of those bundled groups.
yep.
All the disclosures, usually, especially when we're on the buyer side, we'll send everything in DocuSign, and then that will allow us to save all the signed documents in one big bundle, and we
Yep.
just do it that way. It's a lot easier.
So one thing I do want everyone to get here, because first of all, yes, California has a few documents. Absolutely. I mean, when us talking earlier and saying, "Are you in multiple states right now?" And she's like, "No, this is, I mean, come on, California's got all I need, all I want or need to handle right now." And, yeah, plenty. But here's a question that I do have for you. If you're to look at how you have this all set up, realizing you might be in another state, okay, and maybe they do have less documents. Less documents may be total, but the fact is a lot of these categories still apply. So how you're actually setting this up is still very applicable to any other state. If
Sure.
you look at what she's doing, she's breaking them down into like what we can just see on this screen right now. We've got disclosures, we've got reports, all of these types of things. So thinking about how would you categorize all the different documents within your local state. Now, will there be as many quantity as what you've got in California?
Right.
No. But
Right.
that does not mean that you don't have multiple categories. You just might have less documents per category. So it's still extremely, extremely powerful what she has set up here, regardless of the state that you're in. Now, for you that are like, I'm never even going to vacation in California ever again because I've seen this, we all understand that. That's fine. You can be bitter like that. That's fine.
Right. And
So,
honestly, the creation of these folders is a direct reflection of our home-based document storage is Google Drive.
Okay.
So that's where we keep our working documents, things to sign, all that sort of stuff. And so
Hmm.
the way I have my Google Drive set up is all of these folders. So we have a listing documents, offer, escrow, disclosures, reports, closing, and then an additional HOA folder if there is an
Yeah. And
HOA.
if you're looking at the screen, what she just listed off, I'm seeing on the screen already, disclosures, reports, closings.
Right. And so the one additional thing I have in my Google Drive is a to sign folder, basically, and that's where all the documents go that aren't fully executed. And so I always, when I'm training my team, only fully executed documents go
Hmm.
in a designated folder or documents that don't need an action. And
Yep.
so everything else gets dumped in that to sign folder. And so this has always been kind of how we structure where the documents go.
Yep.
And so I just have that reflected in here. Again, visually, everything's the same across the board for the
Yeah.
team. This
And I
looks
hope
like my
everybody heard that because we don't know what order all these videos with all these interviews are going to be. But we have heard across multiple now them wanting to point out, which means they're not just pointing it out to us, they're pointing it out to their team that when we attach a document, we're not attaching it unless it has been signed by everybody. It's complete. Okay. They're not using this as placeholders per se,
right.
and trying to figure out which ones have been signed and which ones haven't been signed. She's not the first one to point that out. So just I hope everyone's hearing some of the consistencies we're hearing from people as well.
Yeah, yeah. Um, and again, with the disclosures, the other, that's kind of the same thing. Sometimes, they're not necessarily required, but they kind of sort of apply. And then again, reports. I know there are some TCs that consider some of these reports as a disclosure.
Yeah.
But for me, my thought process is like there's not the report is not necessarily something to be like filled out. It's you just kind of like you get it and you look at it, maybe acknowledge it, and maybe you'll reference that from time to time or later as a
Mhm.
client. But I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's just that's just how I set it up.
It's how you set
And
it up and it's how your head currently works.
sure, yeah. And then our closing documents. So a lot of these are kind of like will come with that final closing package from escrow. Just because escrow has closed does not mean that our job is done,
Hmm.
and that the file is complete 100% yet. So there's still some things we have to collect after closing. But we specifically upload the closing statements for the clients because, again, those get attached to email templates
Yep.
that then we schedule to go out in January on the agent's behalf of every year. So um,
I think that's
that's
good.
kind of it. And then again, the same for application for that portals and whatnot. And then lease documents has sort of a similar folder structure.
Okay.
Um, the leases for us, it doesn't really make sense our role as a transaction coordinator to only be on a tenant side of leases
Hmm.
because when you're signing a lease that's it. Like you sign the lease. Yes, it
Yeah.
starts, but like, and it could start in a month or whatever, but like you sign the lease. So when agents are like, "Hey, I signed this lease. Can you do disclosures or can you?" And it's like this doesn't make sense. It's already done, whatever. So we only do leases from a landlord side,
Okay.
um, and sorry, a property owner side. Um,
Okay.
and a housing provider or property owner. They haven't quite decided what terminology they want here yet. So that's why this one includes listing documents because it's all together. So there's not like a lease listing and then lease documents. This is all in one because I don't even want to deal with them unless it's the whole thing all at
Yep.
once. So we have listing documents, lease documents, disclosure documents, and then after lease signing, there's not like a closing or reports or anything like that.
Okay.
Um, so that's the
And
lease
can I
structure.
ask, because I know that there's a lot of people that have never touched leases,
Hmm.
um, and I've done transactions in, I don't know, quite a few states, and there's only one state that I ever really even touched leases, where in other states it just wasn't part of what we did, is would you say that this is less than 10% of the time that you're using leases? Is it a higher percentage? What is it in your world?
It is less
Okay.
because we've raised our prices to do them so much because
Okay.
they're they're nobody likes them.
Yeah,
They're
yeah, I
I
didn't
don't
I didn't
know.
love it. I didn't love it. I did do it for a while. But then
Yeah,
chose after a while to bow
I
out as
think for
well.
me, it's one of those things where the contract is so comforting in that
Yeah.
no matter how different every transaction is, the structure, underlying structure of like the flow and the
Yes.
process of it,
Yeah.
and the lease process is like, here's all my stuff.
Yeah.
And you're like,
Yeah.
okay, like and there's so many micro elements to it that most of the agents don't know. So then you feel like I'm kind of doing your job for you, and that like, is there a sub meter? Is there
Yeah.
do
Okay.
they have a water bed? You know, like weird addendum stuff, and it's just like, I don't know. I'm not
So
a fan.
the
I try
reason
not
why I
to.
wanted to ask that and bring that up,
Yeah,
because we both have our opinions on actually doing leases,
right.
not the most positive, but the main reason why I wanted to bring that up is because of this, is there are some of us that are going to set up things within a tool like this, A-frame or otherwise, where quite frankly, we are setting it up even though that we know that it's a lower percentage of our business. We don't end up wanting to handle it. But the other thing is, the fact is the less you do them, sometimes the more you need a reminder of what's our system, what's our process, what are the documents, I mean, on and on and on and on and on. And I can go through a few examples and I won't waste video time on that. But the fact is the less you do it, sometimes the more guidance and help you could use. Your tool could be that. So your tool almost works. I don't know how else to say this, is just the way my head works. Your tool works almost as your operations manual
Mhm,
for the
mhm,
entire process for something
mhm.
that you don't do that often. So I just wanted to point that out because I was going to be shocked if you told me it's a large part of your business. I assumed it
No,
was a small part. And if it is a
it is.
small part, that
Mhm.
actually shows a reason to build it out within the
Yeah,
tool because
yeah,
that is your operations manual now.
yep, a
Just
hundred
a thought
percent.
process.
100%. And it's also a lot easier as you go through when forms update or new things get released and you can
Yep.
kind of you just pop in and tweak it instead of having to like remember when it's time to do it of like, oh, I had this old one, but what have been
Yep.
the updates since? And
Yep.
just it's easier to have it in there
And
once
you
and do
and you
it.
could think about this from multiple levels, whether it's you don't do foreclosures quite as often, so you've got a foreclosure thing, it becomes your operations manual. What about transfer companies that, are moving people from one state to the other and they've got their own process and stuff, but you've got one client that does three, four, five of those a year with you. Those types of things, those could be your lifesavers for process and those types of things. Make
Yeah.
this your operations manual and cheat.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, especially with leases, like regular contracts, my team and I could probably go without a document checklist. I mean,
Right?
we've
Yep.
got that down pat. But if
Yep.
you ask me the form codes for lease documents,
Right? Okay.
I couldn't tell you. And it doesn't need to take up space in my brain. I'm
Yep.
not interested. But
I'm glad you
along,
showed those because I think that's a valid point that sometimes you're like, well, we don't do them enough. I'm not going to take the time to build it out in there.
right,
Well, that might be the one that you really do
right.
want to build out there.
Well, and it's so funny that you bring that up because this is one of my updates that I made recently for commercial because
Right there.
we
Yeah.
we don't do commercial.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
and so for some reason we've had two agents in the last week open up an escrow with
Hmm.
their oldest, longest, bestest clients, having
Yep.
them do like a 6 unit residential purchase. So it's technically a commercial purchase. And, they really want to work with that client and they love us. And would we do it? And it's like, well, we don't do it a lot, disclaimer, but, and so I was like, cool, because I had listed out all of my checklists. And I
Yep.
clicked on my commercial checklist and I opened it and it was empty. And I had never gone through and done it. And so I was like, well, guess what?
Yep.
Now's the time.
Yeah.
So I just went through and started, one by one. I looked through the Facebook groups. I looked through, online, and kind of amalgamated, and then obviously went off of their broker checklist. But
Yep.
it still doesn't, it always surprises me how many brokers are like, well, I don't know. I don't know what we need for those. I don't really do commercial either. I'm not, like, so anyway, you get multiple resources for that. But
I love it.
again, when it comes to disclosures for commercial, I don't know. So I just finally made it.
Okay.
And then a couple days later, another agent came and was like, I have this great client. They're buying, and I was like, okay, well, now we have this checklist.
Yeah.
So, you know, do it once and that's it.
Excellent. Excellent.
So so then I just moved all the commercial stuff because it's so few and far between that
Yep.
I just put it into its own little folder. I didn't want TCs
Yep.
in the speed of things to be like listing documents, regular, listing documents, commercial, listing
Yep.
documents. It was just like, no, listing, regular, just deal with that. Um, the other folder that I have, so now when we're going and we're applying the attachments, I
Yep.
have these special conditions. And
Okay.
so some of these I've added the descriptions, again, more for the training back end purposes of
Okay.
so my team knows when to apply these.
Could I
Um,
ask you to open the general folder and this folder simultaneously? Because I
Certainly.
do want people to see that. Those are little things where you can create cheats throughout your entire tool. So you'll
Mhm.
notice she has basically assumed at this point, general, come on, we all know what your listing package is. That's the one you're using probably on most of your stuff anyways. Now we're
Mhm.
getting to special conditions, and she's starting to take advantage of some of the extra additional ability to communicate with people while they get into these. So additional agents, she's put the description below it when either
Right.
side has more than one agent working with. So you can go ahead and use this thing to cheat,
Mhm.
guide. Great. I
Yeah,
love it.
exactly.
I love it.
So, yeah, specifically like representative capacity. Well, this is if it's a trust, if it's an entity, if it's a power of attorney, and so
Great.
especially if they're new, a new team member, they may not necessarily, know
Yep.
um,
Yep.
when that applies. So that's also very useful.
Perfect.
Um, and so in these cases, a lot of these are those micro checklists. So
Yep.
when one either side, right? So even if we're not representing the other either side, but
Mhm.
there is an additional agent floating around there somewhere,
Yep.
um, we need an additional agent addendum. And these are in two different spots for me and my team. If
Yep.
the buyer's agent has more than one agent working with the buyer, they need to tell us that up front when they make the offer. So that's going to be included with the offer documents at the
Yep.
time of the offer. If we represent the seller and we have multiple agents, we're going to disclose that in with the disclosures. We don't do that really up at the time of the offer as far as that additional documentation goes. Some do, some should, most don't. We meet them where they are a lot of the time. And so they're in two different spots. I don't have like an addendum spot or anything like that. That's why they're broken up that way.
Yeah.
So it's important the folder structure, again, that you know what it is, or at least have it written down, because when you're applying these templates and you're adding a document to them and it asks you your default folder, it's only going to give you the two options or whatever option you've already put in there. So
Mm-hmm.
if you're like, oh, I'm just writing listing files, but in all your other attachment templates, it's O1 dash listing docs, they're not going to line up when they get applied. You're going to have all these extra folders.
Yep.
So, so that's why it also helps always the same folder structure every time, always name the same. Everybody knows what it is.
Okay, so just to take exactly what she just said and put it in other words too, that I know is mentioned this way multiple times. Slow down. Don't get into A-frame and just start building stuff out. Before you do that, grab a pen and paper and draw out what is your organizational theme here, okay? Or what does your system look like? What does your workflow look like? All of those types of things to really think these kind of naming conventions, organizing conventions, and everything out prior to even building it out in here. There's real value in that because does it actually make sense? Because always assume that it will not be you who's using the tool. Now, you might be using the tool. Don't ever build it assuming that it makes sense to me.
Mhm.
This is not about you, okay? If it's always about you, then your business owns you. You don't own your business, okay? And making a hire sucks, and training someone sucks, leading someone sucks, okay? So does it make sense and really draw it out? And if you've got someone that you can mastermind with and stuff, you know, it's just a phrase I use. You guys might not like it, but I'll usually ask them and say, I'm going to ask you to take a look at something with only one criteria. You're not allowed to be nice to me. Tell me what you hate about this way of organizing it, this way of naming it and everything. And that's the only criteria I have with those people. If you have someone like that, once you build it in here, it just makes sense. So I love that you're doing all this.
Yeah, yeah. And I think as the one that builds it out, sometimes I run into with my team where I'm like, I made this thing or I'm thinking of doing it this way, let me know if it doesn't work or if you need
Yeah.
it to, to do something else. And they're like, "Oh, it's okay. Like we'll figure it out." And I'm like, "No, you don't understand. Like it's such a quick, easy fix for me, but I need to know how you're using it."
Yep.
So, it's always easier to grow bigger. But if you dump a whole bunch of stuff in here and you don't have a way to like filter it down or make it make
Hmm.
sense to others, it can be really overwhelming and hard to navigate. So,
Yep. Yep.
um, so yeah, so then these other folders are meant to when a team member goes in and is applying these, I want them to look at each group, go through each grouping one by one. I love that you can open and collapse each
Yep.
folder as you're applying the templates so that you get sort of blinders on. And
Hmm.
my team can go through and go, okay, this file, I've just reviewed the whole contract. I've input the little details in. I'm going to apply all the templates here. Okay, are there more than one agent? Is it contingent? Is it a manufactured home? And they can go through while it's fresh in their head and remember these little things and say, yes, it is. Boop, 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 boop. Check them all off.
Yep.
Okay, great. Now we're going to go to financing. Talk to me about the finance. Is there an increased deposit? Okay, so then they can kind of get these little sort of blinders on
Yep.
and these micro checklists that they're applying. And then that's the same approach when they're applying attachment templates, task templates, date templates, so on and
And
so forth.
we'll, I'm assuming, attack this a little bit later once you get to task, but you probably have a task on there that tells them
Right.
go in and apply all. Yeah.
I do, yeah, yeah. So again, with the financing stuff, these are just we're still in attachments, so
Yep.
it's financing aspects that have a document associated with it.
Hmm.
Um, and then same thing with inspections. So again, if the property requires something special, termite may or may not. If it is, apply that so that termite report and items will get associated.
Okay.
So again, a lot of those, all of those other lists
Yep.
have just a couple, one or two documents associated with them.
Perfect. And you guys,
So
for those that aren't familiar with A-frame, on the right-hand side, you'll see the little numbers, 4, 3, 11, whatever it is, 5. I've got the worst eyes. I can't see things, but
it's
it
tiny.
tells you, you can see the size of each one of her folders. Some of them are just, it's real basic. The first one that she's going to use most of the time just has 4 of them in there. Okay.
Yeah. And then, yeah, disclosure wise, what do we need to disclose? Is it a fire hazard? Is there an HOA? When was it built? Is there solar? Those all have documents associated with them. So,
Yep.
and then I've started to build out a broker requirements. This is kind of my newer thing.
Okay.
Um, because it's so easy in A-frame to make these micro checklists and
Hmm.
have them apply to folders that are already pre-existing. It's not going to need to create its own little micro folder.
Yep.
It's allowed for us to start doing this because some of my team members have been like, there's this one-off, this weird thing that, this one broker requires this form that nobody else uses.
Sure.
And, so instead of having to remember to apply, just be like, oh, this is the broker, I'm going to apply this. And then
Okay.
it's going to get, incorporated in whether it's a listing requirement, a disclosure requirement, anything like that, that there's kind of a one-off sort of thing. Then so this is kind of what I've most recently started building out and having to talk to my team about of like, okay, who are your brokers? And a lot of them now are so entrenched in it's like, well, I just remember. And I'm like, again, I know, but God forbid if you get sick, or please go take a vacation. I need to know what's in your head. So get
Yep.
it out. And
Yep.
and you can make it as specific or micro as possible,
Yep.
because at the end of the day you can always just omit it or hide it when it's in there until you get to a point where you're like, I don't need this anymore, like we can get rid of it or change it or things like that. um
Yeah.
so if you forget it or you have to do it more than once, make it a template.
Yep. Yeah.
uh
And for
yeah.
other phrases that people are looking for because they've heard them before is number one, if we have to do anything by memory or intuition, unacceptable. It gets built into the tool because our memory is not the same every single day and every single moment. We don't all show up the same version of ourselves every day. Some days we're a little rougher than other days, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Intuition, when you're in the middle of being swamped versus your intuition when things are rolling along well, do not look the same. And then our phrase is usually anything that we have to do, say, tell, teach, or answer 3 times or more gets built in,
Yeah,
non-negotiable.
yeah,
So yeah, a lot of the same philosophies.
yeah, yeah. um I firmly believe that. And I think it also helps the team members and new team members get confidence in the tool as well,
Yeah.
and to utilize it, because if
Yep.
they're afraid of it, if they're intimidated by it, they're not going to utilize it. And I really want my team, because my business, I started out as the individual business owner, and this is my brand, this is my process, these are my
Mm.
systems for doing things. And so I want that to be the same across the board. And so
Duplicatable.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
okay, so those are all my attachments.
Okay. So I love just how you have it organized. I don't love how many documents that you have, but I'm not gonna, we TC for multiple states. I have zero desire to do California right now.
Thank you.
Less now than I had before this call, and that's great. Uh,
Right.
let's go ahead. We'll move on to transaction dates. And based on there, we're whatever it is, 40, 45 minutes into this, but
Yeah.
we're going to take what time it takes for her to go through what's going to bring the most value here. So I'm super grateful that you went through all of that because that is for a lot of people in California, the idea that they would build that out just seems unrealistic. And I'm going to be
Mhm.
honest, it's not that whether it's realistic or not, it's a tool.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
that tool is there to help you run your business. And I
Yeah.
love what you did with it. It's great.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it's definitely, there are those schools of thought, or people, again, you want to create the tool to work for you
Hmm.
and not try and restructure how you're operating to accommodate so you can use a tool.
Yeah.
And so if it's things like, in the contract, breaking them up really little. For me, when I'm going through and inputting a file, I just go down and check, 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 check. Well, for some people, that's too much time. That's
Yeah.
too many clicks. That's too much. They would much rather go in, execute a contract, click on it, update the name of the file to say this document's missing, or this needs a signature, or would change the rename it. Like, that's okay too. However you function, the tool can adapt to however you're operating.
Yep.
So yeah, let's see. So for transaction dates, super simple,
Okay, so you have
straightforward.
4: general, special condition, financing, and inspection. And you guys can see on the right-hand side. I can't because my glasses don't work that well, but you can see the little
We have
numbers
a
there.
8, 5, 2, and 4.
There we go.
So yeah, so these are our most common are going to be
Okay.
our listing dates, right? So that's going to get applied to all listings, whether it's in escrow or not. Those are the listing dates,
Okay.
sales and leases as well. And we also have our deluxe listing dates because we offer a deluxe listing management service that
Okay.
includes inputting it onto drafts onto the MLS, and there are additional dates associated with that.
Yeah.
Then we just have our default purchase agreement dates. And everything I just went through the contract. Anywhere in the contract, there's a date or a time frame. That's the default.
Okay.
Then we have the all cash purchase agreement dates, which just doesn't include anything having to do with loan documents, appraisals, anything like that. It cuts that out already.
So
And
rather
then,
than applying a standard and then omitting a bunch,
mhm,
if we have enough cash, let's just
right,
create our own date.
exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. And then we have two conditions where, well, I guess three basically, where the dates in the contract are paused. And so if by default, when it's a seller contingent purchase, all the time frames in the contract, you sign acceptance and then everything is on hold until the seller finds their replacement property.
Okay.
So all of the dates in the contract are all tied to the date that the seller signs off on that,
Yep.
not the date of acceptance.
Yep.
So it's not really something that you can like manually tweak in the existing one. I had to do needed its own template.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's when we're the buyer side of that, the seller side of that, or then if it's all cash.
Okay.
And then our lease dates.
Sure.
Super straightforward.
Yep.
For listing dates,
Okay.
everything still goes. There's still the same folder structure.
Okay.
And let's see, I think maybe the
And still
standard.
just sellers because it is the listing.
Right. There's
Yep.
there's more here in the default. So um so under the default purchase agreement dates, we now have our buyer representation stuff. So again, when we're on the buyer side, that we need to have. Start dates, our expiration dates, and then we have our contract dates folder.
Okay.
I put in here a date of the date that the escrow intake was received.
Mm.
And so that's just when we're inputting a file into the system.
Yep.
We have some habitually delayed agents that will send us contracts
That was a very nice way to say that.
handful of days after acceptance. And so there are some things that are tied to the date we receive the information as opposed to the date of acceptance.
Yeah.
So tasks for us, I'm not going to hold us to that standard of, but if it's a contractual date, yes, obviously. But things that we need to be doing are going to be based on when we got the information.
Yeah.
And we also, go ahead.
You're the second person I've heard say that. So that is something that I'm not hearing everybody see that they have, but they do actually document the date that the file was received, or the date the TC received the file, due to the fact that they've got some habitually, just love that, where they got it signed on Thursday. You don't see it till Tuesday. No matter how many
Yeah.
times you talk to that agent, that's a good thing to document that that's what our process has been, because it does affect some things. So I love that you put that in there. I just thought I'd bring that up to people, that
Yeah.
that's starting to be something that you might want to consider as well.
Yeah. So we manually input the date the contract was prepared based on our documentation in California. And then all of these other aspects are all based on what is default in the contract. We have an absurd amount of contingency dates.
Mm-hmm.
And again, everything is all default. And these will go in and manually tweak based on, the negotiations and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that we have, this is kind of the task side of the dates,
Yep.
which I don't get utilized as much because it's just myself and another team member right now, my other my lead TC. But ideally, when there are additional larger teams for us for tracking, specifically the dates that documents have been submitted to the broker or that a request has been submitted,
Okay.
because we're not our model isn't created to, as soon as we get a document, we upload it to the broker.
Okay.
That's not sustainable for us because we work with a bunch of different brokerages, and we all know every broker now has their own compliance system that they've created, and logging in and out and all this doesn't make sense. So for us, we set the expectation with our agents of every file is going to have at least 4, typically 5 to 6 touches. So when it's a listing, we're uploading all the listing stuff. When
Yep.
we open escrow, we upload all the escrow documentation, or the contract as documentation, all that kind of stuff. The third time is when we get the signed property disclosures back. You saw that's a big file dump, so we upload all of that. And then about 5 to 7 days prior to closing, we go in, upload any other straggler items, make sure everything's good to go. And then we'll do that final after closing, upload the closing package, that kind of a thing.
Okay.
So we don't want our agents to think we're like,
Not doing it.
how come this isn't in the system? I got it 20 minutes ago. So to be able to document that, these are all manual dates that we're adding in there.
Okay.
And then when we receive things from escrow, some of these are in here like accountability wise. Sometimes agents can be like, when did we get that? And instead of searching through my email, if it's in here, that's more valuable, quicker reference for us.
Okay.
And then again, as far as there's the difference between agent portal and client portal for who sees what, clients aren't going to get bogged down by the minutia of things. It's
Yep.
more client forward action dates, when their deposit needs to be in, contingency dates, when their home inspection date is, that sort of a thing. And then for the agents, more like, when other things need to be ordered, when is the termite work scheduled, when is did you get this other additional paperwork in, that kind of stuff for the agent to see and reference.
Okay. Excellent.
Otherwise, again, dates not really color coded.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as the reminders go, I set up reminders in here for the contingency removal dates. We don't have passive contingencies. Everything needs to be done in writing. And so these are set up for the day prior to kind of notify those parties. And then when there's, an inspection date, I have a reminder for that too.
Okay.
But otherwise, not really a ton of reminders for people. Most of those like time sensitive tasks, as far as like get your deposit in, sign your loan documents, there's like escrow and the lender harassing them for stuff. Like it's not really something that we find we need to like also be sending reminders. There's
Yep.
already stuff in place for that. So okay. So that's kind of the idea behind those transaction dates, the general checklist or general date
Yeah.
templates. Special conditions for dates, again, one-off scenarios as my team's
Okay.
going through. Are
Yep.
there any additional aspects, contingent? Sometimes it's a contingent sale, but the dates aren't paused, so we don't need it tied to something different, but there is
Yep.
still a document associated with it, and a due date associated with it. Financing, and then if there are inspections, we need to know the dates of those. These aren't a
Yep.
given on every transaction, but if there's dates associated with it. So yeah, so some of this one just has one date in it. If it's an FHA or a VA loan, they have, a due date for when they can request their repairs.
Yeah.
Otherwise, that's the whole date section.
Okay.
Um, what was the other thing as far as the formulas? I don't think so. Most of them, I don't think there's nothing weird in here either with our dates. I know some are like if it's within 5 days of a Tuesday or a holiday, make it jump forward three. we we don't have any of those, thank goodness.
But notice there's
Documents we
also
can
not a
do
lot of
math.
manual dates. There's a few, but there's not a ton of manual dates in here. Most of these she is using formulas.
Yeah, there are formulas for most of them. A couple days before, some days after. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that I can remember that are like
Weird.
uh, yeah, any
Yeah.
weird for the formulas, but I do utilize them a lot. Most of them are also calendar days, next business day. Yeah. So, again, super easy to set up too, which I really like.
Yeah.
But that's all I can think of for dates.
I love the way that A-Frame does their date formulas. I think it's
Mhm.
fantastic. And,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah,
very flexible as well. So,
it really is. It really is. Um, and none of these dates are tied to tasks. Um,
and guys, look how tidy she is. We walk into the page, she has everything collapsed, then she expands, and before she's going to leave this page, she got to collapse everything again. I just love it. She's so
that's
tidy.
that's because of my ADHD. If I see
She's
it
not
all over the
retentive at
page,
all. She's not retentive at all.
oh, I gotta get blinders on. I cannot. Um,
All right, tasks.
yeah, okay, so tasks.
All
So
right, let's see these
tasks,
folders.
okay, so these I shoved everything in here that just came with A-frame.
Ah,
Um,
okay.
I didn't I didn't want to delete it
Hmm.
because you never know. So
Yep,
I
yep.
just left it.
Okay.
It's all the way down there,
Yep.
alphabetically down there. And then these again are numbered, same reason when applying them, they're going to go in that order. Um, if I break them up into, if I sort them by folder and not just sorting them by date.
Okay.
Okay, so I have to reformat my thinking here into tasks. Okay, so tasks for my agents use Cognito intake forms to submit their transactions to us
Okay.
for new listings and also when a file goes into escrow. When they submit those intake forms, I utilize Zapier on the back end for
Mhm.
automations to input the files into my system.
Okay.
Part of that automatic input is automatically applying uh, these general task templates. So it's either when it's a new listing, it's going to apply an active new listing task template. And
Yep.
when it's opened escrow, it's going to apply an in escrow task template, um, which we can get into. But so these are going to be same theory. Like you have to do this regardless of
Yeah.
what else is going on in the transaction for every file. So um, I have an listing that's active where it's still a listing.
Yep.
And then I also have a listing that's in escrow because this is for the listings where the agents didn't give us the file until we've opened escrow. And so now a lot of the steps that we would normally do while a listing are condensed or are taken over by the escrow slash title company, or it's a little bit different
Yep.
enough to garner its own task checklist.
And guys, we're all going to get different things out of this because I'll just tell you right now, that was worth it for me just hanging out right now because I have that list. And if they give it to me late, they give it to me late, and I'm still
Mhm.
I'm still throwing in the same task list. I hadn't even thought about that. Does look different, but what we do is we manually change things based on the fact that they gave it to us late. I love that right there. And for anybody that's mad at either one or both of us right now, the fact that we skated over the fact that she was talking about Zapier and the fact that she uses that to launch some of these things, we are talking about possibly doing a video just devoted on that one topic because we know it's of interest to people. We may not hit it very hard in this video, sorry, but it is certainly something that she uses, and I think you have told me directly that that's crucial. That's crucial for you.
Mhm. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
kind of a non-negotiable for you.
Yeah, absolutely. That is, I will invest in that for as long as I'm in business because again, my my self-diagnosed ADHD of trying to hold everything in my
Yep.
brain, I will
Yep.
forget a step and I want consistency across the board and I want it to always be the same for everybody. And so
She's
and
using
also
online forms, and those online forms are starting her transaction for her. Come on,
Mhm,
guys. That's awesome.
mhm,
Love that
yeah.
stuff. So we'll cover
And
more
it
about that, and I appreciate you mentioning it.
Yeah, yeah. And it itches that spot in my brain that like likes to tinker. So you know, it's a win-win for sure.
All right.
Um,
Future video
okay.
coming, hopefully.
I know, right? Yeah. Um, so okay, so for tasks,
Yes.
this is for a new listing that has come in. An agent has submitted a new listing
Okay.
and it is not an escrow. It's just a new listing. We're not doing anything. We're not inputting it onto the MLS or anything. They're just like, here's my listing contract.
Okay.
Um, and so when this task list gets applied, it'll get applied automatically. And there are two, I like to start out in AFRAME with the task view of things in its folders. Because for me, again, with the blinders, I group everything that way. I don't start it in the calendar view because when I'm inputting a file, there's a
Mm-hmm.
lot and it's overwhelming and I get distracted. So
Okay.
which I think we've established already.
We
So,
kind of know who you are now.
and it like resorts things, and I
Yep.
like order, and I need it the same every time. So I keep it in this folder. This is kind of the order of operations for me,
Yep.
and this is why it's applied that way. So these two at the top don't have a due date. And so
Okay.
they're the first. They don't have a due date because these are the two things that I do at the end when I'm done. So when we're done inputting the file, these two things get knocked off. And so I want to make sure that they stay up there at the top and they don't get like moved down. Um, so we'll jump back to that. But the next thing is to apply task templates.
Okay.
And
I'm going to
so,
pause you 1 second because I know
yeah.
someone's watching this going, I just want to know how big this thing is. Can you actually
Oh,
just
sorry.
scroll
I'm
through the
sorry.
screen? Let's let people just see, generally speaking. Okay. So that's one thing. And when you
Yeah.
get to it, not that it's appropriate right now, but when you get to it, you're noticing that, yes, there's this long task list, but there's also some parent-child relationships that she's got going on and how she's using those. So you're starting to notice some things and some features that you haven't seen in these previous templates that you're going to
Mhm.
see in this one. We're hitting a new little world here. So,
Yes, exactly.
okay.
And so I have not necessarily so much as a listing, more for once we've opened escrow.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there'll be additional task templates. So the system by default will apply this task template. But
Yeah.
I also have a task to remind people to go into the template list and go down and go through each one and make sure nothing else applies.
Okay.
Typically it doesn't as it's a listing, but here's a task. It's just
Yep.
check it off. If it doesn't apply, great, fine. Then
Yep.
apply the date templates. Um, Pulling the MLS active listing, that is going to be tied to the date that it goes onto the MLS. Sometimes it's not necessarily right away.
Yep.
So that task is associated with that specific date.
Sure.
And then it's also color coded green
Okay.
because that allows for batching in the daily focus. And I
Okay.
just batch by color for now. Um, and so that is under there. So then I have tax pulling the real list or the tax data. These are just things that I do automatically already, but
Mhm.
again, in training a new person,
Yep.
making sure that they've gone through each one and done it.
Again, using your task templates, using all of these different templates as almost operations manuals, telling them
Mhm.
exactly how things are done.
Yeah, exactly. And so this is the first kind of example of those contingent tasks
Yep.
and sort of parent-child tasks,
Hmm.
in that I want to make sure reviewing and splitting the listing paperwork is like, well, yeah, duh. But sometimes the agents submit a new contract without the contract. And
Hmm.
so we don't necessarily have it yet. So this may stay overdue. It may not be. And then when we go in the file, we're like, oh yeah, like we still don't have the listing paperwork. So if this wasn't here, it would be something we would have to hold in our brain of like, oh, I'm waiting for the listing paperwork or something. So as mundane or simple as it seems as a task,
Yep.
it's more a placeholder if you can't check it off. It's that
Yep.
like, okay, come back to that kind of a thing. So once we get the listing paperwork and review it, and some brokerages require us to split it up and upload it individually, some let us dump the whole attachment. That's fine. Then this task comes next, which is to then upload any missing signature documents into Glide.
Okay.
So that's what we use to collect our signatures and create our documents. And so again, seems obvious, but it's a different program.
Hmm.
And I don't know about you, but same thing, like when you go to check the time on your phone and then you've ended up on Instagram for like 20 minutes and you're like, wait, what did I go in here to do? Same thing. If I have to go
Yeah.
out of this program and into another, I'm going to get distracted. So I still want to make sure that that's there and listed.
Okay.
But it doesn't show up until the task
That's done.
before it
Yep.
is completed. So
Good.
again, catering to my brain,
Yep.
less is more. And as you were saying, as intimidating and big as this list looks, when it first gets applied, it's very short
Yeah.
and it grows as things get completed.
And as you
Um,
guys are looking down the screen here, you can now start to see what the rest of some of her parent-childs, and you can see what they're associated with. They're not all showing up. There's
mhm,
a number of them that don't show up until something else has been done.
mhm, yeah. So, and that's been another great update to the system as well, is allowing for that. Um, so things like uh, ordering the NHT report. I also have these little
Good. I was just going to
notes.
ask, can you cover how you're using notes? Because I'm seeing a few of them. You've got some note bubbles.
Yeah, so this again was more for team members of
Okay.
like, don't forget, there are, let me see if I think there's a one of, oh, sending the agent their visual inspection form through the Glide system. And
Mm-hmm.
is Glide in other states
Yes.
or just California? It is.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know. I guess because I coach so many people in California, I hear
Yeah.
glide so much. I'm wondering if maybe I'm just thinking.
I
I
don't know if
hear
it's,
it
I don't
enough.
know.
I don't
I mean,
know.
they brought by Compass. I feel like they would have to be so, I don't, whatever. Anyway, I don't want to just be talking about Glide and people are like, what is?
People will get
Um,
it. Now you got me curious. You show what you're about to show, and I'm going to answer our question.
it's the bee's knees. So, yeah. So, sending the visual inspection form to the agent through Glide, but then I also have a little note reminder here that two of my agents specifically hate doing their visual inspection forms in Glide, so we don't send it to them. So, it's just a little reminder note, like just don't do it for those two. Instead of having to, again, hold that information in your brain, instead of having to have a separate task list per agent, whatever. Like that's how I'm kind of using those notes. Um, and what else?
I'm
Most of these,
I'm on their site, but I'm not going to get us an answer. Anyways, I'm more
I know
focused on this.
I don't know what their deal is. Anyway, so where a lot of these parent-child things come in is the process for disclosures for
Right.
us.
Okay.
So, before we send the client their disclosures to fill out, whether it's
Mhm.
disclosures.io or, whatever the process is, or in Glide, we don't do that until we have confirmed the names on title and we've ordered the hazard report, because
Okay.
that will then determine, I would say, probably 50%, at least 50% of the listing contracts we receive from agents don't have the right person, the right name on the contract,
Okay.
where they'll say it's in a trust, but it's not. Or they'll say they're like, oh yeah, I forgot. I had my mother-in-law sign with us 10 years ago, or whatever. Like, so we have had to go back and redo things so many times that now we've set the expectation with our agents of we're not doing it until we get these two things first. So that's tied to those two tasks of receiving these items. Then we're going to send them our introduction email.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and this is going to tell them what their next steps are.
Okay.
And what to expect. We've attached a copy of the listing documents, and that will automatically get pulled from the attachments. And here's your client portal link,
Yep.
and and then I also have in the template the email templates too, which we'll get to last. But specific disclosure things that can get edited or tweaked or what have you.
And guys,
Um,
she knows right now. I'm sorry, just a little bit of drool coming out right now. I'm into email templates and formatting. I think formatting is one of the most underrated parts of email templates, and she plays this game at a very high level. Very, very high level. So if some of
and
you
I
are
think
looking at these going, you've got to be kidding. Her email templates, once again, it's a tool. It's a
Mhm,
tool. How much do you want
it is.
that tool to do for you? And sometimes when I hear TCs or I even see them in groups, TC groups say, how many times do you guys all reach out to the lender? I've reached out 8 times and I can't get them back to me. It's not
Mhm.
always the lender's problem. You got to ask yourself, how effective was your email in the first place? Okay, it's
Yeah.
not always them. How effective are you? And I'm telling you, she plays this game at a high level. Okay?
Yeah, yeah. We'll get to that. These are my babies for
Yeah.
sure.
100%.
Um,
100%.
so
Wait, go all the way to the bottom again because there's something there that I want to make sure that was pointed out as well, but we didn't really talk about. Is I am noticing one thing that's a little bit different on yours, and it might be just where you are in the process. So maybe we'll see more of these. I'm not seeing a lot of milestones checked, as if
Mhm,
maybe that's later or you just don't use them that much.
mhm,
I'm just starting to see a little bit more color, but not a ton yet.
mhm.
Do you use milestones, or maybe that's another task list?
Yeah, so not so much for listings.
Okay.
Um, and so I think definitely in the in escrow one. This
Okay.
is this is probably the least overwhelming, I think, initially for me to jump into. So um
Understood. Understood.
yeah. And just to kind of give a general idea,
Yeah.
and then the colors again, like so for us, I have my little post-it here of my
Yep.
color, what all my colors mean, because that's still how we're kind of blocking things. But the oranges have to do with disclosures.
Yep.
So anything disclosure related is going to be in there. And then the purple is the agent's visual inspection disclosure. We need that back from them. We're constantly following up with them for that. So that is color coded as well. So the colors in as far as tasks go
Yep.
are different from the uh, the attachments.
Okay.
And those are kind of the main spots. I also use the colors in dates. Um, we just use red
Okay.
when we're missing it. So like if we don't have a home inspection date to manually input, I'm gonna make that red to like again bring attention
Okay.
to the TC as you're going through. Like, hey,
Yep.
this is empty. I need this. Um, yeah, and then I try to associate an email as an email template as much as possible
Mhm.
to these tasks so that it's kind of a 2-for-1 in that if we have it, we check it off. If we don't, we can send an email associated with that. I'm trying to look in here for an example of that, but I think it's probably more in the in escrow section.
Okay.
So maybe I'll jump to that. But
So
the one
one
other
other
thing,
thing I'm noticing here
yeah,
is if we go to who owns what,
yes.
okay? If you can kind of talk a little bit about that, what's your thought process around some of this?
Yes. So I have it set up poorly. But essentially the assigned to is right now I'm doing a lot of the file input, and then Bree is my lead TC. She does like the day-to-day, the file processing and all that kind of
Okay.
stuff. So so this is everything I'm doing for like the setup, right?
Okay.
Everything I'm doing is starting the file, getting the reports ordered, all this kind of stuff. And
Yep.
then she's kind of associated with once the disclosure documents come back and forth and things start to kind of get cooking.
Mm-hmm.
But we also don't utilize the tasks because it's just the two of us right now
Mm-hmm.
on ownership. It's more the task itself as
Okay.
opposed to like we don't go into the daily focus and see like what do I need to do today? It's more like
Yep.
what needs to get done today.
Yep.
And so but I think this will be a really valuable area in bigger teams and bigger groups.
Okay.
Um,
So just to hit on the point that you just made is it's less about the assignment and more about what is the actual task and people know who own those tasks. So I'm going to use an example that a lot of you guys have heard is I take contract to post close and I break it up into 5 different sections. The opening is 1, the inspection period is 2, finance and title is 3, pre-close is 4, post close is 5. Okay. So on our team, if I'm going to handle all the openings, every task that we have actually has a number in front of it as well. So Breckheimer would own all the ones. Why? Because all the ones deal with all of the openings, okay? And Rain would own twos, threes, fours, and fives, that type of thing. So very, very similar with whether it's assigned or not assigned, we know exactly what it is. We also know that all ones are one color, two, three, I mean, so there's a lot. We just know that different people work different ways. So some people like the
right.
numbers, some people like the assignment, some people need a color, whatever.
Yeah.
But come
And
up with a system and process.
we're still learning to navigate around, and I think, Burton is still making tweaks to that daily focus section too. And so we didn't want to eliminate things based on filters, if that makes
Okay.
sense, where it's like,
Yep.
oh, okay, like just show me everything and then we'll go that way. But if it's like, oh, well, is it assigned to you and is it today or is it, it's just like, we're just less is more for us right
Okay.
now.
Okay.
So yeah, so we don't use it a ton. Um, and then I think this may be one of the only tasks that I have kind of set up as recurring.
I noticed that. I was going
Um,
to ask, but
yeah, is just the following up. And so, the with the client basically of like,
hmm
hey, here are some hyperlinks on how to fill them out if you're having issues. We want to send this out,
Yep.
but in a couple days, if we still haven't heard anything, I'm gonna email you again or I'm gonna follow up, but it's gonna pop up again. So it goes
Yep.
away, out of sight, out of mind until it comes back in those 2 days I have it set up.
Great.
Because that's really important to us.
Yep. I love that.
Okay, so then I'll jump in task wise. So that's kind of the main breakdown. That's just like the listing part, right? So
hmm
if it's if it's our listing and it's already in escrow, I have
Yep.
a task list then for when it's our deluxe and we're inputting it into the MLS, and there's all these other additional micro tasks that go
Yep.
with that specific service. So like you can see in this one, it's a lot of the setup obviously is going to be the same.
Yep.
And then later we're looking at property photos. A lot of things are tied to each other.
Yep.
Got to schedule the photos before we receive the photos. Got to
Yep.
receive the photos before we upload the photos. Got to upload them before we can write the captions. That kind of a
Yep.
process. So, in that sense, those parent-child tasks are really helpful. Um, So again, instead of having it be this and omitting everything that doesn't apply, we just made another template.
Helpful and keeps things clean.
Exactly. And then the other ones are, these are tasks that are just single tasks. So it
Okay.
just would depend. Okay, but when it comes to in escrow, this is one of the things that I love about AFRAME as well, is again that ability to apply to either seller, buyer, or dual.
Yep.
And so because of that, this task list is really, really long, but a lot of the tasks are duplicated within the template and then only applied to buyer side or seller side.
Okay.
And those are typically ones that have a specific email associated with it. So the three task lists in here are in escrow are going to be our general one. We also have a service for our agents that is broker upload only. And this is another one of those scenarios where I finally got around to making a checklist for it because we didn't have one. And so I just finally did it. There are some agents we have that are like, I just want to dump all the documents and then you get them to the broker system and just make sure they're all there. We don't have any client contact. We don't track dates for them. We're just paper pushers in that sense.
Yep.
But there's still stuff we have to do. We still have to input it. We still have to get information, whatever. So it was very limited. And then this is an example of a company that reached out that was talking about commercial stuff. And I was like, we don't really do commercial. And they were like, that's okay. We have a checklist for it. And I was like, they're like, here's a copy. And I was like, cool. And it ended up not working out, but I took their checklist and I just dumped it in here because I don't do commercial and I don't, but now I have kind of a task checklist that I could sort of maybe go by. And if I need to change it later or copy it and make my own, I can, but it's in here because it was quick enough to do. So, okay, having said that, the general task list is,
Yeah, give me a nice little scroll here.
there you go. A lot of emails.
It's tiny. I'm just kidding.
Okay, that's it.
And by the way, I do get people that will ask, whether it's through a training class I do or coaching or whatever, a common question, and this is what's interesting to me. It's not that difference as far as commonality from someone who's just getting started in the business. Someone's been doing it for 5 years already, and they're still asking the same question, going, do you think it's better to kind of have shorter task lists and kind of generalize them or really I mean, it literally does not matter how long you've been in the business. That question still exists. So can I get your feedback on that?
Yes. I think that my approach is through the lens of just like our agents, our time is valuable. So if I get to a point where I see myself or my team is spending more time tweaking things on the fly each time, then that to me is a system operational inefficiency that I need to go in and tweak and say, hey, instead of every single time saying there's no increased deposit, let's just make increased deposit a separate thing and apply it only when it applies.
Okay.
So I feel like without being that person that says it's both. It's kind of both in that it's really important to like you had said before, like write out what you're doing, everything that you're doing, and then look at it. For me, when I started in this business a year ago, I was working with my boss was very, 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 very difficult. And I had gotten to a point where I was like, I do so much. And she was like, no, you don't. And I was like, I'm going to write it down. And and it was 4 pages long, like this Word document. I mean, and I broke everything down into like these micro little requirement things or whatever. That is the basis of this checklist of like, Take
Okay.
everything that you're doing and write it down and then go, okay, does this apply every single time? Do I do this every time?
Yeah.
And then write that out. And then as you go in and you're like, oh shoot, I forgot to do that thing. I better add a task list or a task to it. And don't feel like you have to get it perfect the first time you're doing it
Yeah.
because it's constantly changing and constantly evolving. And I'm going to see things from the other three people in these videos where I'm like, oh, I'm going to go change that and, change
100%.
the way that you do it. It's just important to know at the root, the foundation of how you're operating so that you then have the freedom to like, well, let's try it like this. Oh, I got to rein that back. That was a terrible idea. Or like, what if we tried it this way? And just not doing it so much that it drives your team absolutely bonkers.
Yeah. And we just have a very simple question, and it's every 3 months. So we do it quarterly. What
Yeah.
are two things? And it's just a simple question. Everybody, every quarter has to bring two of these. What are two things that you can find where we could gain 30% more effectiveness or 30% more efficiency, or is no longer relevant?
Mm-hmm.
I don't, and so it's their input. So they're looking at it and they may say, let's get rid of this. And someone else on the team or myself will go, actually, let's leave that in. And you have to justify it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so it's a nice open conversation where everybody also, I don't love the phrase feel heard. Uh,
Right?
I, I do not love that phrase, but what I'm worried about is being effective. And
Right.
I know we all have great intentions as leaders to audit our systems from time to time. How long have you been thinking you're going to do a full audit and you just never get around to it? It's just easier to say, everybody bring two things. Where are two areas that we either, if we updated them, we'd be 30% more effective or 30% more efficient, or it's no longer relevant.
Yeah.
And if they brought those, everybody has some great input and they see things a little different than someone else, and we can quickly have conversations. None of them are long conversations, like freaking brilliant. Hadn't thought about
Yeah.
that. And,
Yeah.
and we just get
Yeah.
it done. But it's literally
Yeah.
that simple question. And now it isn't just reliant on one person to keep this
Yeah.
system at its tip top. Is
Right.
let's get a little bit of input. The last thing I'll say about that, if we apply something that they brought up, there's pride and ownership.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
And
Well,
I love them to have that.
and I think too, it's not even necessarily like, what can we be doing or what should we be doing or applying because sometimes they don't know like what's possible. And so it's more like I want to hear when you're like, oh, I wish there was
Yep.
a thing that did this thing, and then I'm like, oh my God, they just released this update. I can totally do that for you. Or like,
Yep.
hey, well, I can make it do this instead. And then they're like, oh, that's way better. And
Yeah.
so it's like, don't be afraid to give me your pie in the sky like wish list
Yeah.
because especially the rate that this program is, that this tool is being updated and developed, now's the time for that as
Yeah.
well. And so
And shout
yeah,
out to Burton and his team.
yeah, yeah, they are
Awesome.
awesome.
I'll let you go
Yeah.
ahead and move on with this, but I
Okay.
thought that those were a couple relative, basically relevant statements and conversation based on a couple of things that you're hitting here. And I wanted to hear what your kind of thoughts were on that.
Happy to. So you'll see here a lot of, again, kind of the duplicate tasks in that there is the tasks you can apply to like buyer side or seller side, but
Mm-hmm.
they're the email templates. Some of them have to be customized based on the side that you're representing.
Yep.
So in dealing with that, previous in other tools, there have been like, again, a task checklist for buyers, a task checklist for sellers. So here, for example, sending the intro email to escrow. I send an intro email to escrow regardless. Like every transaction, we send an intro email, but they're going to have two different emails associated with it.
Okay.
And if someday, God willing, that we also get landlords and tenants, maybe, there might be additional ones
Yep.
here, but for now, these are the two. So, but again, it will only apply based on the side that we're representing. So this one's not going to show up if we're not representing the buyer. I don't need to send that kind of an email.
I love
Same
that.
thing of when I started in this system, it was an opportunity to do a full audit of everything. And every time previously, I had people set up in the system as like a buyer's agent and the listing or seller's agent, buyer's agent, seller's agent. And so then that would cause a lot of duplication and repetition in my templating and checklists and things like that as well. Because in A-Frame, you have a primary agent or primary user, that allows for ours and theirs. So our side, other side. So I don't have to determine if I'm addressing something to a buyer's agent. If we're on the seller side, I know my agent is the primary agent and the buyer's agent is the agent on the other side. So automatically the agent on the other side of a seller transaction is going to be the buyer's agent. And automatically the agent on the other side of a purchase is going to be the listing agent.
Yep.
So this allows a lot of efficiency in the email templates and the tasks associated with them as well. So this allows me to just assign an email template because I know based on how the parties are labeled that it's going to go to the right person, if that makes sense.
Yep, 100%.
Um,
And for anybody that it didn't make sense, rewind, listen to that again.
Yeah, right. Rewind. And then again here, so you'll see there's a lot more milestones. There's not a ton. Again,
Okay.
I
But there's a few.
feel, yeah, and mostly what the milestones are also the calendar dates that are getting shared with the agent as well. So it's more, it's milestones are definitely external. They're not for us to reference. It's more for like, oh, what are your big milestones for the transaction?
Yeah.
Like when the agents check in. But I think for a lot of us, half the battle is getting the agents to like read their emails, like let alone going into a portal, referencing the milestone dates. Like I maybe have one or two that'll even do that. So yeah, those are just kind of the basic contractual high points, but there's not a ton in here.
Okay.
Maybe like 10. And then the color coding again is just based off of for the daily focus. And yeah, that's kind of it.
Excellent. Super helpful.
Yeah. So that's those are the general task lists. And
So
then we go
the
into
one thing I want to point out, though, out loud with what you just were doing there is what I'm seeing very commonly in that is that people are, and there's nothing wrong with it, it's just a different way of thinking. Rather than making a separate buyer versus seller task list, she has one task list, which I got to say is the same way I've been talking for years too. So I'm biased, so I'm in agreement with that. You can do them separate. She's creating one and then just saying which of those tasks are sort of associated. There's a column there that you can choose buyer, seller, dual. Okay. And so she's having it all in one and just keeping it there. And one other nice thing I will say about that, and so kudos to her for putting that there, is the more separate lists like that that you put out, if you ever change your system, your process, or anything, how many task lists do you want to have to go and update because you made one change in your system or your process or anything, and then you forget to update it in one of the task lists, but you updated it in the other. So for her, she has one kind of, I'm going to just call it master. I don't know what she calls it, but master task list. That if there is a change, she goes in and changes one thing. Good to go. So just a thought process for those that are kind of still wondering how much to break it out. There's nothing wrong with breaking it out, and I've seen a number of people do it.
Yeah.
You
And it
can do it with
also
one as well.
creates an opportunity too when you do have, free time to go in and audit your systems of finding spots to branch out or to up your service where you're like, gosh, there's this spot in between these two tasks. Maybe I can do an email template and send out a check-in that something, goes here, or maybe, and you can kind of grow it that way too. And you
Yep.
always just want to start with your basics and then go, okay, well, I have this task, but if it's a seller, I do it this way. If it's a buyer, I do it this way. Cool. Duplicate it and go those two branches and then just kind of go along that way.
Yep.
Is what works best for me too.
Wonderful.
Task lists as far as special conditions go, only if there's an HOA or a home warranty is being ordered. Then we have additional tasks that have to be done. Most of them are in order of operations. And then again, if they apply to one side or the other. If we're on the seller side, it's really buyer responsibility to handle all that stuff. If we're on the buyer side, we want to let the buyer know, here are your options to pick from. Who do you want? We keep following up with them, this whole thing. So there's more to do, but it's all in one checklist, one task list. And then financing tasks. So this is instead of having all of these tasks in the general and then omitting if, it doesn't have an appraisal, or it does, but it does, whatever. I just broke them up into separate tasks. If it's all cash, that's great. I just have to remind them to give their insurance information, homeowners insurance information to escrow, because they'll be paying that. But then you have the options. Is there an appraisal and a loan contingency? Is there only an appraisal contingency, but they've waived their loan contingency? Did they waive their appraisal contingency and there's only a loan contingency? And then do they have a loan, but they've waived their loan and appraisal contingencies? Because all of those are similar in the sense that, like, I still have to reach out to a lender and introduce myself to a lender. And then as far as what the follow-ups look like, I'm not going to follow up for the results of the appraisal. I just want to make sure it was ordered, but the results aren't really going to matter because you don't have an appraisal contingency, or you do have an appraisal and not a loan. So I'm not going to worry about what's the status of the loan because it's not going to get you out of a contingency removal. So those are how we've tweaked our approach to tasks based on certain elements of the contract and trying to be as efficient with it as possible. So that's why we have those kind of smaller breakdowns. And then again, the same way in applying the templates as you're going through, just blinders. Okay, now we're only thinking about the financing. Now we're only thinking about inspections. If there is a home inspection or a termite inspection, again, like, it needs to get confirmed, and then they do repair negotiations back and forth, and it depends on the side that you're on, and those kind of steps. But if they've waived their home inspection or they waive their property inspection, then I don't need to worry about any of that stuff. I'm not going to have my task list, filled up with repair negotiations or with collecting a report that doesn't exist. And then those are the only task checklists that we use in like setup or when working on a transaction. When escrow closes, we just apply the closing tasks checklist. And then that has us ask for our referrals, send thank you, recruiting emails, all this other kind of stuff at the end, finalize it all, close it out. And so those are the tasks. And then the lease ones, I don't have any yet. There's not, I don't want to. I feel like by not creating it, I'm not going to get any, right? Like that works.
Then the next one I'm assuming is not transaction based.
No, this one is also what I've just been kind of putzing around with in trying to create, working on the lead generating side of things, follow-ups and things like that. I need to create templates that go with them and, all that kind of stuff. And
so just a reminder to people, everybody approaches this tool differently, and there's little areas that some people have built out and some haven't, and they don't want to, and other ones they haven't, but it's next. It's on the roadmap. So one that I have heard from a number of people, but we've seen built out by others, is going to be task templates revolving around your contacts using AFRAME as your CRM, managing, if you're going to do lead generation with your co-op agents on the other side, you can build out task templates that have nothing to do with the transaction. They're contact-based task templates. So
Yeah.
that's another thing
Which
that
I want to do all the agent onboarding, like
yes.
that's all next, especially pairing my agents that onboard. They also fill out a Cognito form. They also connect with Zap. Like I want it all. And I end up leaving so much on the table because of the follow-up or lack of a system of follow-up. And so that's really where I think that this would be super helpful as well.
Yep. Contact task lists. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
game changer once you get those
Yeah, for
there.
sure. For sure.
Right.
It's funny, most of the tools that were created for agents and brokerages that TCs have kind of jumped on don't have a lot that we utilize or find helpful. And I feel like that is something that is like really an agent focus. Like agents are like, that's the first thing I made, and it's like, oh yeah, like, okay, I'm going to follow you guys on this one instead of, it's usually
Yep.
the other way around for a lot of it. So,
100%.
okay. And then I'll hop into my
Show me something pretty. Come on, show me something pretty.
Okay, so my main ones are the ones up here with the double dashes. This is
Yeah.
just allows for ease of sorting and whatnot.
Sure.
In fact, I think some of these are all the system defaults too. Anyway, so first and foremost, I just created my blank emails. And even my blank emails have a email header on them. And so these I've created in Canva. Almost every single email template that I have has an email header. And that is because even if you go through your inbox and you see the amount of responses and emails and things like that that you get, if you get something across your inbox that, looks a little bit different, then it's going to stand out and you're going to notice all of those elements a little bit more. And so it has increased my response rate
Right.
astronomically because people see it.
100%.
And I think that absolutely combined with your, email management 101 approach of how you're emailing people and talking to them and, all that kind of stuff, makes a really big difference.
Yep.
So visually, that's probably one of the busier ones.
Now, when you have one of those open, I'd love
Yeah.
to see like what folders you have and all those types of things. And then when you get into one, how you're using the codes to complete as much of it as possible, whether it's the subject line, whether it be who it's sent to versus what information is actually in there, how you're using that. And for those that are watching this, by the time this gets released, I believe Burton will have just also recorded a video that deals with nothing but mail merge codes. So if that's of interest, know that that video, probably by the time you're watching this, is coming out the same week. So that might be a video that's of interest to you as well. I know I'm going to go watch it. That's for sure.
Yeah. I love his videos. He's
Yep.
got that like soothing, almost like Matthew McConaughey. Like you're just like, I could just listen to you talk, like his tone.
We just
like,
meditate to you, Burton.
right? Like
Burton, we're just
I'm just
meditating to you.
gonna put on the AFRAME YouTube channel and do my work. Like I can listen to him all day long. Anyway. So just, hello AFRAMers. Hi Burton.
We love you, brother. We're gonna try to move on, but it's really hard.
I know, right?
Tough.
Okay, so I have all my blank emails. If this is just if I need to just like send something out, but I don't want to click everybody's things, and I have so many names of people, contacts, and things like that. Self-explanatory. I don't know why I'm going into that more. Okay, my closing email templates. So I have a couple of these, my agent recruiting email that I send out to agents on the other side that we worked with
Yep.
that were not awful, that do not have a TC. We send them a little, congrats. Here's our, I love being able to auto attach the files so that
Yes.
again, we don't forget. Give them our little pricing and services information. Here's, our detail. Let's set something up. We'd love to work with you. And then our closing statements, on the other side of that, we also send an email to escrow after closing, and tell them congratulations, and that we love working with them, and we know that they know other agents that would be a good fit with us. Like who else do they like working with? If you know of any agents that are looking for TCs, like let us know. And we've got a lot of referrals that way as well.
Awesome.
And so then every January we send the client a copy of their closing statement. And
Mm-hmm.
so this is just the template that we use. I go by a lot of the salutation merge code as opposed to the first name. I utilize the salutation aspect a lot.
Okay.
I utilize that kind of like as the nickname field essentially of like
Mm-hmm.
how they'll be addressed. And a lot of the user primary information for those merge codes, fairly straightforward.
Okay, so
But
one thing on this that I think people would be interested in, do you actually do all of this in January or after every closing is one of the task lists, you go ahead, set it up, and you post. It's post date.
Yep, we post date it.
Okay.
So we just set up, we pick a date in January and send it out. So, and it goes out to the seller, we have like a CC on every seller or
Okay.
CC on all seller contacts, and so it goes to everybody.
Excellent.
Same thing for the buyer, and then we also give the agents and their clients a link to their documents, and so we
Okay.
just send that with closing as well. Commissions, when we send commissions to the escrow title officer,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the office, some do a commission disbursement authorization form and some don't. Some we're waiting on it, some we have it and we've attached it. So whichever one applies, they apply that email template. Sometimes we have to send the commission instructions to the broker directly.
Okay.
And so a lot of the brokers need, before they sign a commission, they want to know some of the details so that they know the math is right and all that kind of stuff. So we have this set up to send to the broker and say, hey, this is the agent. This is how much sale price is. This is when it's closing. This is what the commission percentage amount should be, so that they have that information. Disclosures. So you can see most of these are associated with a task template. And so these are the ones that are just going to be, based on as we're going through, there's an email associated with it.
Yeah. Welcome to California.
Right? Yay. So the one of the newer ones is a correction request that I created for my team. We
Okay.
would get disclosures on the buyer side and see that like, okay, we've looked through them, great, thank you, but we need some corrections. So again, sending out the information, and then my team can just go in and add the list if they need to, if there's anything specific. They can also add in a merge field,
Okay.
but my other TC hasn't quite gotten into inputting things into the field as much. So until then, we just add the list.
We'll just have her watch Burton's video. It's all
I know,
good.
right? She might get distracted though. And then when we send the disclosures or through Glide for the client to complete,
Mm-hmm.
we also, this was the one I think I had brought up previously, of like, hey, we know it's a lot. We sent you all this stuff in the listing. Like, let us know if you're having issues. You shouldn't be. Why are you taking so long? Please fill these out. But then I also included hyperlinks that will take them directly to here, if you're having these issues, here's how you
Mm-hmm.
can address those. You know, and if you want me to stop bugging you, I will. But just let me know what the status is.
Yep.
And then just some of our basics. Here are the disclosures. Here are the disclosures back. When this seller does fill out the disclosures through Glide, part of our process and expectation with our agent is that, great, we're not the agent. We're not going to review them for correction. So we're sending them to you. I also have this in a text blaze as well, but in the system, we'd let our agents know, hey, your client filled them out. Here they are.
Yep.
Please look them over. You're responsible for this. If corrections need to be made, let us know which document needs to be corrected. What's the problem?
Yeah.
Why does it need to be corrected? And then if no corrections are needed, you still need to reply and tell us that you approve, because until then, you're still looking them over. And so it kind of tosses the ball of responsibility back and forth and lets the agent know, like, hey, you can't just drop this and run. Like, hold on. you have some things to double check here. And so that's been really great as well in keeping the agents engaged. Oh, not that one. What was the other one?
So some in passing may have heard you just say something, and they've heard it a few times, but don't know exactly what it is. You mentioned text blaze.
Yeah.
Okay. And whether people are looking at text blaze, there's also text expander. I can see right up in the top right-hand corner of our screen, there's a little text blaze symbol up there.
Yeah.
Those are extra little tools outside of AFRAME that are plugins that you could use that sometimes you can have some of your templates in and stuff like that. So that's what that's in reference to.
Yes. This is our initial email to the seller of like, we send out an introduction when we get the listing of like, hey, this is who I am. Here's what's coming, what to expect. Now we're just doing disclosures. And here's what's going to happen. You're going to fill these out. Then you're going to get agent approval. And then once we get agent approval, then I'm going to send it to you in DocuSign to sign digitally when you're ready. A lot of these I've reformatted in the last, in this transition in here, just for liability purposes of like,
Yep.
I realized how much from my assistant days or customer service days of like taking this liability on of like, I looked it over, it looks great. When, like, I'm not going to say, I didn't look at it. Like, your agent looked it over.
Yep.
I'm sending you that your agent asked me to deliver this to
Yep.
you. Like, it's so important to choose your words so carefully.
Yep. We use
And
words
so,
like we don't review, we don't proof, we don't, none of that stuff. We're very clear on that.
exactly. So, so adding some of that stuff in, and then section 4, special disclosures, because if they don't apply, it's easy to just delete this part of the email template. So if it's solar, if it's in a high fire zone, which most of California is, then we would include that element in there as well.
Yeah.
And then there are some broker specific emails that they're like, if this ever happens, you have to send this thing. Fine, sure. Our introduction emails.
Okay.
So we send these out. This is one of the emails when after I've input the file into the system, I'll send this email out to my TC so that it lands in her inbox if she's not in AFRAME or she's doing something else, or she can move it to a folder of when she's ready to work on new files. But it essentially lets her know what she's getting into. And so this isn't just where I put like, this is the status of the file. I'll be like, this person was rude, or I need this document, or I've already, like, and just kind of summarize for her of like, or I can be like, this is a 5-day escrow and everything is urgent and like prioritize this, whatever. So she can look at this email and kind of know at a glance where to put it in her day and her tasks. And then our introduction emails, this was a new one that I created, an introduction email to our own agent, because we were finding a lot of a gap in all of this file setup, and we still had some of these open-ended questions and or things that we still needed from our own agent. And so we just created one of these emails, and I also used it as an opportunity to remind them or redirect them to their agent portal.
Yep.
Because you can get your reminders there, you can do your calendar there, you can get your info there. Stop asking me for updates, check your portal. So I use this also now as an opportunity to give our agent that same kind of introduction, which I'm sure eventually they'll, ignore, but for now they're looking at it, which is good. So, and I use an opportunity here for our intake note field, which I'll show real quick. But it just kind of summarizes whatever notes section we've added in there. Basic introduction emails to all of our parties. To the client. So when we send something out to the client, it lets them know up at the top, save this email, because it's a lot of information.
Yeah.
And I took a lot of this, shout out to Josie, her last name is escaping me right now. But a lot of her email templates I thought were really great. So utilized a lot of that copy, and giving them a link to their portal. This is what's attached. This is a 2-bar when you go in here and do the table.
Yep.
So it's just a little table and you change the colors, and I just added I created these in Canva. It's just a little image and you just drop that in one side of the table, and then you make them fancy that way. These are your action items as the seller. This is the information that you need to take care of. This is what's coming up as the seller. Prepare for all these things. Here's your escrow information. And this part my team or I will edit based on however the agent filled out on their intake form. How does your client want to receive their escrow package or their escrow documents? And then however that is, I just delete whatever ones don't apply.
Okay.
And then their important dates, all of their portal dates all just go right there. So they get all of that information there.
Awesome.
Yeah, same thing for kind of all parties, I guess. Listing management, this is when we input things onto the MLS for the agent to send them here it is, please review it, here's the information. Again, every email has a header.
Yep.
And trying to get bullet points, very simple, bold formatting is really important. What I've just learned recently, we had an issue through my my email. It wasn't not verified, authenticated. For some reason, it got unauthenticated or something. So because I had so much formatting in my emails, every email was going to people's spams.
Yep.
And it put a real dent in the agents were like, why weren't you sending this? And we're like, here's the proof. All this stuff is sent. Anyway.
Yeah.
So just know if you're going to get super fancy, make sure that you have an authenticated email address, and that otherwise it'll go to spam because they think you're trying to be showy.
So I will say just on that exact same topic that is why I'm pretty adamant about formatting. People who know me know that that's a deal with me, is I think formatting is a lost art, or a missing skill that a lot of people really could benefit to make everything more effective. Now, with that said, there's formatting and making it pretty with doing the colors and everything else like that. So the formatting, generally speaking, will not send stuff to junk.
Right.
But don't not format because you're worried about that. But you want to make sure that if you're going to be doing art. Now, here's the one that a lot of people forget about is They don't do all the stuff that you're doing. They're not even taking it to that level, but it's so
Mhm.
important to them that their email signature is this piece of work of art.
Mhm.
Even that can send it right to the junk mail. So determine really how far you want to go with it. But even with all of that said, don't skip formatting.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, for
formatting is
sure.
not going to send it to junk, but all the other stuff, if you're going to do that, just know that that might be a problem, but it's usually a problem that you can fix.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's done an amazing job at it. She just plays this game at a very, very high level. That.
So yeah, so then my other folders are orders. So anything that needs to get ordered. A clue report, a home warranty. Those are kind of most of the orders that we're sending out to
Hmm.
other parties in an email. Hey, can you order this for us?
Yep.
Are going to be those emails. Reminders, I have a lot of reminders. Again, these are all associated, most of these are associated with tasks and task templates. Um, Asking the agent for their visual inspection, reminding them to send us their visual inspection. The city of LA has a lot of weird requirements. And so I put this together of like, hey, one is for our agent, one is for an agent on the other side that like, hey, I noticed you're not from this specific area. Here's what you may need to know. Here are some hyperlinks. These are things we're going to need. These are time sensitive. That additional information and level of service is a huge value add and
Yep.
and gets you agents on the other side. Um, our closing prep emails are newer and have been really helpful to us. Again, these are all built out of protecting our own sanity. This goes to escrow when we're getting ready to close. And these are things that we had asked escrow to keep us updated on in our intro email, but you saw how long our intro emails were. So
Hmm.
it's okay that they maybe didn't see it, but we still want to double check and make sure everybody's all on the same page. Did the buyer change? Whether, even if we're on the seller side, if the buyer's changed or they're a trust now or they're like, that reflects our documentation. We need to have that. We need to know. These are credits that have come up. These are commission adjustments. Maybe our agent is giving a credit. Maybe they're reducing their commission. Their financing. I can't tell you how many times financing is switched from conventional to FHA, or, oh, we were all cash, but now there's a loan. Okay, were you going to tell anybody? And then again, reiterating our TC fee. We would love to get paid by wire, so that's an opportunity to include our wiring instructions. And then asking for a copy of the estimated closing statement to the agent so the agent can review it. I'm not going to look it over, but they will. So that's been really helpful. And that's to the escrow or title officer. And then we have a closing prep email, one for buyer and one for seller, where
Hmm.
this just kind of lets them know, like, please don't buy anything. We're going to need to do a final walkthrough. You're going to get an estimated closing statement. I just asked for it. Here's what you're going to need to do with your funds, any necessary funds. Start changing your utilities over, forwarding your mail, notify, other vendors, giving them this kind of like added touch check-in. A lot of agents already do this too, but the ones that don't really like that added feature. And the seller one is essentially the same. Like, hey, update your homeowner's insurance policy, forward your mail. We also give them the opportunity to contact their utility providers and then complete this Cognito form link.
Hmm.
Which now I'm just seeing is dead, so I should update that. Um,
Sure, I'm glad we're making this video.
right? And I'm like, how long has that been dead for? Anyway, they fill out a Cognito form that gives us all of their utility information, and then we pass it on to the buyer and a whole thing. Anyway, um, so yeah, and then some helpful tips for them. More email, more things for them to read.
Yep.
Reminders of contingency removal dates, reminders to schedule final walkthroughs. Um, we found this also when we go to close out a file and the MLS hasn't been updated properly.
Yep.
So for either backup or pending, we have a quick email. Hey, can you just update that? We need a copy for our file. Anything that I found that I was like, why am I still emailing agents? Like, just a quick note. Just want to ask you, can you please update this? I'm just going to make a template.
Yep.
And then that is an example of something that's attached to the checklist of pull MLS backup or pending status. I can either check it off or I can check the email that says it's not done yet. Can you please update it? So that is how I attach that email, not necessarily creating a task that says send email request to update MLS, which may or may not apply every time, right? So like I just attach the email to the actual task. And then reports, when we receive a report, the natural hazard report, they have 3 options for the most part. It's either clear, in a flood zone, or in a fire zone.
Okay.
And that's kind of in the same world of, look it over. This was ordered on your behalf.
Yep.
Make sure you disclose the appropriate disclosures associated with it, so on and so forth. And then same thing with the termite work, or the termite reports. And then the termite work, we've been getting a lot of agents that were like, hey, can you have my client sign to get the termite work done? And we're like, we're not just going to send something over to your client to have thousands of dollars worth of work done and then probably get them moved out of their house because it needs to get, like, we're not going to be the ones to do that. So we send this to them first. They have to respond that it was read and approved. And if they do, then we will send it to them to sign digitally. We're not just going to blindly send things involving money to the clients to sign. So that's been a newer one as well. We have those kind of things under the reports. And then status, these are just my check-in follow-up requests. 3 times throughout the transaction, we do a file audit and send an email to all parties. This is where we utilize the other notes section in those fields. Again, please confirm the closing date because that changes. And then check-ins with escrow and the lender, and escrow and the lender on other statuses. And those are the main things that we've been working on. The other thing that I have in here is the client guide. So the buyer and seller guide right now is a fillable PDF. And I've been working on making it a email. And so this just plugs in the dates and then gives them like a little blurb or a little guide on like what this means in the process. So they have kind of like that, because in the intro email they get the transaction dates, and it's like investigation contingency due blah blah blah. Okay, well, what does that entail? Like that's what this means. And so
bit of a glossary and guide.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm trying to make one for the buyer and have that all kind of set up as well. But this way I can create it. The other beautiful thing about AFRAME is you can pull something as a template and make it either an email or a letter or like a PDF document. So I can make it as a PDF and then attach it to an email and say, here you go.
And I don't think that everybody knows that. Can you mention the difference, like emails and letters?
Yes.
Just talk a little bit more about that. How much are you using? I'm assuming 90% of what you do is emails or more, but then there's letters. So
yes. So like, for example, I can go and create an email template, and I think I can. Yeah. So when you go to create the template, so I can go here to client guide, and I can select the guide, and then
that's set up as a letter.
It's set up as a letter, right? So then I can create an email or create a letter. So then when I create a letter, I think is it showing this smaller box, or I don't think so. Let me see here. I wish there was a way that it would let you. Whoops. Oh my God. Okay. Sorry. It popped open like a separate window.
Yeah, we didn't see any of that, so.
I know, yeah, because I think it wasn't letting me show it. But there is a feature, it'll pop up a preview of it. Then you can then click a box that says attach to an email.
There you go.
And so then you can send that and attach it to an email. And it's just as simple as applying an email template, only
Okay.
you're creating a PDF of it. And
I
it's a
appreciate you
great
showing that.
feature. I'm super excited to like utilize that.
Yeah. You're the
More.
first person who's mentioned that in any of these videos. So, and
Nice.
I'm interested in that as well. So I just thank you for going into that a bit.
Yeah. And then I don't think I have anything on my weekly update. No, because I haven't gotten that far yet. So those are the only ones that I really use. And then I have an email that is their when I onboard a new agent,
Mm-hmm.
it gives them their information about their tutorial and or their portal and how to use it and all that kind of stuff, which nobody ever reads anyway. So, yeah, so those are all the emails. And then I guess just real quick, as far as the field definitions go,
Mm-hmm.
transaction info is what I use the most.
Okay.
You'll see this kind of resembles, I made this resemble our most recent tool, but it's moved around in that the order of it is based on kind of how we input the file or input the contract.
Okay.
So we have our basic transaction information. These details we get from the MLS or we get from the title report or property profile or whatever. So that information is always up top. And then we have the NHD and the title companies that are being used. This is also, we have these as separate fields and also put them as participants, but we
Mm-hmm.
have them in the fields because sometimes it's not said in the contract. So we need to
Yep.
know, hey, this term in the contract is missing. And then also if it's conflicting, if the
Mm-hmm.
contract says use this company and then the agent on our intake form said we're using this other company, I need to know like that little note aspect is why we have them as their individual fields.
And could I
Um,
ask you to open up two of them, one that shows choice versus text field, just so they can kind of see the difference?
Sure. So when they're picking their NHD company or whatever the NHD company is, it's just a regular text, like fill out who the NHD company
Yep.
is. And then as far as the status goes, let us know what the status is of the NHD order.
There you
And
go.
then those are also color coded so that they then show up in the system in a color. So
Wonderful.
for example, that one that I had. So if I were to say this is the NHD company and then the status, if it's clear, it's going to be green.
Boom.
And so that's different than color coding it this way.
Yep.
When you have it, the choices color coded, the whole thing shows up in a color code.
Yep.
And that makes it a little bit easier to read. And so then it just kind of brings different attention to it,
Perfect.
which is better. So, okay.
Look at how quickly she moves through this stuff. Jeez. Love it.
I also have a section in here that's contract terms. So this is just a big text area. It's not just one text line or text field, it's a text area.
Yep.
Because this is where, as I'm reviewing the contract,
Mm-hmm.
I am a post-it-aholic. And so it's kind of like my little post-it. As I'm reviewing the contract in one window,
Yep.
I'm going to write down like the changes in contingency dates or changes in specific terms that I need to then,
Yep.
I know are implemented across different templates. And some of the terms may go into effect in the date template. Some of the terms may go into effect in the attachments template. And so instead of remembering each time, just put it all together there of what all those little terms are and how it's going to affect everything else. And that just kind of sits there. That's also one of the fields that I grab and copy and paste in my email to the TC once I've input the file, because
Mm-hmm.
that's also a big summary of like, bleh, here's everything that is the file is looking for right now.
Yep.
So
Another place
that's
you
what,
guys will see that used for a lot of people is you've got some TCs are working with a lot of individual agents, but you have other TCs that also work with a number of teams. When you're
Mhm.
involved in teams, the commission splits can be so complex is we'll use a big box like that just for the commission section
Mhm.
because it's usually not one line. It's
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite a bit of information. So that would be another example where you guys will see stuff like that used.
Yeah, exactly. And then the escrow details, we utilize a choice when the agent fills out their intake form. This
Mhm.
also kind of goes in the order of the intake form as well,
Mhm.
so that the agent fills this out of how they want their clients to receive their escrow paperwork. And then the options are not necessarily for us to be able to read this in the file. It's because these get input in the email template.
Okay.
So these are written in sentences, so that this whole field will then the response will go into the email template. Like that's how I actually typed it.
Okay.
Um, and so it's not really something that like when you're in a field, they're so narrow that it gets cut off, but we don't have to reference it. I just use it for the email template merge field.
Excellent.
Um, deposit amounts, our TC fees, all that's money stuff, with the exception of commission because that's its own tab, but that goes in there. HOA information, that's its own separate thing, because if there's not an HOA, I don't need to keep reading any further.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Financing details, same thing. Is it all cash? A lot of these are yes or no, and then they're color coded if it's unusual to bring the TC's attention to it.
Okay.
So if it's usually no, there's usually financing, then there's not going to be a color. But hey, this is all cash. That's different. It's going to be colored something different.
Awesome.
A lot of these are text fields to fill out. A lot of them can also not a lot of these get automated in the Zapier auto input
Mm-hmm.
because I try to keep my forms, the intake forms that the agents use, as things that I can't get from the contract myself.
Yep.
So anything that I can review on my own, I'm going to input in there, which is usually a lot of this stuff.
And
Uh,
if we go to the finance part, I will mention just from earlier part of our conversation, if we go to finance, that would be another area that I would see people that sometimes will put, say, loan amount dash, they're going to put their little code, what the page number is and what line it is. So those are the types of things where there's a lot of different places that you guys can choose what is your formula for. Part of this is a tool for us to function, and part of it is a tool just to educate, remind the person that's having a tough day, can't find something, whatever it is.
yeah.
How can you take your tool and make your tool almost also your operations manual in real time? Because when people are busy, come on, they can't just stop and go back to their training or go watch a video or go
Mhm.
figure out where you put that in the operations manual. If there's a way that you can create a shortcut, just do it. So
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
another example from what we talked about earlier as well.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that there are no like number or dollar amount field options. So for things like the deposit amount, I have a note here that says no dollar sign
Right?
because in my email template,
Yeah.
when I input I already have a dollar sign. So just put numbers here. I don't
Yep.
need the dollar sign deposit amount. I just need the numbers because it's already in there. So
Cheats
um
and prompts, cheats and prompts, cheats and
yeah.
prompts. Just use
Yeah.
them.
And then again, a lot of these are kind of just quick reference, like, hey, is there septic? Is there, any of this stuff waived? What's the status of, the home inspection? It's not waived. Do we have a date? It's confirmed, but we don't know what the date is, or it's pending confirmation, or we don't have anything on it, or any of that stuff. Again, color coded brings attention to it. And then special conditions that are helpful to know of most of these are like when it's a listing. Does the seller live there? Are they exempt? Is there solar? Is there tenant? Um, and then all the way at the bottom are lease ones. I would love if these would be collapsible within the system, but because they're not, I want to make them as scrollable as possible and not something that you're like going through pages and pages of scrolling, even though I am right now. It's because they're really big. But like as you're going to grab something, you know where all that information is when you utilize it. And then the second group, I forget what
Yep.
these things are called. Group collection. Second
Collection.
collection that I have in order is my notes. So
Okay.
this is these are all internal notes.
Okay.
And so when the file is being input as a listing or open
Mhm.
escrow intake notes, if there's any notes about the client, if there's any notes about commission, none
Mhm.
of these are public facing or get shared or anything like that. But details that the agent fills out on their intake form automatically get input in here too. So if they're like, hey, this is a divorce, they don't talk to each other, like, that information will go here. Or, so, like you were saying, that obnoxious commission split
Yep.
stuff we'll go there too. Things that we need to know, basically. And
Client
then
notes, death in the family is one
right.
that agents have
Yeah.
forgotten to tell me 100 times, and it's
Oh
just
my
like,
God.
oh,
Well, yeah, or it's like, congratulations, you're selling your home. And they're like, yeah, my mom died. And you're like,
yep, yep.
um, so yeah.
It
Uh
allows you to be more compassionate.
Yes, exactly. So that's definitely an important field on my intake form of like, please let us know
Yep.
of any situation. Or, hey, you guys are brother and sister, actually, not husband and wife, sorry. Let me not assume. Um, and then these are the external notes fields, and this is what
Okay.
gets put into like the file audit updates. If there's anything that I'm going through the file and I'm like, okay, from the agent on the other side, I need your lender letter. I need you to sign this page on this document. I'm still waiting on an update about your request, whatever. I just do bullet points, and then that all of those bullet points bloop, just go right into the email template, and that's the update that I send. Instead
Okay.
of having to open the email template and add that information into the email template, as I'm collecting and going through, I just keep adding and adjusting those notes so that when I'm ready to send an audit, that's going to be the most updated section
I
for the
hope
audit.
people will rewind that a minute or two here and listen to that again. That's another time saver, guys.
Yeah.
It's a great time saver.
So, because sometimes or if I read my emails from top to bottom instead of, or bottom to top instead of top to bottom or whatever, and it's like I just make a little note as I'm going through or as I'm reviewing the documents, or oh, they've added the fixed page down at the bottom. Okay, all right, I can delete that now. I don't need to worry about it.
Yep.
So it just kind of allows me to keep a running total of things I need from all of those main parties.
Yep.
And then these two fields are text areas because the system doesn't display which templates you've already applied in the dates and attachments. And it was causing us to get accidentally apply a lot of duplicates, especially when it's a listing and we're like, oh, it's a listing. There's an HOA and there's a representative capacity. And so we would apply all those templates to the
Yep.
documents. And then we would open escrow and be like, okay, there's an HOA and there, and so anyway, so anytime when I go through and check all the templates that we're applying, I just at the bottom it summarizes it before you hit apply. So I
Mm-hmm.
just copy that and paste it into here and then apply all the templates. And then
Okay.
that way, as I'm going through or throughout the transaction, if a TC says, hey, we just got the hazard report, turns out it's in a fire zone. Oh, I haven't added a fire zone template yet. Let me go add that. And so you can kind of build onto there, but it's a way to kind of tell what we've
Yeah,
already done so far.
sure.
So I do that for dates and attachments.
Okay.
And then commissions, essentially breaking up the two sides,
Okay.
percentages, dollar amounts, and then if there's any adjustments, do they want a credit? Do they want, any of that stuff? So that these blurbs and groups together can be sent in total to escrow if we need to. And then obviously any referral fee details and things like that. So this
Okay.
is kind of why the commission section has its own.
Yep.
I always do a percentage and then verify the dollar amount. I
Okay.
think we all know the payouts tab isn't as strong as we would love for it to be. So that I just use that for the math part.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just copy and paste into here. It's just a little bit
Yeah.
easier. It's kind of what I'm used to anyway. So that's why it's that way. I don't put our TC stuff in here because that information gets sent to escrow in the beginning and it typically we already know what those amounts are, and we don't really need to reference it in when talking about the commission side of things because we're not doing the splits or the breakdowns and stuff.
Okay.
It really is more kind of like information for escrow to know.
Okay.
And then that's it. And then file closeout, I just have, these are the where we would copy and paste the link and password for agents and clients to get their password protected document links.
Okay.
Because then these fields go into email templates.
Okay.
And then listing details. This is when we do input a listing into the MLS.
Yep.
It's really, really rare. It's a additional paid add-on service that most agents don't utilize, which I'm fine with. But so that's what these fields are of like, we need to know this information so we can input it in there. But otherwise, that's all the way at the bottom. We don't really utilize it. But our main tabs is the transaction info.
Okay.
Those are our main collections.
So you went left to right, and I
Mhm.
told you before we started that I'd have just a couple quick questions for you at the end here.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you the first question, and then it's going to look like I'm going to disappear when I ask it because I'm going to reach over here and shut my door because someone just came home. But I look at your transaction process. So I'm only looking at from the point of processing a new file. Say it's under contract. And you're putting everything into AFRAME, getting your intro letters out, all of that type of stuff. Whether you save your documents to compliance then or later, what is the timeline that you have a standard for yourself and for your team? Like us, it's 30 minutes or less. I have other teams I've talked to, they're at 90 minutes, which would make my head explode. I have other teams that go, I don't understand how it could take more than 15 to 20 minutes. How long does it take you to go through an opening process?
Yeah, so for me, it used to be 45 minutes. Like 30 minutes was going really, really quickly. 45 minutes was me as the experienced one that knows the system that's inputting it.
Yep.
However, in the last probably 2 years, the influx of documentation, especially in California, has easily doubled. And in 2022, 2022, end of 2022, they completely reformatted our purchase agreement. Our purchase agreement is 17 pages long. They
Okay.
changed where everything was. And so many agents are having a really difficult time getting their stuff together, literally and figuratively. So our process, as much as we try to set people up for success with the intake forms of letting them know the information we need. These are the documents. I have on our intake form a list. Out of these documents, check which ones you don't have. Like, just tell us what you don't have. And that still does, there's things missing, things aren't completed correctly. So there's a lot of cleaning up.
Yep.
And it's taken a lot longer in the input process because it's been a lot of, this is what your paperwork says. I don't think that's what you meant. Is that, and they're, oh, no. We need that to get cleared up. So before we send out these long introductions of like,
Yep.
here's when all your due dates are, and here's when everything is needed, we want to make sure we have all the information before we send all that stuff out so we don't look like idiots or have to walk anything back. So it's probably about an hour on a good day of inputting and getting all the introduction emails out and getting all that information. The longer it takes or the longer we wait, the more new emails and stuff flood, and then our information is outdated again.
Yeah.
If we're sending out an intro of like, let us know your escrow number and when are we going to get these documents? And then like 20 minutes prior, they had just sent everything. It's like, oh my gosh. So we try to do it as quickly as possible. It's about an hour. Teasing a future ZAPIER video, I do have it set up so that when an agent submits an intake form, it auto emails all parties our contact information, the client's contact information from the Cognito form, lets escrow know how they want escrow instruction, like all the information I'm asking on the Cognito form, everything the other vendors need to start doing their job.
Yep.
I give them that information automatically automated. And it's
Love it.
really
Love it.
increased keeping us in the loop because we get left out so fast. The sooner we can get in those email chains, the better off everybody is and more information we get. So
So I
yeah.
mentioned I really I've tried to remember to ask everybody in this video how long their process takes, but I really wanted to make sure that I asked you in particular because um, we hear all the time California is its own beast and everything else like that. Sometimes I think some of that is overstated, but there's other reasons why that's just
Mhm.
completely true as well.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the intake process for California just does look different. It does. So other people that are watching other parts of this video, and you keep hearing consistently, most people 25 to 40 minutes, 30 minutes is pretty consistent answer here. I wanted to make sure you heard this one as well, so that you have some reality as to what's going on in California as well. But then
Yeah.
you saw also how extensive her system is. I will say that too. Some people are not quite an hour. Why? Their system is not quite as extensive as well.
Right.
So you got to take that
Yeah.
into consideration. And then the other thing is, I didn't know if she'd mentioned it, but if she didn't, I was going to ask her, but she did, is she's also utilizing some other tools to help
Mhm.
her get a jump on that. And that's one of those Zapier integrations that she's using as well. So, all right. So I told you I would ask you a couple more questions. So anything you want to hit in on this is fine. Tools to tools, moving from one tool to another tool. If you have any
Mhm.
suggestions, I don't know, any TC that is going to be in one tool now and 5 years from now still be in the same tool. People move from
Yeah.
tool to tool. It's just the way that it is. So that's one topic. And then also onboarding new agents onto the team. So
Mhm.
we're talking about, that person either is new to the industry or if they're have been in the industry before, they've probably been in a different tool too. So
Mhm.
moving from one tool to another
Mhm.
versus bringing someone new and introducing them to your tool.
Yeah.
Anything that you
Yeah.
want to share on that?
I think that for me, I have gone the gambit. I've gone full circle in tools. I love the techie side of things. I love trying to make things quicker and more efficient, but it's also really easy to get lost in the weeds of things. And so I
Mhm.
keep having to go back to, the KISS approach of, keep it simple. And I'm I'm really happy with where I'm at now as far as the tools go. And I think going from one to another, I made sure that I tested it out first.
Okay.
I haven't I do things in files like from time to time. I do like vacation coverage and sick coverage and stuff like that for my team. And like I'm a forms trainer and all this stuff. I'm not that dusty in the process. I know how to do it.
Mhm.
I just don't do it all the time.
Yep.
And so there's always going to be an element of it that I'm not boots on the ground.
Yeah.
And so I try to stress test it as much as possible from my end of things.
Yep.
And also making sure that I understand it fully so that I can adjust it or explain it or teach it to another person.
Yeah.
So yeah, because I also don't want to be doing this daily either. And so I want to be able to know that if I pass it off to another person to be doing systems or tool updates and efficiency and all that stuff, that they're also going to, because nobody's going to know it like you because you built it and you
Yeah.
created it. And,
Yeah.
so that was really important. And I think the transition into it, again, was an opportunity to do a full system audit
Yep.
and to really look into why we were doing the things that we're doing.
Hmm.
Um, and previously, it took I took almost maybe a full year of like going back and forth of like doing the trial method or the trial period for a while and like kind of testing it out and then just really, really slowly started building things out and transferring, there's an option to like import and export and all that kind of stuff, everything. And, so you can like hit the ground running, right? And then
Yep.
fix it as you go. And I was like, I'll never do that. I'll never go back. So like clean slate, wipe everything, start over, and really look at why are we doing things the way that we're doing them, and is that the best way to do it, especially with all the increase in liability and requirements and everything now. It's like, okay, let's take this opportunity. And I did it not wanting to do it again. So like I don't want to flip from tool to tool. I want to really, like build a solid foundation. I think was really important. And that was just starting super simple and just grow. Okay, now where can I add a little more? And where can I add a little more and really make it custom and scalable as well. So
Good.
and then as far as bringing other people on, it's always really important to me that they feel, again, that they have everything is fixable. There is nothing, I would get a team member that would be like, oh, I don't know what I did. I broke the whole thing. Or, and it's like, it's, it's not, I am so comfortable in this tool that like, I know I'll find it. I'll fix
Yeah.
it. It's not a big deal. You can't break it, and giving them that kind of comfort so that they feel confident to like poke around a bit, like
Yep.
go
Yep.
look and go see and ask if it does that thing and see, like, and always tell me, wouldn't it be cool if it could, any of this stuff. And we talk about it all the time, and I'll tell them, I'm trying to get it to do this thing. And they'll be like, I will never use that. And I'll be like, okay, I'm not going to look at that anymore. Or, so it's more collaborative than anything.
Yeah, and
But
I am full in agreement with you on the collaboration. We've got Rain will be joining me here in February. We worked together for years and done thousands of transactions together, and she's been working at another company now for a while and coming back in February. And it's
nice.
one of the first things, same thing when we used to work together. One of the first things that she'll do, we've got some things that we still want to build out in A-frame. First thing, she gets to build it out.
Yeah.
That's going to help her just feel more comfortable with the tool. That's part of the onboarding process, not just learn the tool. Let's have you just go set up a few things and actually go build a few things. We got a couple things we need to do. We'll let you do it.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with the whole collaboration thing and just builds their confidence within the tool. There's no mistake that we can't fix. It's all
Yeah.
good. It's all
Yeah.
good.
Yep. And again,
So yeah,
it
I'm
only
with you.
works if you use it, and it only, and so it's like, well, if you're not comfortable enough or want to, if it's not enticing enough for you to see the benefit in it, if it's not bringing
Mhm.
you enough value, you're not going to use it, and so then it's not going to work.
Yeah.
And then the agents aren't going to get updated, and the information is going to be old, and then it's just like this all falls apart. So
Yeah.
it's really important to get buy-in from your team, and for them to be as excited about it as you are, and to see the value and the reason why you are pulling them from their cozy, comfortable little cave of where they are and what they're used to doing, and going somewhere else and letting them know that like it's
Yep.
for a good reason, and it's to make things, better. So
Yep. Help them see it as their tool. It's not your tool that they're forced to use.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
I'm crazy, crazy grateful for you. Appreciate it. We spent a lot of time together, and I've respected you for years. I've been looking forward to doing something with you for a while,
Me too.
collaboration. So I'm excited about that. We are, as soon as we end this video, you and I are going to chat for just a couple seconds. But other than that,
Okay.
just want to say thank you to you and to everybody who got a chance to watch this. All of her contact information will be below. And if you want to focus on her templates for tasks versus dates or whatever, all the timestamps will be below as well. So you can skip around. You don't have to start at the end and go all the way through. Figure out what applies to you, and you can jump to that. All right. Thank you, my friend.